Good afternoon everybody, welcome to Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire for another British Racing and Sports Car Club live race weekend. Scott Woodward is here to guide you through all the action as presented for this weekend, and there's a fantastic, not only fantastic piece of weather here this weekend, but also fantastic racing in store on the timetable. We've got Mazda Mx5s, we've got Fiestas, we've also got BMW Compact Cup, and we've got Super Cups as well. It's going to be a mega weekend. Also Track Attack tomorrow, which you're certainly going to want to watch out for as well. First race is getting ready to get underway. It's the BRSCC Mazda Mx5 Clubman Championship, which is the new one-day, two-race format which is put together by the BRSCC for 2021. We can quickly have a chat to a couple of drivers. I think we've got time just before they go out. First of which is our pole sitter, which is not Harry Storer for once. It's in fact Kevin Dengue. Kevin, quickly, mega lap in qualifying. How are you feeling starting on pole today?
Yeah, pretty good actually. I'm looking forward to this. I really entered because I wanted to get a bit more practice in for the main event later. So I'm delighted to be on pole.
It's nice to have you back in the Mazda paddock. You took a break for a couple of years. So what drew you back to getting back in an MX5?
I jumped into endurance racing in a BMW and it nearly skinned me. So this is just great competitive racing and great fun, and I love being back in it. It really is good fun.
You have to work hard to keep the championship leader behind you.
Oh well, we'll do my best.
Good stuff. Best of that, and we'll see how you get on.
Thanks very much, mate.
Good stuff. Speaking of which, just if we can quickly have a chat to our championship leader, which is Harry Storer. Harry, good to have you back after we missed you at Snetterton. You still got the championship lead, but they're starting to catch up a bit.
Yeah, great to be back. Seems like there's more people here, so it's going to be a bit more of a challenge for sure. I've noticed his time's a bit quicker than mine, so it's going to be a job keeping up, I think.
Good stuff. So, is it difficult to get back into the groove after you missed a round, or is it just simply just slotting in like you've never been away?
Well, with testing yesterday, it was a bit, I don't know, tough coming back to it, but really enjoy it, really like the circuit, so found myself getting back into the groove. Yeah. Cheers.
So your main aim's going to be try and get Kevin away from the line and stay ahead?
That's the plan, don't tell him.
Good stuff, well done. We'll speak in a bit.
Thanks.
And very quickly, I want to chat to the guy who's got more points than anyone else in the championship this year so far on overall scores, second in the championship, and that's Dan Blay. Dan, you're having a mega season club, and you've got more points than anyone else overall, second in now in the championship on drop scores behind Harry. Not bad for a first season in Clubman.
Thank you very much, Scott. Yeah, it's sort of getting used to the car, getting used to the championship. We had a few problems earlier in the season, but we're getting back together with the sort of points, and we're just getting consistently trying to get that first podium, but see what happens. Just a quick hello to Roxy, Biggie and everyone watching at home. Thank you for watching, and let's hope we can put on a decent display. Fourth my best results so far, but Pilot Motorsport guys have got this car really good this weekend. Did some testing yesterday, which is rare for me, and it went really well, so hoping we can get the results today and push on for the championship.
I was going to mention quickly, you've got quite a team behind you, of course, with Paddock Motorsport that now runs a British GT car, Martin Plowman, so looking pretty good for them. Yeah,
very good. A lot of experience in the team as well. We got some great mechanics, and Braden and Fletcher, my teammate, helps me out as well, and everyone's just so nice and welcoming and a great team to be part of, and I'm proud to be driving for Paddock Motorsport.
Can try and get these two off the line?
We'll see what happens. Always got to look forward though.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck and see how we get on.
Thank you very much.
Good stuff. I think they're about to release them fairly soon, so what we'll do is, rather than hang around here for a second, we're going to hand you over to our race commentator for the weekend, which is Andy Mckeown. And of course, Andy, who's now a sim racing Mazda Mx5 champion. I reckon you'd give you guys a bit of a run for your money, couldn't they? Over to you.
I'll tell you what, Scott, that's by far the best introduction I've had in my commentary career so far. Thank you very much. I wouldn't pretend to know half as much about Mazda MX-5 racing as the drivers that we're about to see head out on circuit, though. What I do know is that it's always really exciting, and given how competitive this championship's been so far this season, that's definitely going to continue over the pair of races for the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship here this afternoon. So yes, Andy Mckeown up here in the commentary box then, looking forward to a really packed weekend of racing. Actually, we've had all of our qualifying sessions this morning, but now it is racing pretty much all the way. One more qualifying session coming up later for Fiesta Juniors, but for now the MX-5s are heading out onto the circuit. Let's, before we get into today's first race, though, have a look at how the championship standings look. Scott touched upon this down there in the assembly area. Dan Blake has scored more points than anybody else, but the drivers drop their two worst finishes of the year. So Harry Storer, who didn't race in the two races at Snetterton last time out, is dropping 0, and that gives him this 43-point championship advantage over Dan Blake second, with Rob Greensmith only a further 4 points behind in third place. Peter Higdon and Kevin Bird are still in contention as well, whilst further back the likes of Andrew Dean, another who's really suffering because of this drop score system. He's scored 618 points overall, which would have put him comfortably into the top 5 in the points, but on drop scores he's all the way down there in 8th place. Still a long way to go in the championship, though. There are 3 more events to go, including this one. Plenty of time for them to score a few more points. Now then, cars are lining up on the grid then for the first of two 15-minute races today. They'll have a green flag lap after this, though, which gives us plenty of time to have a look through the grid order then. This is all based on the qualifying session from earlier on today. And as Scott was saying, it's Kevin Dengue that's got the pole position in that 778 car. Pole position on the right of shot there. The red car is Kevin Dengue's. Harry Storer, the points leader and 5-time winner, is alongside him. Dan Blake, third, really looking for his first podium of the season. Amazingly, he's not had one yet. Neil Chisnell is alongside him on row 2. Then it's Bo Parry and Brad Jones, with Peter Higden down there in fourth row of the grid. He is fourth in the championship coming into this race. He's got Charles Boniface for company on that fourth row. Then behind them, rounding out the top 10, we've got on row number 5 the Jay Shepherd car, the Wasp livery car. He should be one to watch, with John Pethick alongside. Then on row 6 it's Will Bream and George Grant, series stalwarts of the Mazda Mx5 Super Cup, making the jump over into the Mark 1s this weekend, as well as racing in the Mark 3 cars, so he's going to be a busy boy. Charles Medwin and Alan Hawkins are next, ahead of Kevin Bird and Richard Bartlett on row 8. Ninth row then for Graham Rumsey, ahead of Ivan Leary. Robert Greensmith, brother of former MX5 champion Johnny Greensmith, he's 19th on the grid, with Tim Storer rounding out the top 20. Andrew Dean and Peter Williams are next, then Owen Woodwards and David Scowler on the 12th row of the grid. It's a big grid of cars that we've got here, some 27 of them in total. It's Keith Dalton and Dale Whiteman next in line, with Nick Ledoyen in 27th place there, a little bit out of position, you'd have to say, after some problems in qualifying. So the cars then making their way around the circuit on their green flag lap then, and a final chance for them to take a look at the track conditions, which are pretty perfect actually. Bright blue sky, not too many clouds, and dry conditions, which is not something we've enjoyed an awful lot of here in the UK over the last month or so. But the heat wave that was promised to us, I think, at the start of August has finally arrived now as we get to this August bank holiday weekend, and that has certainly been a pleasant sight for the drivers, also for the spectators who are out in force here at Cadwell Park. Always a really, really strong and knowledgeable crowd of spectators that come out to Cadwell Park to enjoy club racing at its finest. A week ago they enjoyed the British Superbike Championship event, which is one of the highlights of the Cadwell Park season, but although it is a circuit that perhaps is better known for its two-wheeled heritage, hosts an awful lot of four-wheeled events as well, and the BRSCC really, this is their sort of headline Cadwell Park event for 2021. So the field making their way up through Park, through Chris Curve, then down through the terrifying gooseneck. I went and watched one of the MX5 qualifying sessions from there this morning. It is a full commitment corner on a full commitment circuit, really. This place is referred to quite often as the Nordschleife of the United Kingdom, and you can really see why. It's fast, it's narrow, it's incredibly undulating, and almost every corner is blind in one way or another, which means that you have to fully commit to the corners long before you can actually see the apex of the corner itself. So if you've got it wrong on entry, then it's very, very easy to end up going off the road, and if you go off the road here at Cadwell Park, you're probably going to hit something fairly heavily. Hopefully, though, not something that these drivers are going to experience over the course of the next 15 minutes. As we've said then, Harry Storer is your championship leader, starts second on the grid. He's one of 3 race winners that we've had this season, but he's the only race winner on the grid. Because of the nature of this Clubman Championship, it does attract a lot of one-off entries. So, for example, back at Silverstone in June, Chris Dawkins won a race and got a second place in the other race, but that's the only event that he's competed in. And likewise, last time out at Snetterton, the event that Harry Storer missed, both races won by Matthew Fletcher on his first and so far only appearance of the season. Neither of those two drivers, Fletcher or Dawkins, are racing with us this weekend though. So Harry Storer is going to be most definitely the man who is the favourite, although having said that, as he pointed out to Scott, he was about 0.7 of a second slower than Kevin Dengue in qualifying, but qualifying is only part of the story. We're also expecting some pretty lively starts here this weekend. Almost every driver that I've spoken to this morning who is starting on the front row for their races have said that it's so important to get into that first corner first. It's hard to overtake here, so expect no holds barred in the first couple of 100 metres or so as they race towards the left-hander at Coppice. Back of the grid then pretty much in place. The green flag, in fact, is now waved, and we're ready to go racing here at Cadwell Park. Then the BRSCC Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship. On the right of shot, the red car is pole sitter Kevin Dengue, and he looks for a good start, but Harry Storer is away well. There's a staller in the midfield, though. Cars off onto the grass. That's Jay Shepherd, who has gone nowhere, and amazingly, everybody listed number 45 there was Graham Rumsey, who was bouncing his way onto the circuit, the sort of turquoisey coloured car, and now Jay Shepherd gets underway, but Jay Shepherd stalling from 9th on the grid. That could have been a lot worse. Amazingly, he wasn't collected by those behind. The leaders then make their way out of Charlie's. It is still Dengue with the lead, then Storer second, and that looks like Neil Chisnell, who is into third, ahead of number 27, Dan Blake. He's under pressure from one of the AB Motorsport cars. That's number 73, Beau Parry. So not a great start for Dan then from third on the grid. He'll be keen to try and shake off the attentions of Beau Parry and maybe have a challenge to get back ahead of Chisnell for third place. There goes Jay Shepherd. Look, already making some progress from the back of the grid. That might have been Dale Whiteman, I think, that he was going past on the run towards Park Corner, and then they come round through Chris Curve and drop down through the gooseneck. There are the top three. Look, Chisnell really going with those top two in the early stages. Alan Hawkins there a little bit wide. Let's hope they all get through safely. There goes Graham Rumsey, the turquoise coloured number 45 car that did such a good job to avoid running into the back of Jay Shepherd when he stalled on the grid. As you can see, he's still been able to rejoin in the midfield. Alan Hawkins looking up the inside there into the mountain. That's the 169 car of George Grant that he's trying to overtake. As for the race lead, it couldn't be a lot closer, actually. Harry Storer really feeling the heat, applying the heat here to Kevin Dengue, the race leader, as they head into this almighty sequence of corners through the Hall Bends and dropping down into the hairpin and barn corner to end the first lap of racing then around Cadwell Park. And there's been a bit of a shuffle there just outside the top three. Is that Dan Blake losing more ground? It is. The top three are still in the same order, but behind there has been something that happened to Dan Blake through the Hall Bends, I think. So Dengue leads lap one, Storer second, Chisnell third. Dan Blake has come across the line seventh, so he lost another 3 places there in the final sector, and actually he's got another car up the inside of him. That looked like the 69 car of Brad Jones trying to get through as well. So not a great opening lap that for Dan Blake, who not only lost a place off the grid, but then another 3 positions towards the end of that first lap. Top 3, though, continuing serenely on their way. The gap between Chisnell in third and 4th place, which is now Charles Boniface from 8th on the grid, that is 4 seconds, or 3.5 seconds actually, covering 3rd to 4th positions. So that is a pretty enormous margin, actually, that the top 3 have after just 1 lap of racing. And I think that is partly because Dan Blake had that little moment, because remember, it was Beau Parry that was behind him in 5th at the time, so Charles Boniface got past both of them as a result of the shenanigans through the Hall Bends. Down the hill there, an attempt at an overtake being made by Peter Higton. That's the 73 of Beau Parry that he's trying to pass for 5th position. And then behind them should be Dan Blake, but he's not, is he? Blake's lost another couple of places now. It looks like Jones and maybe the 150 car of John Pethick have gone through. If I know even more, because there is Blake, the blue, black and white car just ahead of 264 William Bream. So Blake could be out of the top 10 actually at this rate. Through the Hall Bends they go once again then, hopping and skipping over the curbs and making their way through towards the completion of the end of lap number 2. Can really see there just how narrow the track is. Absolutely no room for error, and you'd think no room for overtaking, but Will Bream there just found out that you can overtake, and indeed in his case be overtaken even through the hairpin. It looked like he lost a place there as they came towards the end of the lap. So there comes Dan Blake then, number 27, the blue and black car, trying now to gain some ground back again. The number 78, I think that was, yes, of Richard Bartlett. So Blake is 13th, trying to take 12th place back away from Bartlett. Did he make it stick? Let's see. They're the next couple of cars after that big train. Yes, in the background I can see he was ahead, so that puts Blake back into P12. Dan was pretty happy and pretty confident, actually. I spoke to him just during the lunch break now, and he was really looking forward to this. Dan, as he said though, hasn't yet had a podium, but despite that has scored more points than anybody else this season. But unfortunately, that first podium probably isn't going to come in this race, you'd have to say. So the rest of the field stream up the Park Straight. The top three come through the gooseneck. You can see the gap there starting to develop now between Storer second and Chisnall in third. And then a four-way fight for fourth place there. Boniface, Parry, Higton and Jones was the order at the start of the lap. I think that is still the order. Then a gap back to George Grant, who's got Alan Hawkins for company. And that's the group that comes towards you now. So Grant, the silver and yellow car. Alan Hawkins, the jigsaw liveried car, which he's had on that car for a number of years now. Really distinctive livery on the 722 car. Alan Hawkins comes into this event 12th in the points, but he's only competed in 2 of the 4 events. And Alan Hawkins is actually one of our 12 different drivers who have scored podium finishes so far this year. He had a double podium, a second and a third on his debut in the series at Anglesey, but Hawkins is a regular, or has been a regular, in the Mark 1 Championship, which will also be racing later on today. So these cars, of course, identical in spec to those that race in that Mark 1 Mx5 Championship. And the idea of the Clubman Championship is that it basically does the same thing but over one day. So whereas the Mark 1 Championship itself has a qualifying and a race on the Saturday and then a further 2 races on Sunday, with the Clubman Championship it's qualifying and race on the same day, which of course saves on overnight costs for the teams and drivers. Peter Higton here about to lose 6th place, it looks like though, to Brad Jones, who is alongside him through the Park Straight, which is not straight and not very flat at all. As you can see, you go through that big dip, but what that camera angle doesn't really show is that it kinks quite severely to the left at the top of the hill before they make their way into the long right-hander at Chris Curve, out of which emerge the top 3. And yeah, that gap growing ever more now between second and third, although it is the second place man Harry Storer with the fastest lap, so he's not being dropped by Kevin Dengate. The outcome of the Higton and Jones battle there, you can see, is that Jones is ahead, so 69 ahead of number 4 now. So Brad's next target is going to be the 73 car of Bo Parry. Those two actually shared the third row of the grid, with Bo 5th and Brad Jones 6th. Brad, moving ahead of Higton, is now back to 6th place where he started, and will look to try and break into the top 5 before the end of the race. 1 or 2 of them just kicking up the dirt there as they come out of the top of the mountain. And through the hairpin, big sideways moment. That was Boniface, wasn't it, in the 14, who has definitely got some attention here from Bo Parry. And 1 car on the grass, and that looked like George Grant, I think. I think George Grant had run wide coming out of the hairpin. Yeah, George is not in this group of cars. There he is, look. And that is the 69 car. Not the 69, he is the 169 in this series. 69 in the Super Cup. So issues then for George Grant, unfortunately, the man behind the Clapham North company, who are sponsors of BRSCC's Mazda Mx5 activity these days. And all of this benefits, amongst others, Dan Blake, who's now up into 11th place. Off goes Peter Higton there, coming out of Charlie's. Thankfully, manages to get back on the road. Very easy to end up in the barriers when that happens at that part of the circuit. But Dan Blake in the second of those blue and white cars, looking to try and make a move now to get back into the top 10. And that would be at the expense of John Pethick. Let's wait and see when they come back through the gooseneck whether he's been able to do that. There go your top 2, still the same order. Dengate, the leader, now has the fastest lap, 1:47.168. He's now a second clear of Storer in second. Chisnall third. Is that still Boniface in fourth? I think it is, but Parry all over him as they came through the gooseneck section. There are your leaders though, up through the mountain, full commitment through there, using all of the curbs, and Dengate makes a mistake over the top of the hill, got a wheel on the dirt, and that might just have given Harry Storer the momentum into the Hall Bends to maybe challenge for the lead. Let's see, they're about to come into the hairpin at the other end of the Hall Bends. There's Dengate, and there is Storer, actually further back now than he was before that mistake by Dengate, so perhaps a clever ploy by Kevin to throw up a bit of a dust screen in the face of his nearest rival. Whatever it was, it worked, certainly. I don't think it was intentional, but it's worked in the way that it's given him a little bit of breathing space. I say that, actually, Storer was fractionally quicker and steals the fastest lap back again, a 1:47.138, but that was only 3/100ths of a second or so quicker than in fact, it wasn't even that, it was a few, 3/100ths quicker than Dengate, less than a tenth of a second in between their lap times. So Kevin Dengate then is making his first appearance of the season, I believe. Yeah, I don't think he's raced in the Mx5 Clubman Championship before, but he's raced Mazdas, as he was saying to Scott in the assembly area, pretty extensively in the past, so he knows this style of racing. I tell a lie, actually, Kevin did race with us at Silverstone back in June, the second event. He got himself a top 6 finish in the second race, but he didn't finish the first one. So having come from the back of the grid in race number 2, he was able to come back and score some good points in that second race, but that's the only event he's raced at so far. Could he now get himself a victory at only his second attempt in the championship? Looks good at the moment, doesn't it? But Harry Storer is still right with him, and on this lap Storer definitely has been quicker. This gap was a full second as they started this, the 6th lap of the race, but now it's down to probably half a second, if that, as they race through the Hall Bends. Only a 15-minute race though, so we're into the final third of it now. Out of the hairpin, down towards Barn Corner, and towards the end of this 6th lap of the race. One of the lap times going to be then a 47.138 is the fastest lap so far, set by Harry Storer. And as they come through this time, he doesn't quite better that actually, but he is a couple of tenths quicker than Dengue. It's that final sector, isn't it, where Dengue is really strong, because that's on the last 2 laps in a row now that he's lost time to Storer through the first 2 sectors and then gained it all back through the Hall Bends, and that is a part of the circuit where if you're willing to be brave, you really can gain a lot of time carrying the momentum, carrying the speed through the sort of right left flick of the Hall Bends and onto the brakes into the hairpin. Clearly something that Dengue is excelling at. Checking with some of the battles further back, that's Bo Parry still just about keeping Brad Jones at bay, but Jones has caught him now, hasn't he? Bridged that gap from Peter Hickton in the number 4 car to Bo Parry in 5th place. They crest the hill at the top of the Park Straight, onto the brakes into Park Corner. This is a good overtaking opportunity, but not really close enough there, Brad Jones. Bit of a mistake from Parry coming out of the corner, but not enough ultimately to let the 69 car through into Chris Curve. See, they're not that far behind the number 14 still, are they? So Charles Boniface is potentially going to start feeling some pressure here. Certainly feel that if Jones can clear Parry, he might have the pace to challenge for 4th place. These 3 though are 15.5 seconds off the race lead. The top 3, really the top 2, are in a class of their own, but then Neil Chisnell in 3rd is having a good race as well. He may be 6.5 seconds off the leaders, but he's still 8 seconds ahead of this group. So he is really the loneliest man in the race right now. Further down the order, by the way, you can see on the timing tower that Dan Blake, who's just gone through shot there, has now cleared the 150 of John Pethick. So that puts Dan back into the top 10. And there, Alan Hawkins coming under a lot of pressure. And that looks like the 59 car going up the inside, doesn't it? That is a pretty aggressive move by Kevin Bird. Bird started 15th, and that was an overtake for 8th position being attempted. That was really, really bold stuff. Did it work? Let's see as they come across the line. Yeah, Bird got 8th place away from Hawkins, so Bird into 8th, Hawkins down to 9th, and Dan Blake looking to try and capitalise on that. Dan crossed the line just 7/100ths of a second behind Hawkins in the 7.22. So as you can see, 1 minute and 40 seconds to go, which means we'll have this lap and one more. And there was suddenly a big moment for Harry Storer in 2nd place, because he's now 3.6 seconds off the leader, who arrives on the scene and gets very, very wide coming out of the gooseneck. That was the race leader, Kevin Dengue, who's about to start catching some traffic. He's got a big lead now. He doesn't really need to be pushing like that. Drivers clearly are making mistakes out there. Now, it is very, very hot today here at Cadwell Park. These cars all run on grooved tyres, so there is a danger that they can overheat them a bit as we go through the race. And if they do that, then obviously the grip starts to fall away through the second part of the race. So is that maybe what's starting to happen? We're seeing more and more of them slipping and sliding around, actually, in the last lap or so. Dengue looks like he's, I would say, got this in the bag, but if he keeps making mistakes like he did through the gooseneck, then maybe not. And he does make another mistake, an even bigger one this time, out of Barn Corner. So Well, Kevin Dengue is going to go on to his final lap with a big lead, but he's doing his best to throw this away, isn't he? Up towards the quick left-hander at Coppice, damn on the brakes there. For whatever reason, Kevin Dengue just doesn't seem to have the grip now that he had in the earlier stages, does he? Further back, we've got Kevin Bird now, the 59, is ahead of Peter Higton, I noticed there. So Kevin Bird into 7th now from 15th on the grid. The leader, Dengue, goes out of Charlie's down the park straight. Harry Storer not even in sight. It's still a nice big gap. There goes Storer clearing the back marker there. But Kevin Dengue still needs to keep it on the black stuff. Keep it on the island for this final lap. Do not throw this one away, Kevin. Would be a very, very popular win. I'm sure he'd be very happy if he could win the race, but as we've seen, very easy to make a mistake here at Cadwell Park, and it's rare. Oh, that's Dan Blake. That is Dan Blake pointing the wrong way coming out of Charlie's, and that's not a nice place to be pointing the wrong way with traffic oncoming. Thankfully gets it back into first gear. There's damage, I think, isn't there? I think that left front wheel was at an odd angle, so maybe some steering damage there for Dan Blake, who definitely isn't going to get that first podium of the season, and actually this could become his worst finish of the season so far. What a shame, though, for the man who leads the points before the drop scores are applied. Second place to Harry Storer once you take those 2 worst scores off, but that will change now because this will become one of his 2 drop scores, and he's lucky, honestly, to still have a car left after that. Very lucky it wasn't collected by somebody else. Kevin Dengue you could describe as being fairly lucky as well, because he's had a couple of scary moments towards the end of the race, but he's taking it nice and easy now out of the final corner because the checkered flag is waiting for him. Kevin Dengue comes across the start-finish line to win race number 1 of the weekend for the Mazda Mx5 Clubman Championship, his first victory of the season. Harry Storer picks up his 6th podium finish of the year. It's actually only the 2nd race this year that he's entered in which he's not finished on the podium. The other one being the first of those races at Silverstone, the one that Chris Dawkins won when Storer was some way down the field. But apart from that, he's won every single race that he's entered until today, where he comes up 2nd. Chisnell is 3rd. Parry got 4th, so we do have some changes there then. Bo Parry ahead of Charles Boniface, but Brad Jones wasn't able to go with him. Jones fell back a bit in the end in 6th. 7th place goes to Kevin Bird, driver of the race, Kevin Bird, undoubtedly, having come through from 15th on the grid to finish eventually in 7th place. Excellent stuff. Then it's Greensmith next in line. He was... where did Greensmith start that race? I think he made some good progress as well, didn't he? 19th for Robert Greensmith, and he comes through to finish in 8th. Peter Higton 9th, and Alan Hawkins, after an entertaining race, rounds out the top 10. So that then was a very, very entertaining first race of the day, and Kevin Dengue it is that comes home victorious. Championship-wise, though, still good news for Harry Storer, that, because he will extend his margin over Dan Blake. Rob Greensmith outscores Dan Blake in that one, and remember, Greensmith was only 4 points behind Dan for 2nd in the championship coming into this race, so depending on what this does mean for the drop scores, Dan Blake, by the way, ended up 19th, which is definitely his worst finish of the year. So that will become a drop, and that will mean that he's actually going to gain back 84 points for the race which had previously been his worst at Silverstone. So drop scores can be a little complicated, I grant you, but this is why we have them, because if you do have a bad race, it's not necessarily the end of your season. So Blake then ends up 19th, but Kevin Dengue takes the race victory, and we'll be looking to try and do the double again later on this afternoon. It's a busy old day for the MX5 Clubman Championship racers. The downside, if you like, of having all of their action in one day means that they cram 3 sessions in to a fairly short space of time. They had qualifying earlier this morning at about 9:45. The first race has just been completed, and they're back out on track again at the end of the day at about 5:30 for their second race. So the Clubman Championship drivers we'll be seeing more of again a little bit later on. So cars then head into the assembly area at the completion of our first race of the day. Then just to run through that top 10 again, it was Kevin Dengue the winner, Harry Storer second, Clive Chisnell third, Bo Parry was fourth, Charles Boniface was in fifth, sixth place Brad Jones, seventh place for Kevin Bird from 15th on the grid, and from 19th on the grid, Robert Greensmith, brother of Johnny, came home in 8th position, Peter Higdon 9th, and Alan Hawkins in 10th position. And there you can get confirmation of the result as they cross the line down the left-hand side of your screen. Also see the gaps there. It was 1.5 seconds, well, nearly 1.6 seconds in the end, the winning margin for Dengate, who also took the fastest lap, which is worth a bonus point. So it's the maximum 101 points that he scores for that race, 100 for winning and a bonus point for the fastest lap, which was a 1:47.064. You can see actually his final lap time there was a 49.9, so he really did back things off then on the final lap, which was a sensible decision, I think, given the moments that he'd had just prior to that. So the cars then are going to head out up towards the Parc Fermé area, I should say, but do not go anywhere because we've got a day full of, or an afternoon full at least, of racing here at Cadwell Park. Next up we have action from the Ford Fiesta Championship. They'll have their first 15-minute race of the day, followed by a 20-minute race for the Mazda Mx5 Super Cup for the slightly newer Mark III Mazda MX-5s, and that has been a sensational championship battle so far. Looking forward to seeing the next chapter this weekend. Then we have our only qualifying session for the afternoon after that for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. The BMW Compact Cup are up after that, and then more Mazdas, the British Supercar Championship and the STXR Challenge all up later this afternoon. Right then, I believe the top three finishers from that race are on their way down towards the podium area, and when they do get there, we'll be able to hand over to Scott Woodwis, who's going to be conducting podium presentations, and I think we can head over there now and see what he made of a very entertaining first race of the day.
Magnificent race from Kevin Dengate there to pick up his first win in the MX5 Clubman Championship. Congratulations to him. We'll have a chat to our top three in just a second because they're down by the podium in the background. Heading out now for their first race of the weekend. The second of the meeting is the fantastic BRSCC Fiesta Championship. It's the multi-class championship with these fantastic ST240 class Fiesta ST180 turbos that came in for this year. And we also have some of the legacy ST150s. Now, we haven't got so many interviews, but we can talk you through some of the drivers as to who is where. So you just seen Zachary Lucas on pole position in car 111. Alongside him, championship leader Luke Pinder, who of course has lots of rally experience, clear cup experience, and certainly getting to grips with the Fiestas pretty well. Third on the grid is a former Fiesta champion, Alistair Kellett. Good to see him back in the championship from Ireland, so thumbs up from Alistair. It all seems to be good for him. And then second in the championship we have alongside Alistair, fourth on the grid, which is Rob Smith. Of course, he's the father of Sid Smith, who also races in the Fiesta Junior Championship. But Rob's got plenty of experience, particularly racing in British GT. Fifth on the grid is former BTCC racer David Nye, who's looking in good form, away from David as well. And then further back, we've also got Dominic Bush and Spencer Stevenson, who are lining up on the fourth row of the grid. These cars produce about 240 brake horsepower. They are rocket ships in a straight line, and they really are the next generation of Fiesta Championship race cars. And so far, everyone that's been racing these cars has been raving about them, how well they drive, how fast they are, and really it is the right direction of the championship, and it seems to be working and having the desired effect. There you can see Spencer Stevenson. Just over here in the background over here is Simon Horrobin in car number 14. He's someone who's a stalwart of the championship, Specialised Motorsport, with this sort of plain grey machine there. And we've got the rest of the Fiesta Championship cars are ready to go out as well. You'll notice there's a few extra ST150s on the grid. We'll talk you through a couple of those. So we've got two drivers that are graduating from the Fiesta Junior Championship. So welcome to the senior ranks, both Dylan Hotchin and George Davis. And George is now competing against his sister Bryony, and it's a brother and sister pairing that'll be towards the back. They're just heading out now of the assembly area to get to the grid, so we'll head to Andy shortly in order to go through that. Whilst that's happening, we'll be able to give you a quick run through of the top three and have a chat to them from the MX5 Clubman Championship. So first of all, we will head over and bring forward our race winner from pole position, Kevin Dengue. Well, you did what you said you were going to do. You got that guy there from pole, beaten away from the line and stayed in front to the end. Yeah, I was just trying to be consistent for the whole race. I knew that I could do that at times to stay ahead, but it was just about being consistent for the whole time, and I was really, really pleased, particularly with the early part of the race. Looks like Harry made a bit of a mistake in the last stage. Did that take some of the pressure off a bit towards the end?
Yeah, I think he had a little problem with his gearbox as well, so I opened up a gap there, which meant I could sort of relax for the last sort of 2 laps when the tyres were going off, so that helped. You know, it was a little bit of a procession with the three of us, but we got away from the others, and then hopefully we'll do the same in the next race as well.
And no matter how you do it, a win's a win. It's got to feel good.
Yeah, and what's pleasing for me is it bodes well for the later races in the championship that I was so much quicker than I was in qualifying, so that will help me later on. So yeah, it was good.
Helps you in the Masters points as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Good stuff. Well done. Congratulations on the first win of the season. Fingers crossed for more later on.
Thank you very much.
Good stuff. Let's bring through Harry Storr in second place. Harry, we'll bring you in. So well done from Kevin. Harry, not quite back to winning ways as you were before, but second place is still great, and it's still great to get back on the pace straight away.
Absolutely, take second place. You know, I felt like I was managing to keep up at the start there, but he just got away. So, but really enjoyable, good fun, and still get some points out of it. So great.
So what was it that caused you to drop back? Was it a mistake? Was it a mechanical issue, like trying to find gears? What was the cause?
I did have a bit of a gearbox thing, and then I sort of started thinking about that, and it wasn't going into gear as easily, but I started to drop back anyway. So, and then I got a bit frantic. I made a couple of mistakes, and that kind of sealed my deal there. But yeah, no, great fun anyway. So find out what that issue is for the next race, I think.
Yeah, of course you're back on the front row again for race 2. So I guess the aim is to beat him off the line this time, and hopefully positions reversed.
That's the plan, yeah. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, no, that's the plan.
Good stuff. Well done for second, and fingers crossed for later on.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
And let's bring Neil as well. Neil Chisnell. Well, like father, like son, isn't it? Really, get into grips with it, and good to see you on the podium.
Yeah, really enjoyable race. Starting from 4th, it was always going to be a challenge, but I managed to get to 3rd place and just tried to chase these guys down. But unfortunately, I started to overdrive the car, trying a little bit too hard to catch them. Started to make a couple of mistakes and just drop back. But yeah, really enjoyable race.
You seem to be taking the Masters pretty well, just like your dad Clive as well. So you seem to be settling quite well. You seem to be enjoying it quite a lot.
Yeah. I mean, it's always useful to have somebody to sort of give me advice, that sort of thing. The BC Cars paddock has been absolutely amazing in trying to help me get up to speed. So yeah, I think I'm settling in all right, but there's still a long way to go.
Trophy's a trophy, so
a trophy is definitely a trophy.
Good one to start the collection.
Indeed, I got 2 at Sefton, so this will be a 3rd in 3 races, so quite happy about that.
Good stuff. Well done, and we'll see you for race 2.
Thanks very much.
Great stuff. So that's the Mx5 Club and Championship. They're out later on for their second race later on this afternoon. Over to Andy though for the Championship points and the grid for our first Fiesta Championship race of the weekend.
Yeah, thank you very much, Scott. As we can see, cars are out on the circuit then for their green flag laps. Let's very quickly bring up the championship standings. It is very, very close. Once those pesky drop scores, again, 2 drop scores to be taken off, once that's done, well, look how tight it is. We've got Luke Pinder leading the way by 7 points over David Nye and Rob Smith, who are tied for second place. And they, in turn, then, don't have a huge gap, just 22 points over Simon Horobin, who is 2 ahead of Jamie Going, and Zach Lucas, who are tied for 5th. So lots of very close championship battles going on, and it was an insanely close qualifying session earlier on today. And we can give you the grid now for this 15-minute race. It is Zach Lucas on pole position, Luke Pinder alongside him, and Alistair Kellett 3rd. Those 3 drivers were separated by 1/100th of a second, 0.01 seconds, covering those top 3 in qualifying, which bodes very well for an entertaining race. Rob Smith there, you can see championship contender, is also on row 2 ahead of David Nye and Dominic Bush on the 3rd row. Spencer Stevenson and Simon Horobin make up row number 4. 5th row then is where we find Stuart Robbins with John Cooper. Jamie Going further back than he ought to be, really. Jamie Going 5th in the points with only 9th on the grid alongside John Cooper. Alongside Ian Rogers, 11th on the grid for Going, 12th Rogers. Dylan Hodgkin is 13th, moving up from the Ginetta Junior Championship or Fiesta Junior Championship with Sam Watkins making a welcome return. Marco Ricci and George Davis are next up, and then on the back of the grid, row number 9, Marlo Cordell and Brianni Davis. As we mentioned, Brianni and George racing against each other here today. So that is your grid then for the BRSCC Fiesta Championship, Fiesta Senior Championship, as it often gets referred to, because the general idea is that a young driver, for example, a teenage driver, will start out racing in the Fiesta Junior Championship and then move up to the Fiesta Seniors. But we've got, of course, a lot of the sort of stalwarts of this championship, who are the older drivers, have been racing with the Fiesta Championship for a number of years now. And this year we've had the very, very exciting introduction of these ST240 cars, which you can see the newer shape cars, which used to run in a class of their own, but they now make up the bulk of the field. They're certainly quite a bit quicker than the older spec Fiestas, which you can see joining in at the back of the grid, and it's those cars at the front that were so close together. We've had 4 different winners so far this year. They're all on the grid today. Luke Pinder, the blue car that starts second on the grid, he's had 2 wins. David Nye, the white car you can see third on the right, he's had 2 wins as well. So too of John Cooper, with Jamie going once a winner. Had a total, though, of 8 different podium finishes. The lights go out, though. We're away and racing, and it's not a good start by double winner Luke Pinder. He's going to lose second place. He could even lose third. There's a bit of argy-bargy in the midfield as they head towards the first corner, and that was Sam Watkins getting involved in that, the number 1 car. They all avoid any significant contact for now, though, and make their way up through Coppice and Charlie's for the first time of asking. Out towards the back part of the circuit they go then, and Zach Lucas looks as though he's held on to the race lead from pole position into second place, though. I think that might be Alistair Kelly, who's up into P2 now. We'll get a better look at that in a moment. You can see there Luke Pinder, the blue car, trying to come up alongside. Yes, that is the 99 of Rob Smith that he's battling for third. They're side by side into Park Corner, but Smith had the inside line and manages to stay ahead, but then runs a bit wide on the exit, and Pinder gets up the inside into Chris Curve. No, can't quite complete the manoeuvre, so they stay then with Smith ahead of Pinder. And Pinder from second on the grid drops down 2 places to 4th halfway around the first lap. Cold rear tyres, of course, for the first lap or so for these front-wheel drive Ford Fiestas. Means the rear can be a little bit lively sometimes. The one to watch then, I guess, from a championship perspective is David Nye. David Nye, the 121 car, just coming towards us now, started 5th. He's had a poor start, but he, remember, is the man joint second in the championship with Rob Smith, who has gained a place into the top 3 now. So Smith going well here, and Luke Pinder, the championship leader, the one that dropped back. So the top 2 in the championship not having a great start to the race there. We have this event and then another 2 there at Donington Park in September, and they're back here at Cadwell actually in October for their championship finale. So this is potentially a bit of a taster of what we're going to see at the end of the season for the Fiesta Championship. There go the first of the ST150s, the older spec cars a little bit further back, but the leaders come across the start finish line then, and it is Zach Lucas that leads the way. Alistair Kelly up into second place, Rob Smith into third, and Pinder dropping down 2 positions into 4th. Simon Horrobin in the number 14, he's up 3 positions into 5th, ahead of David Nye and Dominic Bush, with Jamie Going also making good progress there into 8th place, and that is David Nye out onto the grass. Did well to save that. David Nye, the 121 car then, who completes the first lap in 6th position, as ahead of him, that looked like Simon Horrobin was ahead of Luke Pinder. Yes, he was, the championship leader, losing another place there in the blue car. And Simon Horrobin, former championship front-runner, has gained another position. Horrobin has been on the podium twice this season. He had a couple of less than ideal races at Snetterton last time out, so he's not been able to get on the podium with quite the same sort of consistency as he would have liked, but when he is on it, as he seems to be this weekend, he's definitely a podium contender. You can see the leader Zach Lucas getting away though, and it's all developing into quite an interesting fight for second, isn't it? Alistair Kellett is starting to feel some heat from Rob Smith behind. The green car is Rob Smith. There he comes with the black and red front. Right behind him, the all grey is Horrobin, the blue is Luke Pinder, and the white is David Nye. The red car then, number 9, that is Dominic Bush. Dominic Bush is not a championship contender, having had a pair of non-finishes at the season opener at Croft. In fact, I don't think he raced at Croft with us. Made his debut at Alton Park, but this by far the most competitive we've seen him so far, really. Out across the start-finish line they go. The lead gap is 0.7 of a second, so fractionally quicker than the chasing pack that time was Zach Lucas, but only by a few hundredths of a second. And actually, Simon Horrobin, 4th position with that overtake on Luke Pinder. He is the fastest man on the track. A 1:40.595 is just over a second off the pole position time, but there he is, look, the 14 car just ahead of Luke Pinder. Didn't have a great run through the first couple of corners this time, though, Horrobin. So Pinder is sort of latching back onto his boot lid as into Park Corner they go. Pinder is really not going to be happy to be stuck down in 5th place in this race. He's had a non-finish at Snetterton last time, which obviously has counted as one of his dropped scores. In fact, Snetterton was Pinder's worst weekend of the season so far because he didn't get on the podium in any of the 3 races. This came off the back of a double victory at Alton Park the time before that. So Pinder, his season started well, but has sort of tailed off a bit in the mid part of the year, and it's not getting much better here at Cadwell Park. Looked good when he qualified second, right up on 2 wheels through the mountain. That was spectacular. Did he save it? Yes, he did. He comes over the hill still in the train where he was, but maybe a little bit further behind Horrobin than he had been a corner or so ago. There goes the leader then, Zach Lucas now. Looks to me like Alistair Kellett is getting away from Rob Smith and maybe catching the race leader. That gap, remember, between Lucas and Kellett, first to second, was 7/10 of a second at the start of the lap. We've got just under 10 minutes to go. And has the gap come down? No, goes out, predictably. Just as I thought it was coming down, there's a new fastest lap for Lucas at 1:39.8 compared to a 1:40.3 for Kellett, so he's a few tenths slower that time. The gap is out over a second for the first time in this race. There goes Lucas, there goes Kellett. He did look closer than that though, didn't he, at the end of the previous lap. Heading up towards the end of the park straight again. You can see the rest of the field coming through, looking for some of the ST150s maybe, a little bit further down the field. The best of those is Sam Watkins at the moment, number 1, predictably, as there, side by side, is the number 11 and the 281. The 281 is George Davis, the 11 is Ethan Rogers, and that was as close as you like it going up the hill. And towards the right-hander at Park, neither of them wanting to give way. There's almost a bit of contact there. Davis on the inside, he's going to shove Rogers wide here probably, isn't he, going through Park and Chris Curve. Actually resists the temptation to do that, and they are still side by side now as they go towards the gooseneck. Wait for them to appear. Let's hope they both come out the other side. You can't go side by side through here, and eventually Rogers has to back out of it and Davis goes through. That puts him third of the ST150s, who have their own sort of subdivision, if you like, within the championship these days. But then Davis, having gained the place, runs wide out of Mansfield and immediately has to move to defend to try and keep Rogers behind him. And up through the mountain they go once again. Left, right, over the hill. Important to get a good exit because you can be under threat into the Hall Bends, and that's what happens. Davis wasn't as quick over the mountain as Rogers, who's up the inside. Davis is on the grass, he's sideways, there's contact. Davis on the grass, they're both on the grass as they disappear from view, and I would not be at all surprised if one of those... No, they're both still there. Somehow they're both still going by the time they reach the hairpin. That was some real close quarter stuff, and it's Davis that's managed to actually hold on to the position despite the tag in the tail that he had going through the Hall Bends just now. That was an incredible save from both of them, and now Rogers is going back at him again and looks to the outside first, then the inside at Coppice, but the door is slammed in his face by George Davis. This is a terrific scrap, but you do sense that it can only really end one way if they continue like this, and this is not the kind of circuit to be making contact with each other. It's fast, it's dangerous, there's not much runoff area, and it's very rare that you can get away with contact through the Hall Bends of all places and not end up in the barriers. Rogers is coming back at Davis again now, looks to the inside, but I don't think there's a gap there. Towards the braking zone at Park. Meanwhile, in the ST240s, that is Luke Pinder, isn't it, going slowly? Luke Pinder, the blue car, the championship leader, I think is going slowly as they go into the mountain now. Is that because he's been off, or is that because there's a mechanical issue with the number 55 car? Let's see if we can spot him going into the Hall Bends. Yes, he's slow again, so keep an eye then to the blue 55 car. I think he's heading for the pit lane, and that could be a disaster for the championship leader. Where is he? He's lost another place there to Jamie Going and to John Cooper, that was, and there is Pinder. Now, is he going to head for the pit lane, or is this a problem that he thinks he can manage? With 6.5 minutes to go, though, you'd have to feel that he's going to have to come in for repair work, but no, he carries on. So, can we see anything wrong with the car? The immediate answer seems to be no, except for the fact it's going slower than it should be. There's nothing hanging off it, there's no deranged suspension. That's a deranged line through Charlie's, though, for the race leader, and it's going to cost Zach Lucas the lead. Through goes Alistair Kellett, and that was a good save, actually, from Zach Lucas. That could easily have sent him off the road, but he held it, lost momentum, though, and loses the lead as a result. So Kellett is your new leader, and Zach Lucas down to second position. Now, these two are only 10 points apart in the championship. Kellett is 7th in the points, Lucas is 6th. So that was a good move for Kellett to make, who missed the season opener at Croft. So he's dropping no points, but Kellett's wide now through the gooseneck, and so Lucas sees a chance to come back at him. So this is going to keep on stacking the field up. Yeah, look, because Smith and Horrobin are now right back with them. So it's 4 cars for the lead as they head towards the mountain for the 6th time. Kellett had already set the fastest lap on the previous lap. A 1:39.238 was actually faster than the pole position time set by Zach Lucas this morning. That's how hard Kellett was pushing. The pressure was starting to apply to the race leader Zach Lucas, told and forced the mistake out of the 111 car. Simon Horrobin, you saw there, having a little look at getting up the inside of Rob Smith into the Hall bends, but decided better of it. Got David Nye there, the white car in 5th, not that far behind, so look how close they're going to be as they come out of the final corner. Well, actually, Kellett's getting away already, and Zach Lucas perhaps is starting to run into some handling issues. We saw this in our first race, didn't we, for the Mx5 Club Championship. I think the heat here today is maybe leading to a couple of issues with these Goodyear tyres. Nothing wrong with the tyre, it's simply that the drivers are using up the best of the rubber in the early stages, and then they're left with overheating tyres in the second half of the race. We've still got 4.5 minutes to go. So if any of them are starting to run into tyre troubles, you do sort of fear that that's only going to get worse over the final few minutes. So Lucas then pushing on. He seems to have regrouped a bit now. He's getting away from Rob Smith again. Next couple of cars through there, that's Jamie Going and John Cooper. Going 5th in the championship coming into this race. Joint 5th actually with Zach Lucas, who's obviously going to have scored if things stay as they are, but not by quite as many points as he might have hoped. You get 50 points for a race victory, 2 bonus points for a fastest lap in this championship, and a bonus for pole position. So Lucas has the bonus for the pole, but it's Kellett that has that fastest lap at the moment, which is going to be tough to beat, given the fact, as I said, he's gone quicker than Lucas the pole sitter did in qualifying. The Hall bends they go, right behind my commentary position. You can see the cars launching themselves over the curb, dancing around from side to side. One of the most spectacular sequences of corners in British motorsport. All adds to the unique challenge and character of this Cadwell Park circuit up in the Lincolnshire countryside. 3 minutes to go then, so 2 more laps remaining in this race, and it is Kellett that leads, but Lucas 3 seconds back. Can he retaliate? Well, on that lap he was 3/10 slower than Kellett. Problems for Dominic Bush by the looks of it. So coming through the Hall bends there, the number 9 car started 6th. He dropped out of the top 10, which tells you that he does have some sort of an issue with the car. And it looks like he might be heading for the pit lane as well, which is where I suspected Luke Pinder might end up a few laps ago, but he's still going in 10th position. Worth carrying on, of course, just to try and score some valuable championship points. David Nye right on the tail of Simon Horrobin. This for 4th position then, as they make their way out through Chris Curve. So Horrobin really strong in the first part of the race, but now starting to come under some renewed pressure there from David Nye, who formerly raced in the British Touring Car Championship in a Ford Focus for a year or so, and then came back to the Fiesta Championship where he'd enjoyed success in the past, and looking to try and find more championship success this year. He came into this race 7 points behind Luke Pinder, so he's going to get ahead of Pinder. The trouble is that he came here joint on points with Rob Smith, who is ahead of him at the moment. Smith is 3rd, Nye is 5th, so I think, pending drop scores, etc, etc, this could put Rob Smith into the championship lead. As we move now into that second half of the season, this race does mark the halfway point of the championship. So from this point on, those championship points become more and more significant. Out of the final corner then, the race leader about to come through with 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. They're lapping in the 39s, so this is going to be the final lap of the race. As out of the pit lane, look goes Dominic Bush. So Bush did pit for them to try and figure out what the problem was. Of course, if you go wide on the grass and you get your radiator full of grass, then that can definitely lead to overheating issues on days like this. That might well be why he came in. In fact, they've got the car back out on track again, so it's a fairly simple fix, something like getting grass out of the radiator grill. Race leaders, though, on that final lap, making their way towards Park Corner, and it is Alistair Kellett who leads the way now. Zach Lucas has not given up on this. He was 1.2 seconds behind Kellett at the start of the lap. That ain't 1.2 seconds anymore. It's probably half a second, as they barrel through Chris Curve and head towards the gooseneck. So is there a sting in the tail here for Kellett? He's got to be careful here, not make any mistakes. It's so easy to do so, though, when you're under this kind of pressure. And Zachary Lucas, of course, is looking for his first victory of the season. In fact, so too is Kellett. Neither of these drivers have won yet. And nor is Rob Smith in third. So they've all been on the podium, but none of them have won a race yet. And that just adds to the pressure that's being applied here. Over the top of the hill, not quite nose to tail, but certainly closer than they were at the start of the lap. But really running out of overtaking opportunities now. Zach Lucas, his last chance realistically, unless there's a mistake from Kellett, is here at the hairpin, and he's not close enough. So Alistair Kellett looks as though he is going to come across the start-finish line then to take the race victory in race number 1 of the weekend here from Cadwell Park. It's round number 8 of the 2021 BRSCC Fiesta Championship, and it goes the way of Alistair Kellett, who punches the air in delight. Across the line he goes. Then Zach Lucas is still 1.1 seconds back at the flag, with Rob Smith in third, David Nye fourth. Now, where is Simon Horrobin? Simon Horrobin comes through 6th, so Horrobin had a bad final lap there, about 8 seconds off the pace, and unfortunately Dominic Bush, having come back out onto the track from the pit lane, has not made it to the end. That car's stationary at the top of the mountain, so that is going to need removing before our next race can get underway. But yeah, what happened to Horrobin then? Horrobin losing a lot of points there, a lot of places there I should say, at the end of the race. Kellett though will take the 50 points for the race victory. He'll get the bonus 2 for the fastest lap as well. So Alistair Kellett will score 52 points out of all of that. And Zach Lucas in second will get the 48. The main interest, though, is going to be Rob Smith, who gets 46. And that puts him on to 334 points. Now, Luke Pinder finished 10th in the end, which means I reckon 32 points for Pinder, which will not be a drop score because he had a non-finish at Snetterton and then an 11th place finish in that second race. So yeah, I think that is going to move Rob Smith into the championship lead. So the result then on the left hand side of your screen: Alistair Kellett with the race victory by 1.1 seconds over Zach Lucas. Third place for Rob Smith, fourth David Nye, and Jamie going in fifth. Simon Horrobin 6th, John Cooper 7th, 8th place then for Stuart Robbins, 9th place went to Spencer Stevenson, and 10th for Luke Pinder, having started on second on the grid, dropping well down the order. Sam Watkins wins in the ST150s, by the way, from number 11 in second place, which was Ethan Rogers, and third George Davis. So Rogers got back ahead of George Davis then by 2 seconds by the time they got to the flag. So those cars are heading into Parc Ferme. Next up on track, though, we've got action from the always exciting Mx5 Super Cup, the Mazda Mx5 Super Cup. Those cars are in the assembly area and they are almost ready to go on track. And in a moment or two, we'll be able to head down there then for with Scott Woodwis, who is in amongst the activity down on the in the assembly area, waiting for those Fiesta drivers to head to the podium and the MX5 drivers to head out onto the circuit. So we are, I think, good to go to head down to Scott Woodwis then, in preparation for our third race of the day then for the Mazda MX5 Super Cup.
So congratulations to Alistair Kellett for becoming the 5th different winner that we've had in the top ST240 class in the Fiesta Championship, but they'll be out for their second race. We should hopefully be able to have a chat to our top 3 in ST240 and maybe the ST150 class as well in a very few moments time. Before that, whilst there's a bit of clear up going on for a couple of road cars on the circuit, we come to this championship, the BRSCC Mazda Mx5 Super Cup. This is a Mazda championship that is always guaranteed action no matter where you look in the field. The man you're looking at on screen is the championship leader and pole position man Sam Smith in car number 1, and he currently has a lead with about 9 points on drop scores over Jack Harding, and there's a bit of scores to settle after there was little bit of contact at Snetterton, so they've got possibly a little bit of needle between the pair of them, but we'll see how they get on. Second place on the grid on the front row, Adam Bessel in car number 4. He's been making leaps and bounds for Hills Motorsport, so good to see Adam in the mix. Thumbs up from Adam, and here he wants to try and make some progress. Second row of the grid, starting directly behind his championship rival, is this man, Jack Harding. He's yet to win so far this year, but that will really be bugging him because he wants to get himself on that top step of the podium. Hasn't managed it yet, but he will do very, very shortly, I'm sure. In 4th place on the grid, the much improved double Mark 1 champion. I can see the smile on his face, which is Rob Blackwell-Chambers. I'll have a quick chat to him actually, whilst he's in here as well. I can see the smile from behind your helmet already. You must be delighted with 4th place. You've made some good progress. How are you faring for this one?
Yeah, well, we're still 10 horsepower down, so to be P4 is pretty exciting, to be honest. Pretty happy with that.
Well, this is a bit like Monaco, so I guess the power doesn't really count for too much, but I mean, you'll be able to get some good handling out of this car.
Well, the handling's great. MCR have done a great job. It's fantastic through the corners, shocking down the straights, and we'll see where we do.
Good stuff. So hopefully you can get a decent start and beat some of these guys in front of you.
That's my only chance.
Good stuff. Upbeat as ever. Well done, Will. Good stuff for 4th place. A couple more drivers down here of note. Patrick Fletcher, who's been one of the main championship contenders in a while, has dropped back a little bit in recent rounds, but starts in P5 for this particular race. So he's looking to start top 5. 6th on the grid, we've got another one of the Hills Motorsport guys, James Cousins. He's been a race winner so far this year. He's going to try and get himself up from the 3rd row of the grid. Everyone's in good spirits there. It must be the weather, or it's just the fact we're racing again, or it's Cadwell Park, I'm not sure. 4th row of the grid, we've got Declan Lee, who's been making steady progress so far this year as well. He's also Hills Motorsport 2. And then we have our top qualifying club class runner, which is Richard Amos, who is as quick as some of the pro class drivers in many cases, and he wants to try and get himself up as high as he can. He has been as fast as his teammate Sam Smith. In fact, you can see they have identical livery cars at this point in time. The rest of the top 10 we've got here, we've got Clive Chisholm's doing pretty well. And also, we've got up in 10th on the grid, it looks like, we've got, or at least towards in the field, we've got to some of our Fiesta Championship drivers. George Grant is there as well towards the back. And don't forget the camera just over here for a second, up the rows of the assembly. There's so many MX-5s on the grid, there's not enough room to fit them all in the assembly area. They're actually running up towards the top end of the road into the assembly area. That's how many cars we've got, which is pretty mega. It's been one of the championships that has boomed in popularity this year, and no wonder. Right, now we have got our drivers over here for the Fiesta Championship. I think that Laura's going to get herself in a position to have a chat to some of the drivers as well. We'll have a quick chat, I think, if we can, to some of the drivers in that battle. So I'm going to quickly also make sure I've got the right top 3 from that as well. So I'm actually going to have a quick look at the results of that. So let's see if we can have a chat to our race winner, actually. Or yeah, I think we're actually going to call podiums up, I think, actually, whilst we do that. So I'll call the drivers up on the podium. So we're just this live then. So first of all, we're going to do the ST240 class. ST240. So we'll do ST240. And so in 3rd place in ST240, we're going to call Rob Smith. So Rob Smith is going to head up onto the podium and grab his 3rd place trophy. Well done to Rob. So he will jump up and grab the trophy. 2nd place goes to Zach Lucas. So Zach will go pick up his 2nd place trophy, all presented by Laura Payne. And the winner, 5th different winner this season, is Alistair Kellett, of course, former champion. So well done to Alistair for picking up that victory as well. I'll quickly get a jump in and have a chat with our top 3 in a second. So, and we'll do that. And I think we'll do also we'll do our ST150 podium, as Rob's trophy doesn't quite stay together, but so there we go. But what we'll do is we'll get the ST150 drivers up and we'll do their top 3. So well done to our top 3 in ST240. So we'll bring them off and we'll do ST150 next. And so we'll move to 3rd place in ST150. I've got to get this right to make sure. And it looks like it's George Davis. So George Davis in 3rd place, his first race in senior Fiestas. And he gets himself a podium in class, so well done to him. 2nd place goes to the leader in the ST150 class, which is Ethan Rogers. So well done to Ethan, who will jump up onto the podium. 2nd place for him. And the defending champion, raced like he's never been away, car number 1, Sam Watkins, who will head to the top step of the podium. Not bad for the champ. Straight back into the championship, number 1 on the door, and back towards the top step of the podium. And we'll have a quick chat to at least our winners in both classes before we get this next race underway. There's a bit of recovery to do, so we'll be able to have a chat to them. So tell you what, let's have a chat to ST150s first of all. Then Sam, like you've been never away, isn't it?
It was really fun. Really, it looked quite eventful. But luckily, I was sort of left alone for a lot of it, so I didn't mind that.
Did it take you much to get back in the groove in these Fiestas, or did it just fit like a glove?
New tyres are pretty nice, to be honest. There's a little bit of obviously a difference. I still got muscle memory from racing here last year, so it was a bit to get used to, but it was really fun.
So race 2, you've got to try and show some of the regulars here for this season that you still were number one.
Yeah, I got the number. Oh yeah, I want to rub it in.
I remember when I talked to you in the office, you said you had number 7. I said, you can have number 1, so...
Yeah, it's got to be rubbed in, hasn't it? You got the chance, you got to do it.
Good stuff. Well, fingers crossed for race 2, and we'll see you get on there.
Yeah, cheers, thank you.
Good stuff. Where is our second place man, Ethan Rogers? So we can have a chat quickly with Ethan, we'll bring him in. And we'll get George in a second as well. But, Ethan, decent result, second place, and it keeps you lead in the ST150 class, so pretty pleased with that.
Yeah, I'm happy with it. It's a shame I couldn't stick on Sam for a while, getting stuck between the turbo, but I'll give it a go in the next one tomorrow.
You had a great scrap towards the end with George. That must have been pretty entertaining.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, it was nice to get past in the end. Just want to get one step higher tomorrow, hopefully.
I guess that. Well, fingers crossed, and we'll see if we can do that tomorrow.
Thank you.
And let's bring George in. Not a bad transition from juniors to seniors, straight away third place, and your first podium. So how does that feel?
Yeah, I guess it's been a long time coming really, but yeah, I think the transition has gone quite well. A little bit of a learning curve with the new tyres because it's on slicks, but yeah, I had a nice little race, good start. Yeah, I had some nice little battles. I could have got second, but a couple mistakes creeped in, but I guess my first time I got to just keep chugging away at it and had some nice little battles, so hopefully I could have plenty more in the future.
We look good out there, so well done, enjoy it, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Right, let's have a chat with our ST240 guys. Let's bring Alistair in and have a chat, who is our ST240 class and overall race winner. That must feel good getting back to winning ways, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm surprised even, to be honest. I got a great start and got past, got into second, and Zach seemed I didn't have the legs of Zach at the start, and he put a good gap on me. And catching him, and then he started to make a few mistakes, and then he lost it, going onto the back straight, and I didn't know where he was going. I didn't know where he was going, left, right, got past him. That was fine into the lead, and came to the gooseneck, and I just lost the back of it, and nearly went off myself. I don't know how I got back onto the lead, and I think both of us struggling for tyres at that stage, so it would just control us to the end. Brilliant to get winning. Fantastic, first win of the year, so brilliant.
It's getting really competitive because you're the 5th different winner we've had in this class this season. These new Fiestas are just inspiring so many new and old drivers to jump in and enjoy them. They look massive fun to drive.
They are fantastic to drive, and the Goodyear tyres are fantastic. The whole package is fantastic. Just look at the qualifying times. Thousands between the first 3 around here, the hardest track in the country, I would say, to drive. And you can't get any better. You get a great, if you get if to start battling behind, you get a break in the race, but other than that, everyone's nose to tail the whole race. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
So there you go, do it again for race 2 tomorrow, but you know you've got some fast drivers behind you.
Very fast. They're all fast.
Good stuff. Well, I can see it means a lot, so well done on the victory, and fingers crossed for tomorrow.
Great, thank you very much.
Good stuff. Let's see if we can bring, I was hoping we'd bring actually Zach in, Zach and Rob, but they disappeared. So in that case, we're all set to get our next race underway. A little bit of delay whilst we're getting some extra clear-up happening as well. So I'll hand back to Andy, who'll be able to lead us into this next race, the first of the weekend of 3 for the Mx5 Super Cup. Will give us the championship points table and have a line-up for race 1 here this afternoon at Cadwell Park. Andy, back to you.
Thank you very much, Scott. This is always one of the highlights of these BRSCC weekends. The Mazda Mx5 Super Cup, one of the highest quality one-make series in the UK, and it's got a big grid. We've got 31 cars racing with us this weekend, and it is one of 3 races for the MX5 Super Cup this weekend. Lots of racing coming up later on in the day, though, as we've said. This is the 3rd race of the day for the MX5 Super Cup. We then have qualifying for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship at about 3:10. The Mckeown Tyres BMW Compact Cup have their first race of the weekend at 3:35, and then the Mazda MX5 Mark 1 Championship up after that. They'll have another 2 races tomorrow. And we'll also have the first Superkart action from the Motorsport UK British Superkart Championship at 4:35. 5 o'clock is when the ETSL STXR Challenge cars head out, and then the MX5 Clubman Championship will round out the day's action. Right then, into MX5 Super Cup action then. The cars are being released onto the grid. Let's have a look at how the championship standings shape up ahead of this weekend. It's another one which is extremely tight at the top. 9 points between Sam Smith and Jack Harding, who had that little bit of contact at Snetterton that Scott mentioned a moment ago. 9 points between them, a further 23 back then to Patrick Fletcher, who's had 1 win so far this season. Fletcher is then 11 points clear of James Cossins, and John Langridge a further 38 back. But it's those top two, just 9 points between them, who really are so tight together. Will Blackwell Chambers one to watch for, though. He's qualified 4th here today, and Will is down in 7th place in the championship, so good time for him to find a bit of form. So the cars then are lining up on the grid ahead of this first 20-minute race of the day. Let's take a look, shall we, at how they're going to line up, because we have 31 of them to get through. It is Sam Smith then, 7 times a winner this season, but on dropped scores, still only those 9 points clear in the championship. He's not been off the podium, though, in any one of the races so far this season, and he starts from pole again here today. Adam Bessel, though, was only a few hundredths slower than him, and Adam is looking for his first win of the season from second on the grid. Jack Harding has 1 win to his name this year. He lines up 3rd alongside Will Blackwell Chambers. Then Patrick Fletcher, 3 times a winner, has James Cossins, once a winner this season for company on row number 3. Declan Lee and Richard Amos are together then on row number 4, ahead of Braden Fletcher for Paddock Motorsport, who is going to start 9th on the grid. He's alongside Kevin Sylvain on row 5 of the grid. James Warrior and Martin Tolley are next, ahead of Simon Fleet and Luke Whitworth, with Tom Smith and Lee Britton on the 8th row of the grid together. Row 9 for Clive Powell's David Henderson next, with Nick Rutter and Tom Selden rounding out the top 20. Javier Brook and Alex Osborne are next, ahead of Chris Richardson and Matt Pickford, another pair of very experienced MX5 Super Cup racers together on the 12th row. 13th row for George Grant, who was out in the MX5 Clubman Championship about half an hour ago. He's got Clive Chisnell with him on the 13th row. Will Morris and Bruce Robinson together on row 14, ahead of Stephen New, Martin Heath and Liz Walton to round out the 31-car field. Just like that, right on cue, the cars head out onto the green flag lap. So Sam Smith, you'd be forgiven if you looked at the points table for thinking that he was running away with things, really. As I said, he's not been off the podium all season long. He's won 7 races. He's had a further 3 second places and 2 third places. So that's pretty much a picture-perfect season. However, every time that he's not won a race, it's been Jack Harding or Patrick Fletcher or James Cossins who managed to take victories instead, so they're very, very close behind him in points. In fact, Jack Harding in particular has had almost just as good a season. He's only been off the podium twice this year. Once was that time that they had contact last time out at Snetterton, though, and that has just been a little bit of needle maybe between those two, something that both of them are used to, though. Sam Smith coming up out of the Part 1 Championship, where he enjoyed much success in recent years, enjoyed some fierce battles actually with amongst others Will Blackwell Chambers, who now finds himself sharing this grid with Sam Smith once again. Jack Harding, though, was for many a year a strong rival of Luke Herbert's for the championship, and Luke always seemed to just come out on top at the final round of the championship, but on more than one occasion he and Jack had some fairly spectacular fallings out whilst they were fighting for the title. And then for the start of 2021, Jack Harding found himself looking for a new team to run with, and who did he go to but his old rival Luke Herbert? So Jack Harding, his car being run now by the very person with whom he had such a fierce rivalry on track, but Luke Herbert taking a step back from driving duties this year, had quite a nasty shunt at the end of last season at Brands Hatch. He was already intending, though, to take a step back from racing, and it was perfectly fine after that, but it was a pretty big hit through Paddock Hill Bend, which wiped him out of championship contention, actually, allowing Sam Smith to come through and take the title on his first attempt. And Sam leading the points, we've said, by this just 9-point cushion over Jack Harding. Really wants to try and repeat that again and get back-to-back MX5 Super Cup championships. Other drivers that have come out of this championship with success have now gone on to race at higher levels of the British motorsports scene. People like James Blake Baldwin, for example, who is now racing in the Ginetta GT4 Super Cup, which supports the British Touring Car Championship, and there are a number of drivers. Steve Roberts as well, he's gone on to race there, and yeah, lots of drivers see this now as a really, really good stepping stone actually on a motorsport ladder. And you're about to see why, because the racing is very, very close. If you've not seen an MX5 Super Cup race before, then you are in for a bit of a treat. This is usually one of the most exciting races, or set of races of the weekend. 1 race today, 2 races tomorrow for the MX5 Super Cup, all of them 20 minutes in length. So Smith then is the white number 1 car. Bessel is the dark number 4 car alongside him, and then tucked up behind Smith is his championship rival Jack Harding, the red, white and blue number 43, 9 points behind Smith in the championship, as this weekend marks the very much the start of the championship running. 3 more events to go in the season, 9 more races, 100 points available though for a race victory, so lots of points still on the table. The green flag then has been waved at the back of the grid. Let's get ready to go racing for the first time this weekend in the Mx5 Super Cup. The lights are out, away they go. Very even start from both of the front row men. Lots of jockeying for position in the midfield. Let's hope they all stay out of trouble on the run towards the first quarter at Coppice. A little bit of contact there in the mid-pack, but I think they're all okay. Bit of congestion there as Matt Pickford ends up losing momentum into the first corner, locking up behind, but they are all through in one piece then. Through Coppice, into Charlie's. It's Smith that leads the way, Bessel second, Harding third. So grid order for the top 3, but Patrick Fletcher has moved up ahead of Will Blackwell Chambers. In fact, so too has the Hills Motorsport car of James Cossons. So 2 places lost for Blackwell Chambers. He's down to 6th from 4th on the grid. Not a perfect start to the race for him, it must be said. Blackwell Chambers 7th in the points, looking for his first podium of the season. Into the braking zone at Park then, and some drivers looking to try and make moves. Around the outside goes, or looks to go, Xavier Brook in the number 70 car. I don't think that one was quite going to work. Leaders through the gooseneck though, very close indeed. Sideways for Bessel in second. That gives Harding a run up the inside line, but he can't get to the inside, goes to the outside instead. That for second position then as they come out of the left-hander. Harding now goes to the outside. He's wheel to wheel with Adam Bessel for second place as they go towards the mountain, but the next corner is a left-hander. Harding has his nose ahead though, tries to sweep through and does so. Brilliant driving from Jack Harding into P2. Bessel down to third, and that means the top 2 in the championship now are nose to tail on the circuit over the mountain towards the Hall Bends for the first time. Brilliant racing here on the opening lap. That tiniest of mistakes for Bessel as he went through the gooseneck just gave the opportunity for Harding to move ahead of him. Blackwell Chambers there getting shuffled out even wider, losing another place to Declan Lee as they went down through the hairpin there. So we're going to have Blackwell Chambers potentially down in about 7th or 8th by the end of the first lap. Across the line they go. Smith leads then. His gap at the end of lap number 1 is 0.6 of a second over Harding in second. There's the first side-by-side battle. That's Richard Amos on the outside, Braden Fletcher on the inside. Braden's brother Kelvin, of course, racing in the British GT Championship again this year after a year off. And Paddock Motorsport, the team for whom Braden Fletcher drives, is now being run by Martin Plowman. And Kelvin Fletcher, out wide goes Blackwell Chambers. Not the first driver we've seen do that today, but that is still not something I'd recommend doing at the very fast exit of Charlie's. That compromises his speed up the hill. It brings Richard Amos actually onto his tail, or alongside him in fact, as they went to the braking zone and head through Park and Chris Curve. So what's going on for the leaders then? Smith, Harding, Bessel were pretty close together at the start of this second lap of racing. Down through the gooseneck they're about to go. And the leaders, in fact, already going through. In fact, the top 2 just gapping Bessel slightly, aren't they now? Patrick Fletcher looking to try and move through, but look how close Harding is to Smith. It is absolutely together now for the top 2 positions, and it looks to me like Jack Harding is a little bit quicker. He's been struggling a bit, he said, this season setup-wise, Jack Harding. He'd become known really for having really good pace in the second half of the races previous to this year, but the switch over to Luke Herbert's team meant that they were sort of struggling to find a good setup as James Cossons gets very sideways into the Hall Bends. But yeah, Jack Harding said that he was quick for a few laps at all of the races so far this year, but then his pace would actually fall off in the second half of the race, which is contrary to how it usually seemed to work for him. But they've put a setup now more akin to the one that he used to run in previous seasons, running for AK Automotive, his old team, and he says he feels an awful lot happier now, and is hoping that he's going to have good long-run pace. Well, he's certainly quick in the early stages, although a little mistake over the mountain there, just costing him a 10th or so maybe, to the race leader ahead. Gap did still come down by nearly a 10th, but I think it was less than that. Going through the final sector. Patrick Fletcher there running a little bit wide. Patrick has 3 race wins to his credit this year. In fact, Patrick won the first 2 races of the season at Croft, then won again at Silverstone at the next meeting. And he's had 3 podiums at Anglesey, but a non-finish in race 1 at Snetterton really has hurt the 29 Cars Championship hopes, although again that does become one of his dropped scores. But he's 23 points behind Harding, 32 off the championship lead. So many points still on offer though. Definitely possible that he's going to get back up there now. Was that contact there between Harding and Smith? It looked like it might have been. Jack Harding probably feels that he owes Sam Smith a little bit of contact now after the pair did have that tangle at Snetterton last time. It was Smith that was the aggressor and was given a grid penalty for the next race as a result. But Jack Harding will really want to try and get one over on Sam Smith here, and if he can win this race, it puts him one step closer to the championship lead. Again though, Harding is almost getting a bit too close to the back of Smith's car over the mountain, and he's running wide on the exit. It's brought Adam Bessel right back into this fight now, having had a decent gap over the third place car a lap or so ago. That gap has now been eradicated. There is the number 4 car in third as they drop down through Barn Corner and back towards the end of lap number 2. It's a big line of them though, still absolutely as one then. Smith leads, Harding second, Bessel third, Fletcher fourth, Cossins fifth, Declan Lee is sixth, with Richard Amos in seventh, and Will Blackwell Chambers settled into eighth after that slightly scrappy opening lap. Just saw him go through actually ahead of Braden Fletcher and Kevin Sylvain, who rounds out the top 10. Smith then leads out of Charlie's, a bigger gap this time than he's had for the last couple of laps at this part of the circuit. Braden Fletcher sideways. It's a great place to go and watch actually out at Charlie's, and you can see why, because it's a very easy place to get it wrong. That was the 41 car of Tom Smith who was a bit wide, and for a horrifying moment was heading towards the inside of the track where there's a barrier looming, but thankfully gathered it all together and without losing too much momentum. So Simon Fleet and Luke Whitworth behind him weren't actually able to challenge him on the run up the hill. Blackwell Chambers there just dipping a wheel out onto the grass coming out of the gooseneck as they make their way into Mansfield then. Possible overtaking opportunity, Mansfield, if you're close enough to the car ahead. These lead group cars appear to be for the time being. Battle on screen here then, number 41 is Tom Smith, just ahead of Simon Fleet and Luke Whitworth. They go over the top of the hill. There goes number 47. That's the James Warrior car running in 11th place, which is where he started actually. Started 11th in Warrior, another one of Aidan Hill's cars. That is actually the car that James Cossins raced in previous years. James now getting the upgrade to Aidan Hill's former race-winning car. Aidan, another one of those drivers who have moved on now to racing Ginettas after competing for a number of years successfully in this championship. And doing well as well. He's had podium pace this season in the GT5 Challenge. So again, lots of really good driving talent in this BRSCC Mazda Mx5 Super Cup. Really teaches you everything you need to know about close quarters racing in very, very evenly matched cars. Out onto the part straight they go. Then the lead gap between Sam Smith and Jack Harding going out now actually, because Sam Smith just set the fastest lap, a 1:41.7, about a tenth slower than he went in qualifying. Jack Harding in second place, just under a tenth of a second slower that time, so the gap is up to 6.5 tenths now, first to second. It's then nearly 9 tenths though, second to third, so Harding is pretty secure in that P2. But he's not really interested in finishing second again, Jack Harding. He's finished second 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times so far this year. So he's had as many second place finishes as Sam Smith ahead of him has had race wins. And if things finish as they are now, they would have 8 apiece, 8 wins for Smith, 8 7th place finishes for Jack Harding, and they're not the kind of stats that Jack wants to see really. He'd have been forgiven for thinking probably, Jack Harding, that with Luke Herbert out of the way this year, maybe a championship might beckon for Jack, but it's just not quite worked out, has it? Sam Smith has made a really great transition from the Mark 1 series up to Super Cup, better I think than any other driver has managed. That was a good move being made there by Braden Fletcher to get ahead of Will Blackwell Chambers. 8th place then now belongs to Braden, who started 9th, so he went backwards a bit at the start, but he's picking his way back forwards again now, ahead of the white and red number 18 of Blackwell Chambers, who instantly dropped back. So Blackwell Chambers, despite having qualified 4th, just isn't able to carry that race pace on, and that is again something we see quite a lot really. Teams and drivers maybe focusing a bit more on single lap pace than they are on the race pace, and if you get a really good lap in qualifying, that's all well and good, but you've then got to try and hold that position for 20 minutes of racing, which as we're seeing isn't easy to do. And Will Blackwell Chambers is no slouch, champion in the Mark 1 series himself of course, and a very, very successful MX5 racer, but these Mark III cars, very different to the Mark 1s. These are a lot stiffer. They don't really like being slid around the corners like that, like Adam Bessel was doing coming out of the gooseneck. And James Coslin's there running a bit wide, so too Braden Fletcher almost loses it, saved it just about, but that was a bit of a scary moment down the hill. But yeah, these cars, you've got to drive them a little bit more smoothly than you would the Mark 1s. The Mark 1 MX5 you can sort of grab by the scruff of the neck and throw around the track. These things do require a very different driving style, and some drivers take longer than others to get used to it, having maybe had success in the Mark 1s. But Sam Smith did not take any time to get used to it last season, winning the Super Cup Championship on his first attempt. Whitworth there we were seeing, 757, looking to try and make a move. He's still stuck behind Simon Fleet in the 55 car. It's there, goes number 47, that is James Warrior. He's got Kevin Sylvain tucked up behind him. Lead gap is less now than it's been at any point for a while, actually. Jack Harding back to just 3.5 tenths behind Sam Smith after lapping 3 tenths quicker than him on the previous lap. There they are, look out of Charlie's. So is this a mid-race sort of charge being put on here by Jack Harding? He said that he was hoping this new setup would give him better late race pace. We're into the second half now, 9.25 minutes to go, and Jack Harding looks as though he is coming on strong. He's right on the rear bumper of Sam Smith into Park Corner, tries to get his nose up the inside into Chris Curve. Is he there? Is he there? Not quite. Sam Smith just about managing to keep the number 1 car ahead. They've pulled a 2.5 second gap now, 2 second gap I should say, over Adam Bessel in third. Harding into the back again of Smith through the gooseneck, but if anything that actually compromises his own exit speed a bit. It prevents him then from getting the run down into Mansfield. Jack almost needs to hang back a bit going into the gooseneck, doesn't he, and try and carry that momentum down the hill and get up the inside of Sam, but by running into the back of Smith through the gooseneck, unfortunately that kills his momentum down the hill. Clearly the quicker of the two at the moment though, Jack Harding, as he crests the hill towards the Hall Bends. If you can't force your way through though, the other good way of overtaking around here, arguably the better way of doing it, is to force the mistake out of the driver ahead. Sam Smith's made a couple of mistakes already, running a bit wide out of Charlie's, out of the gooseneck, so perhaps Harding can force another error out of the reigning champion. Out of Barn Corner they go, 8 minutes left on the clock, 7 laps completed, and the gap between Sam Smith and Jack Harding in the race is just under half a second. In the championship, remember, it's 9 points in the favour of Sam Smith, so it's pivotal that Harding beats him here and takes a couple of those points back. Smith, of course, has the fastest lap at the moment as well, so Smith's set to score 100 points for the win and a bonus point for fastest lap. So at the moment he's outscoring Harding by 3 points. If Jack could get through though, Jack would only take a point out of him unless he can get the fastest lap back as well. Now all sorts of silliness going on further back. Look at that, there were a couple of cars wide out of Barn Corner, and in amongst them Matt Pickford in the number 16 car there, the yellow machine. This is all the fight for 17th place really. You've got Chris Richardson, number 96 there at the head of it. And the 70 is Xavier Brook, the 117 third in line is 117 is Will Morris, who was 177 on my grid sheet, which is why I paused in confusion, but he is being listed as 117 on the timing screen. There you can see actually they have changed that number, haven't they, to 117. He's got Nick Rutter, the orange car, right behind him. Back down through the gooseneck then. As they do that, the race leaders, I can see out the window, were flashing past my commentary position at the top of the mountain, still in the same order. There they go, but Harding couldn't be a lot closer behind Sam Smith as they came towards the end of the lap. Bessel now lonely in third, Patrick Fletcher likewise in fourth really. Richard Amos ahead of James Costlin's now, who's actually had been overtaken by Declan Lee on that. Costlin's is back into sixth again now, so that's all changed around with Amos getting to the front of the queue. So race leaders though making their way through, 3.5 tenths between them, but running out of time now is Jack Harding. 6 minutes to go. They both run a bit wide out of Charlie's, but you can get a nice slipstream now up this Park Straight. If you're Jack Harding you can anyway. Sam Smith of course is punching a hole in the air for Harding to benefit from. but I don't think Harding actually had quite enough in a straight line there, did he? He's going to have a little look to the inside under braking and locks up. I thought he was going to clatter into the back of Sam Smith there. That was a scary moment, but thankfully contact and disaster were averted. Coston's look is ahead of Declan Lee again, but a lap ago they were the other way round, so Coston's back up into 6th place, as here at Mansfield Sam Smith's got back ahead of Harding by a few tenths, hasn't he? So Harding was, we saw, very close to him going into Park Corner. I think that lock-up actually cost Harding a bit of time. Still got just over a quarter of the race to go though, so not going to hand this one to Sam Smith just yet. Jack Harding's still chasing this first victory of the season, and that's got to play on your mind a little bit if you're Jack. You know, he's used to winning sort of 5, 6, 7 races a season, and it's just not happening this year. He's had the pace to win more, but this pesky Sam Smith has just been almost impossible to beat, hasn't he? And he's proving to be a stiff opponent again here at Cadwell. Now this group is starting to look quite interesting, isn't it? Richard Amos, having got to the front of this queue, hasn't escaped, and so James Costons is coming back at him now and bringing Declan Lee and Braden Fletcher with him. And in fact, Patrick Fletcher, the black and red number 29 car up the road, I think is a little bit slower than them. Yes, he is. He was actually a full second slower than Richard Amos that time. So this lot are all battling each other, but they're catching Fletcher ahead. So we're soon going to have a Fletcher sort of topping and tailing this queue. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th places getting themselves together. Patrick Fletcher there running a bit wide. Actually, I say that, but Braden Fletcher's sort of fallen away from Declan Lee, hasn't he, now as well, to nearly a second. So they work back towards Park Corner again. Fletcher of the Patrick variety, about to have some defensive driving to do, I think. He's clearly running out of pace here in the second phase of the race, and well, yeah, Fletcher's fastest lap of the race is a 42.4. His previous lap a 43.9. He's dropped a second and a half in the middle part of the race, and here you can see him already having to defend from Richard Amos, who goes to the outside of him. Richard Amos comes out of Mansfield looking likely maybe to make this move into the mountain. He forces Patrick Fletcher to defend to the inside line. Richard goes to the outside and just sends it. Look at that, brilliant move. And Richard Amos then is into 4th position, and I think that Patrick Fletcher might lose a few more positions here. Just doesn't seem to have the pace now that he had 10 minutes ago, Patrick Fletcher. And again, you have to suspect that's tyres. It's not that they wear particularly, it's just the temperature gets a bit too high. And look, he's already lost out to Costons. Costons has got him at the hairpin. That's 2 places lost in a handful of corners there for Patrick Fletcher. Nothing obviously wrong with the car. You can't see him sliding around too much, so maybe it's not tyres. Maybe he's fighting some sort of a niggling little issue in the car. There are lots of things that can go wrong on a racing car, of course, that you can't necessarily see from the outside. Clutch or gearbox issues, brake issues, overheating issues. So any number of things that could be slowing Patrick Fletcher down here. We don't know what it is exactly, but we do know that his lap times are really suffering for it, and Declan Lee is now the next to move up to attack, pulls to the outside, heading over the top of the brow on the Park Straight. Braden Fletcher was there with them as well. Through Chris Curve again. Towards the gooseneck, here they come. There goes Amos. Oh, sorry, no, there goes Smith and Harding, I should say, the top 2. Bessel in 3rd. As we have a red flag. A red flag has been thrown, so there's been an incident out on circuit. Don't know what it is, but that will be the end of the race then, and there were only 2 minutes left on the clock. So that is going to be an early stoppage, I'm afraid, to our 3rd race of the day. And the recovery crew is already heading out onto the circuit to deal with the incident, but the field, they will be directed initially back to the pit lane, but that is going to be the end of the race, I'm fairly sure of it. Yeah, in fact, there you can see the marshals waving the rest of the field into Parc Ferme. So, a red flag then to end the first Mx5 Super Cup race of the day. That means that Sam Smith is going to win. And 1.25 seconds was the margin at the start of what became the final lap of the race to Jack Harding in second, and that means that with the bonus point for fastest lap as well, Smith is going to make turn a 9-point advantage in the championship to a 12-point advantage in the championship. So good news for Sam Smith, although not the way you'd have liked to have won it. Obviously, you'd always rather have the victory with a checkered flag rather than a red flag at the end of the race. Now that there will be the reason for the red flag, won't it? There is a car upside down at Barn Corner. I'm just struggling to see the number on that. I think, well, yeah, that was definitely Barn Corner at the end of the lap, which is an easy place to go off. Just absolutely no runoff area there. And if you do go off, they've got rector cell barriers there which cushion the blow, which is the good thing, but they can sometimes bounce the car upside down. So more news on that as and when we get it, but that is the reason for the red flag, and we're not going to get a race restart. So the race, unfortunately, coming to a premature end. It's Sam Smith then that wins, Jack Harding second, Adam Bessel third, with Richard Amos fourth, although this may change. It may go back a lap. In fact, it will go back a lap because of the red flag. And as I say that, the timing screen amends itself, so the actual finishing order provisionally is Smith, Harding and Bessel. That doesn't change, but Braden Fletcher has now been given fourth position, which is interesting. Ahead of Richard Amos, James Costans, Declan Lee, Patrick Fletcher fourth. Of course, there are two Fletchers, aren't there? Patrick Fletcher fourth, Braden Fletcher eighth, ahead of Will Blackwell Chambers and James Warrior, so that does make a bit more sense now. So that is the provisional top 10, but of course this may well be amended later on if they decide that the timing of the red flag is going to lead to a change in the order. So I think we are ready, are we, to head down to Scott Woodward. Very shortly we will be able to, for the podium interviews. Next out on track, although there will now be a short delay clearly as they recover this car at Barn Corner, but next out on track will be the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship for a 15-minute qualifying session. And during that session we'll dip in and out of what's going on track, but we'll also start our build-up for the first Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup race of the weekend, the first of two for them this weekend, one today and one tomorrow. And those another very popular championship that has got an awful lot of really high quality driving talent in it, and the Compact Cup drivers will be forming up in the assembly area whilst the Fiesta Juniors are qualifying, so we'll sort of dip in and out of the qualifying session to hopefully have a word with some of our BMW drivers as well, all part of this very busy day that we've got ahead here at Cadwell Park. We're still 5 more races to come this afternoon, plus this qualifying session. The BMW Compact Cup, followed by the Mx5 Mark 1 Championship, the Motorsport UK British Supercar Championship, the ETSL STXR Challenge, and the BRSCC Mazda Mx5 Clubman Championship, which started our afternoon's racing, will round things out as well. Cadwell Park looking as beautiful as ever, possibly more so even than I've seen it. The August bank holiday sunshine is shining down on the Lincolnshire circuit, and good to see a number of spectators here lining the track as well. I went and had a wander out to the top end of the circuit, up through Chris Curve and the Gooseneck during one of the qualifying sessions, in fact for the Mx5 Super Cup earlier on this morning, and saw the big crowd that we had assembled, and enjoying a spot of BRSCC racing action here at Cadwell Park. And it's a 2-day event as well, so plenty more racing to come tomorrow, with limited qualifying sessions tomorrow as well. We have a practice session in the morning, a qualifying session for the Track Attack Race Club tomorrow morning as well, but apart from that it is racing all the way on Sunday. First race at 9:40 right the way through till about 6:30 in the afternoon, so plenty to keep you entertained here at Cadwell Park with the BRSCC. So we're still waiting for some MX5 Super Cup drivers to make it to the podium. We're hearing potentially a 10 or 15 minute delay as the barriers are repaired up at Barn Corner, so we are going to be a little bit late maybe getting our Fiesta Junior qualifying session underway, which was due to start at 3:10, which is in 10 minutes time, so if we're lucky we might not be too far behind schedule. And the BRSCC are very good at getting back on track after delays, so they cram a lot of racing into a weekend to the BRSCC, but they do it with every intention of getting all of that racing done without having to shorten races and such like towards the end of the day. So hopefully we'll be able to get that barrier damage repaired. The recticile barriers are the main issue. They're there to cushion the blow, which they do a great job of, but they are soft and they move when they're hit, so that's requiring a little bit of attention down there. You can see they've righted the car now, and the tractor is now in position to put the circuit furniture back where it needs to be. So the car then back on its wheels, that will be recovered onto a low loader, and the barriers will be put back where they ought to be. All whilst this is happening though, we'll be able to head down into the podium area then. Scott Woodwis is down there finally with our top 3 finishers from the Mazda Mx5 Super Cup, who will, I'm sure, certainly in Sam Smith's case, will be very, very happy with the result.
For 3 or 4 laps, managed to get a bit of a decent gap, maintained the gap really well, and I made one mistake at the mountain, and you just can't afford to make a mistake when you're racing people like Jack, because they don't make mistakes. One mistake, he went straight out my bumper and I couldn't get rid of him. I was in my mirrors making mistakes, and fair play to Jack, he kept it clean, he drove really well, and then I think a couple of laps to go he made a mistake, then which gave me a break, which then it was probably going to finish that way. But not an easy race, and then obviously saw the accident, which looked horrendous, so hopefully they're okay.
Yeah. It's of course now second half of the season. This is where obviously the all-important drop scores come into play now. This makes it really to the point where, as you know from last year, every single result has to count to make sure that you're not one that you're dropping, or one that you can maybe hopefully get some points back if it does go wrong. So how much is that in your mind, or are you just taking it one race at a time?
It's always in the back of your mind. I've always had an approach, just turn up at every race, trying to do your best and win the race, and worry about the championship will be what it will be at the end of the day. We're all out there, we're all trying to do our best, and it will sort itself out. I think you can overcomplicate it and just put too much pressure on, and I did that in Mark 1 years ago and felt like my life had come to an end, but learn that way.
Yeah. So of course now it means for race 2, both of you on the front row together, so that's always interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Jack's a great competitor, so I enjoy racing him, so see what happens. It's all about the start again, track position, and see if it can be a bit more interesting.
Interesting after Sneston.
Yeah, too right, yeah.
Good stuff. Well done, despite the circumstances, well done, and we'll see you tomorrow for race 2.
Brilliant, cheers, Scott.
Good stuff. Let's bring in second place man Jack Harding, who I know I keep saying it's still waiting for the first one. It's getting close. It keeps getting closer, but your pace is still there.
Yeah, we've so quick. We haven't won since Silverstone. We've only had one win this year, and I think this is like 7 for 8. So it's just we've had an issue with the car, since like round 2. We think we've solved it now, and it shows we're just much quicker. We put a different set of tyres on, obviously for qualifying, and they just weren't great. So we've had to alter the balance of the car again, and we altered it, and it's worked. So we were really, really quick, but as you know, around here it's so difficult to overtake. I got past Bessel with quite a good move around outside, and then I thought, right, game on. If I can get a bit of a gap from Bessel, then where out front I can sort of make him defend and stuff. But he knows what he's doing. He knows where to slow it down, stop on apexes and things like that. So it made it very difficult. And I had a couple of lunges at him, which just resulted in me locking up and having to back out, so I didn't hit him. And then just lost my ground there to catch back up again. So. I'm not really thinking about championship now as far as I'm concerned. There's, me and Sam mainly fighting at the front, and 2 points advantage every time you get a place ahead, which isn't a lot, so it's probably about 11, 12 points between us now, so I'm just going for wins, and that's it, which should make it more interesting, because I'm not really interested in the championship. I finished second many times before, and I'll finish second again, so I'll just go for some wins, and hopefully when we get to Donington and stuff like that, we can overtake. It'll be fun to watch.
I was going to say, you've been here before, you've done this several times, and you know what it's like to be in a championship fight. As you say, are you literally just take it where every single race will come, get the best result you can, and just enjoy it? Is that your mentality?
Yeah, because in 2019, I went the wrong way about it, and I took the championship too seriously, and it didn't end well. It just you don't enjoy it as much. You just got to go and remember you're here for fun and just try and win races. And that's all I want to do. I'd go do anything to go back to 2017 when I wasn't fighting for a championship, but I was keeping Tom Roach and James Blake Baldwin honest by taking wins. that was my, some of my favourite years. So that's what I'm going to do again, just try and win. But massive thanks to Luke Herbert Racing, done a great job with the car, especially from qualifying to the race, and all my sponsors that get me here. There's too many to mention. I've got 2 Racing, I've got Yorkshire Trade Windows, Townsend Vehicle Hire, Team Yard Race. Absolutely, thank you to everyone, because without them I wouldn't be here. So.
Tomorrow front row alongside Sam, that should be interesting.
Same again, innit? We'll see what happens, but it's just so easy to defend, but like I said, I won't give up. I'll go for those lunges and hope that doesn't end in tears.
Fingers crossed. But again, 1 for second, and we'll see you for tomorrow.
Yeah, no worries, thank you.
Good stuff. And let's bring Adam Bessel in for 3rd place. And Adam carries on racking up those podiums, another one there, and again, nice to be up at the front fighting with those 2.
Yeah, it's good. I can't say we were really there, but the pace isn't quite there, but they're I don't know what they're doing, but they've got another level in front of us. But yeah, it's good result.
The pace is still good. Obviously, you've had now half a season with Aidan's team now compared to obviously what you had before. I know you spoke about the fact that Mike always gave you a great car as well. Yeah. Aidan's been giving you a great car also, so you just keep landing in pretty decent cars.
Yeah, I mean, the Hills Motorsport are doing a great job, just an absolutely great job. I could just come in and tell them what's wrong with it, and it makes it perfect. So yeah, really happy with the change.
So 2nd row for the second race tomorrow, you're going to try and pick your way past the front if you can get a better start?
Yeah, we're going to have a bit of a go. Me and Aidan are going to have a bit of a try, and then try and get in front of him at the start, and then we'll see where we go from there.
Good stuff. Well done on 3rd place, good stuff. I think we can get the top 2 on the podium in a second. We'll do that in a moment. So well done for 3rd place, and that's good stuff. Let's do our club class guys next, and let's now have a chat to Richard Amos. So Richard, finally back to winning ways again. You've had a tough couple of meetings, but that's how you wanted to start things off.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, I had a good Snetterton, and just wanted to carry on from there really. And that was a lot better than expected. I was with people I didn't expect to be with, and really happy.
Yeah. And I've seen your pace at some point throughout the season. You've been as quick as Sam at some points, keeping one into rear bumper. So to be that quick at points in the season so far, that must give you a massive amount of confidence.
Yeah, I've got some, every session's helping me along. I've got a massive advantage in the paddock just from being his teammate. So it's all down to him really. Trying to be clever and just learn from what he's doing really.
And the key thing is you managed to make some ground back up after the last couple of tricky meetings, so I guess now it's just get every single valuable point you can to climb back up there.
Yeah, tried to. I think I'm well out of the championship. I think I've had 4 DNFs, so just out of stupidity really. So unfortunate luck, but it's all right. Happy.
Yeah. Never say never.
Never. Try not to.
Good stuff. Well done, and on the victory, we'll see you tomorrow.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Good stuff. Let's bring Kevin for 2nd place. Kevin, of course, championship leader coming into the weekend, and a decent podium finish, and you're relishing this first season of Super Cup, aren't you?
Yeah, it's going well actually, better than I thought, but Cadwell obviously is one of my favourite tracks, obviously for the bikes, but it's going well. Yeah, just got to try to get onto him, that's all. Amos there, he's just got that little bit on me, but
Just talk about the transition, because of course you've mainly come from a 2-wheel to 4 wheels. Obviously there's some things that you can take in terms of racecraft and go around a circuit that you have from 2 wheels. What main things have you had to learn and adapt when it comes from 2 to 4? Or has there been much of that adaptation?
Slightly different lines, apexing, slowing myself up for the corners. Obviously I'm a lot more harder on a bike into the corners, run up a lot more corner speed. Just sort of slowing up, and certainly when it's wet, getting off the line, not used to that on a bike, so it's moving yourself across, and and being aware of everybody around you. On a bike you're just looking forwards and that's it, but this one it's like getting neck ache.
So for race 2 tomorrow, you're going to try and keep up with that man over there, Richard, and see if you can try and take a couple more points off him.
Well, I'm going to feed him up tonight, because Mrs does all the catering, so we're going to feed him up, and we'll see how he goes. Certainly do my best.
Well, great result. 1 for 2nd. We'll see you tomorrow.
Cheers, thank you very much.
And let's bring Clive in for 3rd place as well. He's also one of the leading Masters drivers as well. Clive, another strong result for you, another 3rd place. Decent season so far.
Yeah, absolutely. So particularly on this small track. So I've had a good race today. So hopefully it rolls into the next 2.
You've made some really good progress in the last 12 to 18 months in terms of your pace and how competitive you've been. What do you boil it down to? Is that just the work with the team, or is it just your confidence in the car? Where do you think that's come from?
I think it's definitely working with the team. James has done remarkably well. And all the guys have done remarkably well, and I think knowing that, it gives you a bit more confidence in the car. So that's where it comes from, really.
So for tomorrow, of course, you're going to try and better 3rd in club class. What steps can you take to try and do that, apart from try and catch them and beat them?
chase Mr. Tolley.
Is that your benchmark?
Yeah, absolutely. I almost got him, but unfortunately I went 90 degrees down the hill from Gooseneck, and he just got away from me. I did a 360 on the track and carried on in second, but yeah, I'll get him next time.
They're giving you a fright?
Sorry?
They're giving you a fright?
He did a bit, yeah, but I was focused, mate. He was just in front.
One over third place. We'll get your trophy. We'll see you for tomorrow. Good stuff.
Thanks very much.
Excellent. So the top three in this club are going to go ahead and grab their trophies in a second. Just in the background, you can see we've got our next session going out. We had that today, of course, due to the incident that we've had on the circuit, which caused the red flag. And hopefully the driver involved in that is okay. But now, next up, which we're going to be covering, is the qualifying session for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. These are some of the racing stars of the future, 14 to 16, 17-year-olds. They've come up from the world of karting, short ovals, autographs, any other route. Even some can start absolutely from scratch, or even sim racing. And because of that, it is a great proving ground for these drivers, all in these identical Ford Fiesta ST150s. They have special suspension, Goodyear tyres for this year as well, and a whole host of other upgrades that make them look and race on top of the touring cars. They're fantastic machines to head out there. So as the cars head out onto track for qualifying, we'll hand you over to Andy Mckeown to take you through the qualifying session for today. See what the juniors can do here at Cadwell Park after having good practice earlier on. Andy, back to you.
Thank you, Scott. Yep, cars heading out onto the circuit from the assembly area then into a qualifying session. Slightly strange way of doing things here at Cadwell Park. The assembly area releases the cars onto the track at the top of the mountain, so just kind of at the start of the final sector, which means that within a few seconds they're immediately onto a flying lap, which means in qualifying you can get an extra lap or so in over the course of the session than you will be able to maybe at a more traditional circuit. In fact, it's the only circuit I can think of in this country that does this, really. So slightly unique way of getting qualifying session started. It means the cars are already heading on to timed laps, but of course it will take them a lap or so just to get the temperature back into the tyres, or into the tyres in the first place, especially those rear tyres. So don't expect these early laps to be the absolute fastest ones. That though gives us a bit of time to go over what's happened in the championship so far. We've had 8 races at 4 different events so far. It all started at Croft in May, then they headed to Alton Park in June, and then 2 separate events at Snetterton back to back. They had 2 races on the Saturday and then another 2 on the Sunday, and it was a very busy weekend that really did start to shape the way the championship looks coming into this event here at Cadwell Park, because both of those races at Snetterton were won by Deegan Fairclough, exactly what he did at Croft actually at the season opener, where he won both races there as well. Add that to his victory from the Saturday at Snetterton, gives him 5 wins for the season and gives him a championship lead. Deegan Fairclough in the number 87 car leads the way on 307 points. On 281 points in second place is Jensen Brickley, who has had 3 victories. In fact, the 3 races that Deegan Fairclough hasn't won have all been won by Jensen Brickley instead. So Brickley, with those 3 victories, didn't make it onto the podium actually at the season opener at Croft, but then he hasn't been off the podium since then. He had those 2 wins at Alton Park, a win and a 3rd at Snetterton, and a 2nd and a 3rd on Sunday at Snetterton. So those 2 have shared the wins between them. We've also, though, had the likes of Sid Smith, James Wallace, Alex Lay, Jake Maynard and Joseph Knight all on the podium. So we've had, 7 different drivers on the podium over the course of the season so far, showing just how competitive the 2021 championship's been. And also great to have good grid numbers back again in the Fiesta Junior Championship after they waned a little bit over the last couple of years, getting down to about 4 or 5 cars at one point or another, but we are well into double figures now. Slightly smaller entry this weekend just because Cadwell Park isn't a circuit that everybody is all that keen to travel to, just because it's sort of stuck out on a limb a bit here in the Lincolnshire countryside, but the bulk of the championship regulars have made the trip over here, which is very good to see. So the cars then now are starting to get up to speed. At the moment it's Deegan Fairclough who leads the charge in this qualifying session. Whoops, that was a slightly close moment there for the 41 car, which is Archie Handy. Archie Handy had a pretty big shunt at Croft at the season opener, but has shown some decent bits of pace actually since then. First top 5 surely that far away for Archie. So not if he keeps driving on the grass as he just did out of the gooseneck. But yeah, Deegan Fairclough then on his debut season in the championship, used to race in a different one-make junior championship in the UK, and made the switch over to Fiestas this year, and he says he's really been loving it. He and his parents both been really enjoying coming along to these BRSCC events. They say they get more track time, it's a more friendly paddock, the racing is better, and Deegan Fairclough has been the best of the drivers so far this season with those 5 race victories. A non-finish though at Snetterton in the second of the 4 races at Snetterton. His only real blot on his copybook so far. But he'll be hoping that he doesn't get a repeat of that this weekend. So 1:45.577 at the moment then is the time to beat. Now these cars, the Ford Fiestas, the STs that are being used here in this championship, are exactly the same as those running within the Fiesta Senior Championship that we saw out racing earlier on today, within the ST150 category. However, this being a junior championship, they are limited on top speed, so slightly different specification in a way for the cars, but they are very similar. And lap time wise, not a huge amount in it really when you take into account the lack of power these things have. A 45.5 at the moment, the fastest lap time set by Deegan Fairclough, would have put him about 3rd fastest in class in the Fiesta Senior Championship, and that's only his first sort of banker lap really. You can expect them to go a little bit quicker as we get deeper into the session. 9.5 minutes then to go. Fairclough from Brickley is your top 2, as it is in the championship, with Alex Lane 3rd quickest. He's 5th in the championship, twice a podium finisher this year. On screen though, we're seeing the 47 car, and that is Dylan Pope, who has, James Pope I should say, had a podium finish so far this season. Pope 10th fastest at the moment in this qualifying session. So Fairclough then on his previous lap does a 46.4, so the time that you're seeing on your tower to the left hand side of the screen is their most recent lap time, not necessarily their fastest. So Fairclough not able to actually improve on that lap. So looking maybe for a bit more clean air on this next lap. There are 2 trains of thought here because these cars aren't all that aerodynamic, so you can try and work with someone else, get a bit of a slipstream and improve your pace, but a circuit like Cadwell, although you can gain with the slipstream at certain parts of the track, you'll lose probably more time than that getting stuck behind somebody through a section like the mountain in the Hall Bends, for example. So I would say that they're more likely to try and go it alone, not look for a drafting partner as such. So there goes the 246 car then. That is Jensen Brickley, 2nd place at the moment in the session. He's 0.3 of a second slower than Deegan Fairclough for 45.889. This is lap time. Most of the drivers still improving, with the exception of Deegan Fairclough. Short provisional pole sitter. Here down the hill comes Sid Smith, who is, I think I'm right in saying, the son of Rob Smith, who we saw out in a very similarly liveried car in the Fiesta Senior Championship earlier on. So I'm going to make that leap and assume that it is a family relation, but he's getting a bit held up here by the 47 of James Pope. Pope is 12th fastest at the moment, whereas Smith is 5th fastest. So Smith in theory is quicker, but can't find through. He'd almost be better sacrificing this lap, dropping back into some clean air, and then trying to go quicker again, because Smith is actually only a 10.5 slower than the 75 of Harry Garman, who is 4th fastest. Harry only 13th in the points, but I don't think he's raced in every event this year. I don't think he raced in Upton Park, for example. That's why he's a bit further down the order. Again, not yet been on the podium, yet the 75 car is 4th fastest at the moment. Pit lane was Archie handy, and still Smith can't find a way past Pope, can he? Got up the inside into Coppice there. I hope that worked out okay. You don't really want to be making contact in qualifying. They both survived that. Let's see. There is Smith, there is Pope, and yes, he did go through, thankfully without contact, so that puts him now into some clean air with 6.5 minutes still to go. He's got time then to try and get an improved lap time in. Smith's actually been dropped down to 6th place now, because into 4th has gone Jake Triggs. Jake Triggs was 8th and he's jumped into 4th position now. It was a big improvement for him with a 1 minute 46.774, about 1.2 seconds off pole position. Jensen Brickley, by the way, 2nd in the session at the moment, is in the pit lane. So his most recent lap that he completed was a personal best. He then headed for the pits. So Brickley wanting some setup changes. Again, that may just be as simple as tweaking the tyre pressures, really. Now the Fiesta Junior Championship, as is customary for this championship, also have a free practice session on race day morning. That was actually topped by Jensen Brickley. He was just under a quarter of a second quicker than Deegan Fairclough. Now the time that Brickley set was a 45.482, which was quicker than Deegan Fairclough has done in this session. So in theory, Brickley should be able to go quicker than he has done, but of course the track and ambient temperature is a little bit higher now than it was, or quite a lot higher than it was this morning, which is good news for these people as the spectators watch on. One of those interested spectators is Ollie Turner, who is a former front-runner in this championship, with the sunglasses on his head, who is racing these days in the VW Racing Cup, but is here coaching. Sounds strange to say that for someone who is a teenager still themselves, but he is coaching a number of drivers in this championship. Albert Webster, one of them, I seem to recall. So good to see him here, looking very interested in the session that's going on in front of him, but he might get a little bit more excited if some of his drivers start to move up the timing order a little bit. So Deegan Fairclough still fastest then. Jensen Brickley back out on track now, but of course he's on an out lap before he can actually get into an improved flying lap. Alex Lay still 3rd. 4th then for Triggs. 5th is Garman, with Sid Smith now down to 6th position. So Smith, the one that really needs to improve here. He is 3rd in the points, but he's nearly 40 points behind Jensen Brickley, who is 2nd. 3 times podium finishes so far this season, Sid Smith, but if he qualifies 6th, he's going to have to really work hard to repeat that again this weekend. On screen, we're seeing Alex Lay, the 76 car then, that is 3rd fastest at the moment. Alex Lay, as I've said, also has these 2 podium finishes to his credit. But qualifying is so important here at Cadwell Park. It's just so difficult to overtake. Nonetheless, it has presented us with some really good racing, actually, in the first 3 races of the day. But of dust there being thrown over the spectators in the grandstand, or 2 grandstands actually, that have been put up now in the mountain section of the track. Now, that is a damaged tyre wall. Who damaged it though? Because I can't see a car there. Oh, I can see a car off on the grass. That's Jensen Brickley. So Brickley is fresh out of the pit lane. Now stopped out on track, apparently, is the number 18 of Jake Maynard. So I think Jake Maynard may be the culprit who has damaged the barriers up at Charlie's, but he obviously got going again and then stopped elsewhere on the track, but I don't know exactly where he is. I don't know whether any of our cameras can pick him up out on track, but we apparently do have a stationary number 18 car, which I'm guessing has made contact with the barriers. There it is. So he's pulled off there. You can see he's absolutely okay. It is Jake Maynard, but he is okay. His first thought is to assess the damage that's been done to the left-hand side of the car. You can see the bumper's been pulled loose, but you'd imagine the left-hand side is an awful lot worse for wear. It's a fast corner, Charlie's. If you get it wrong there, it's going to be a pretty big impact with the wall, and that appears to be what has happened then to Jake Maynard. So main news is he's okay, and the other good news is that they don't have to worry about repairing the car for today, because these drivers don't actually race today. They practice and qualify on the Saturday, but they race on the Sunday. So their first race of the weekend is at 20 to 10 tomorrow morning. So they have got a fair bit of time to get it repaired. It's laughing and joking with the medical crew there up at the exit of Charlie's. But that car looks as though it's going to require quite a bit of repair work. No real improvements coming in out on track. We have had an improvement for Sid Smith. He's gone from 6th to 5th fastest. Oh, one driver there really hammers it over the curves through the mountain section. That was the 19 car. I can tell you that because it just came past my commentary box. Still absolutely flat chat. Number 19 is Daniel Lewis. It was the red car that was very spectacular through the mountain there. So improvements in time, by the way, for Alex Lay on the previous lap, but he stays in third place on 46.634. So there, hopping and skipping his way up the mountain, goes the 87 car of Deegan Fairclough, then championship leader, provisional pole sitter. Not improved for a little while though. I think it is going to be tough to improve late in the session now, just because of this high track temperature taking the best out of the tyres in the early stages. But Deegan doesn't really need to worry too much because he's already got this 0.3 of a second gap over Jenson Brickley, who still hasn't really put in a representative lap time since his visit to the pit lane. What did I say? Deegan Fairclough's not going to improve because of his tyres going off, and then he sets a new fastest lap of the session of 45.478. What do I know, eh? So Deegan Fairclough then does improve his lap time despite the warm track temperature, and is pushing on still now. He's got a 0.4 of a second cushion now over Jenson Brickley as the checkered flag comes out, but if you're already on a flying lap, you're entitled to finish it. As long as you cross the line before that flag came out. We've already had Jenson Brickley taking that checkered flag, though he didn't improve quite on his final lap time, nor did the 260 car, which has also seen the checkered flag now, of Wallace. New entrant for this weekend, I think, that 260 car. Deegan Fairclough really pushing hard there as he comes down through the gooseneck. This could be another improvement the way he's going. I mean, some slightly interesting interpretations of track limits there through that part of the circuit. I did notice he was using a lot of the grass through the Hall bends as well, but if everybody's doing it, then the stewards are probably less inclined to penalise someone for it. Inch perfect over the mountain. Look at that line. Didn't take too much curb, but he still kept it nice and tight to the apex. And there you can see what I mean, right over the inside edge of that curb through the Hall bends. That's really quite sketchy, actually. It's very easy to unsettle the car. You can also nick the inside edge of the tyre over that curb and lead to some puncture issues. But Deegan Fairclough appears to have dodged those potential problems. He's going to be one of the last drivers to see the checkered flag, and he comes across the start-finish line. Then can he improve upon a 1:45.478? He takes the checkered flag now, and no, it's a 45.983, half a second down on his previous best lap. Doesn't matter though, because everybody else has seen the checkered flag and they still couldn't beat him. So Deegan Fairclough then takes provisional pole for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, round number 9 of the championship here at Cadwell Park, which will take place tomorrow morning. Jenson Brickley second fastest, Alex Lay third, Jake Triggs was fourth, Sid Smith fifth, and sixth position went the way of Harry Garman. That's got to be one of his better qualifying efforts of the season so far. Albert Webster was 7th, 8th for Handy, 9th for Knight, 10th Wallace, 11th place for Lewis, 12th place went to James Pope, and Jake Maynard 13th and last, but not helped of course by the fact that he went off the road early in the session, and it was early in the session actually, because he only logged one flying lap for Jake Maynard, so he's gone off on his second lap of the session basically, and done quite a bit of damage to that number 18 car as well, but the team I'm sure will be working hard to get it fixed between now and tomorrow morning. So as the Fiesta Juniors head back into the Parc Fermé, there will be a short delay now, I'd imagine, whilst they collect Jake Maynard's car, which gives us a bit more time to have a little chat maybe with a couple of our drivers in the next race. The Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup cars are in the assembly area, ready and raring to go, and in amongst them is our roving reporter Scott Woodwiss, who hopefully will be able to have a chat with a couple.
So, qualifying done for Fiesta Juniors, and they'll be out for their 2 races later tomorrow. Now for our next race for this afternoon's programme, the first of 2 this weekend for the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup, another entertaining championship, and I know is one of Andy's favourites as well. Pole position is the championship leader, Stephen Daly, car number 1. He's looking for his 5th title overall, in fact, and he's going to try and do what he can. He's currently still leading the championship and trying to maintain that advantage. One of his closest rivals is alongside him on the front row, Ben Huntley. They're pretty strong. He's been able to get himself up towards the front on more than one occasion. Strong performance in qualifying from Mikey Doble, or Doble Jr., because there are two Dobles in the field. There's Mikey Doble Jr. and Mike Doble, who is the senior of the two. He starts with third on the grid. Fourth on the grid is the current Masters leader, or the highest placed Masters driver. That's Paul Maguire, and he's the former MX5 champion in the past. And then in fifth on the grid, one of the most improved performances so far in qualifying from Ian Howes, looking pretty strong in car 27. And then alongside them we've got Guy Davis and the first of the Claydens, that being Rhys Clayden, followed by Ian Jones. Now Ian Jones is also a championship contender. Let's just have a quick wander down here as well. They're about to head out from the assembly area in a couple of moments' time. But Ian Jones a little further down he would like to be, in 8th position on the grid. Just seeing Rhys Clayden there for a second, but Ian Jones looking to try and get up as high as higher than the 4th row of the grid. Very quickly have a quick chat to him. Ian, not quite where you want to be down 8th position, but it's quite a narrow circuit. What can you do from here?
Elbows out, I suppose. Quali didn't go to plan. We had set-up problems, but that's my own fault for not testing. Just make a good race of it and enjoy it.
I think you're always one that puts on an entertaining race. I'm sure you won't stay in 8th place for long.
Well, you can either go forward or backwards.
And then you race forwards.
Hopefully.
Good stuff. Best of luck.
Thanks very much.
So, just seeing a couple of other cars here. Graham Robertson in quite a fresh-looking car, in fact, in 9th place on the grid. And then a few more down towards the end. We've got Flowers, Doble Senior, and a couple of others towards the front, right down the top end as well. Well, this should be one of two very entertaining races for the BMW Compact Cup. It regularly is, as Andy well knows. Speaking of Andy, let's hand over to him now in the commentary box to take you through the grid and the current point situation for the BMW Compact Cup. Andy, I think you're going to like this one.
Thank you very much, Scott. Yep, looking forward to this Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup race. They're always exciting, these, and this one I'm sure will not disappoint. The cars, as Scott was saying, are going to be heading out onto the circuit shortly, but we might have this short delay whilst we get this Jake Maynard car removed from the side of the track up at Charlie's. But the grid then set by a qualifying session earlier on. The championship is looking very, very tight as usual. Stephen Daly leads the way then on 397 points. Now, they haven't yet calculated the drop scores for this championship, so take these with a little bit of a pinch of salt, because Daly's not been any lower than third place, I should say, yet in any race this year. So he's on 397 points, which is over 30 points clear of Ben Huntley, but he's dropping more points than Ben is at the moment. Ian Jones is third, a further 13 points back, and he's 7 clear of Mikey Doble, who's racing not only in this championship but also the Ginetta GT5 Challenge this year, with success so far this season. Paul Maguire is the leading Masters driver, 5th place overall in the standings for him. And then you've got Guy Davis, Matt Flowers, Ian Howes, Rhys Clayden and Cliff Harper, another Masters driver. Those a little bit more advanced in years, racing in the championship, but still competitively, as you can see, with 2 of them in the top 10. And Harper in particular really making a step forward actually in pace for 2021. Stephen Daly though, 6 race victories to his name so far this year. The only other 2 won races this year. Well, Ian Jones won the reversed grid race at Knock Hill in Scotland back in June, and Ollie Fowler, who doesn't feature on the top 10 there in points, but he won the season opener at Croft, finished second in race 2, and then hasn't raced with us since, unfortunately. Ollie, a very quick driver who started to show flashes of pace really from the moment that he came and raced in the championship a few years ago, but not putting a full season campaign together in 2021. I guess maybe having had his best weekend ever in the championship, he might be quite happy to leave it there, but we hope to see Ollie back again in the future. So there is Ben Huntley's car then, the blue and yellow 96 machine, second in the championship, like I said. Now, he has had a good season, don't get me wrong. He's had 4 second place finishes and 2 third place finishes. Really, the only time that he's lost significant points to Stephen Daly was in the first 2 races of the year at Croft. He was struggling a bit for setup at Croft, and across the 2 races there, he wasn't able to trouble the podium finishers. It was a slightly messy start to the season at Croft as well, and it saw a couple of drivers come away from that weekend with fewer points than they arguably should have had. Jake Maynard's weekend in the Fiesta Juniors getting off to a slightly messy start as well then with this crash in qualifying. He is okay, but we are yet to learn about whether that car's going to be back out racing again tomorrow. As I said, the Fiesta Junior drivers, though, not racing again now until Sunday morning. So there is Huntley then, who is second in the championship. Right behind him is Mikey Doble, who's 4th in the championship but starts 3rd on the grid for this race. So Mikey Doble looking for his first ever win in the championship, but he's had 5 podium finishes this year and is only 7 points adrift of Ian Jones for third in the championship. But Ian has qualified only 8th. Worth pointing out that Ian Jones isn't always the best qualifier, though. He usually races better than he qualifies, so expect him to move forward in that black and pink number 59 car. And just to the right of shot, you can just about see the KC Motorsport livery of the white and orange car of Stephen Daly, multiple former Compact Cup champion, Scottish Compact Cup champion before he moved into the English series, which thankfully has now added a Scottish round onto its calendar with the visit to Knockhill this year. And I think they've visited Knockhill maybe once before as well, actually, but everyone expected Stephen Daly to go to Knockhill, his local track that he knows better than any other, and dominate, but he didn't. He won the first 2 races with the fastest lap, but the reverse grid racing could only make it up to 3rd place. It's actually one of only 2 races that he's failed to win so far this season, the other one being that season opener at Croft, when there was a little bit of a kerfuffle at the start when he and Mikey Doble went wheel to wheel into the first corner and got a little bit of contact from Wayne Flint going into the first turn. Flint got into the back of Daly, who then slid sideways into Doble and allowed Ollie Fowler through into a lead that he would never give away. And Ollie went on to win the race, with Stephen still managing to get 2nd place. Could have been a lot worse, but Mikey Doble, unfortunately, with his worst finish of the year coming from that race. So I can hear outside my commentary position that cars are making their way onto the circuit. There they go. There is Ian Jones, who I mentioned starting 8th on the grid. So as they head towards that grid, let's have a look, shall we, at how the grid's going to line up, because it's a big old grid. We've got some 29 of them lining up. Stephen Daly then, the reigning champion, the championship leader, and the driver with 6 wins already this season, starts from the best place possible to try and get a 7th here. He is on pole position with Ben Huntley for company, the top 2 in the championship there. Then it's Mikey Doble looking to try and move into 3rd in the points. Again, going the right way about it by qualifying 3rd. He's got Paul Maguire for company on row 2. Ian Howes and Guy Davis are on the 3rd row, ahead of Rhys Claydon and Ian Jones, 3rd in the points, only 8th on the grid. Then on the 5th row, Matt Flowers and Mike Doble, father of Mikey, round out the top 10. Ross Stoner and Jim Barrett are next, ahead of lead Andy Sadler, former champion in the Ford Fiesta Championship that we've got racing here this weekend. Gareth Claydon with him on the 7th row, with Ray McDowell and Martin Gadsby on row number 8. Ray actually had a good showing in that reverse grid race at Knockhill last time. Then on the 9th row, Russell Cager and Richard Sutherland, Pete Smith and Cliff Harper on row number 10, ahead of Stephen Somerville and Chris McGinley. McGinley had an off in qualifying earlier on, so I don't know whether that 44 car is going to be on the track. Had quite a bit of damage to the right front corner. Simon Welton and Jonathan Williams are on row number 12, and then we are getting now towards the back of the grid, with row 13 shared by Tom Evans and Andrew Partridge, Graham Robertson and Tom Middleton together on row 14, and Nick Tasker at the back of the field. I think we might also have Pete Smith tagged onto the back of that grid, although he didn't qualify. The number 17 car is listed on no, hang on, I correct myself. Car 17 has been moved to the back of the grid for some reason and has no lap times listed against it after qualifying this morning. So the cars then ready to go on their green flag lap. Takes a bit of organising to get them all into position, though, before we can get this green flag lap underway. Pole position, as we've said, is on the right hand side here, but I spoke to both Stephen Daly and Ben Huntley after qualifying, and they were both very happy to be on the front row, but they both fully understood the significance of getting into that first corner first, because as we've seen in our previous races today, not an easy circuit to overtake at, especially when you're racing against someone who is also very quick. We know both of those two are very quick. So general consensus is that whichever one of those two gets into and out of the first sequence of corners in the lead is likely to stay there. Stephen Daly, because he has a really strong pace this weekend. Ben Huntley, if he gets in front, we know how well he can defend. He took his a victory, I think it was his first ever victory in the championship at Alton Park a couple of years ago, against Stephen Daly after getting past Stephen on lap 1. Stephen and Ian Jones had a bit of contact, I seem to recall, at that point, and Daly sort of slotted back into second place behind Huntley, and Ben, for 15 minutes, proceeded to make that the widest BMW in existence, and somehow kept the slightly faster Stephen Daly at bay. So if Huntley gets the jump into turn 1, expect a similar defensive masterclass from Ben. He's got to get it hooked up off the line first and then get through those first corners in the lead. It's left-hander at Coppice, but it's flat out, that left-hander. Even on a flying lap, apparently, it's a little bit of a comfort lift at most, but it's pretty much flat out through there. So from a standing start on the outside line, you can easily go around the outside flat out and then get the inside for Charlie's. And that is the plan for Ben Huntley. I'm sure Stephen Daly will be very aware that that could happen, though, and will be looking to try and defend from that if he can. So field working their way through. Matt Flowers there, the number 4 car, the number 9 of Martin Gadsby behind him. Sorry, Ray McDowell number 4, I should say. Martin Gadsby number 9. They'll be sharing the 8th row of the grid. A couple of impressive efforts there towards the sharp end, though, actually. Paul Maguire, as I said, the leading Masters driver, qualifying 4th. Now, he's not yet finished on the podium this season, but we'll be starting from the 2nd row. Ian Howes has got 1 podium, but he starts 5th on the grid. He's not been on the podium since the 3rd place at the season opener at Croft, so 4th and 5th place cars could be 2 to watch. As for those a bit deeper in the field that should move forward, well, to be honest, it's going to be hard to do, isn't it, round here? Lee Dendy Sadler, though, I'd say is one perhaps who should be a little bit further up the order than he's qualified. I'm not sure if we've seen Lee race with us this year. I know he did last year. I know he has, but he missed Knock Hill. So Lee was one of a few drivers that didn't make the trip north of the border. That's why Lee is all the way down in 20th in the championship. But again, drop scores will bring him back into it a little bit, because another purpose of drop scores is to prevent you from having your championship derail completely if you can't afford, for example, to go and race at one particular event. So those that couldn't go to Knock Hill can at least count that as their drop and not necessarily be completely out of championship contention. Lee Dendy Sadler, one of those that didn't go there. Simon Welton didn't go to Knock Hill, nor did Tom Middleton. But championship contenders, Stephen Daly, Ben Huntley, Ian Jones and Mikey Doble, most definitely did. Just over 50 points covering those top 4 in the championship. It is a 24-point cushion for Stephen Daly over Ben Huntley in the points. But as I've said, with these dropped scores to take into account, Stephen is dropping a few more than Ben Huntley. They are the two that start on the front row together. Then Daly on our right, Huntley on the left. The track might be a little grippier on that outside line up against the pit wall. That tends to be the line that the drivers take when they're on flying laps. There might be a bit more rubber down there. That could give Huntley a slight advantage, but of course he does then, as we've said, have that outside line for Coppice. So to get ahead of Daly, he's going to have to be really brave around the outside. Brave, though, is something that Ben Huntley, you could definitely describe him as. Doesn't back down from a fight very often, and neither does Stephen Daly. That's why he keeps coming back to racing this championship year after year, despite the fact he's won it a few times now. Red lights out, though, we're away and racing, and look at who makes the good start. It's Paul Maguire. Huntley has a shocker, and Maguire has cleared him, so has Mikey Doble. Martin Gadsby there going to squeeze them 4 abreast towards turn 1. That won't work, and Ian Jones is right in the middle of that. There's contact, cars sideways, surely they're not going to save it. No, there's 1 car pointing the wrong way, 2 or 3 cars on the grass. 4 wide into the first corner was always going to end in tears, I'm afraid, and it absolutely did. Mikey Doble, though, look at him into 2nd place. He is now Daly's nearest opposition with, well, a terrible start for Huntley, quite frankly, down to 4th place for him. A couple of damaged cars coming through. You can see a big gap in the pack. There are 2 cars, at least, that are off at turn 1. One on the inside, one on the outside. The car on the outside is Ray McDowell. He is continuing. Car on the inside, I couldn't quite see a number for. Up at Park Corner, though, Rhys Claydon is really starting to feel some pressure there from Guy Davison up the road. That was a pretty robust move. Ian Howes, I think that was, getting elbowed out wide, possibly by Guy Davis, as they rounded the right-hander. So a very, very dramatic first half a lap. Mikey Doble has lost out again now as the safety car is being scrambled. The safety car being scrambled then we're seeing on the timing screen. They're still racing at the moment though until they see a board. There you can see one in the background. So the safety car is going to come out. It is Maguire into 2nd place now then. So he's the one that got ahead of Mikey Doble halfway around the lap. There goes Guy Davis with Mike Doble, Mikey's father, right behind him. And the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car ready and waiting on the start-finish straight to collect the field. Well then, did you get all that? That was a very, very busy first lap of racing. Unfortunately, part of the charm of this Cadwell Park circuit, its narrow nature, is also one of its biggest risks in a way, because if you do get a car, particularly at the start, getting a slow start and sort of backing up the rest of the pack, it leads to that sort of congestion through the first couple of 100 metres. And we've had quite a few nasty start line incidents here over the years at Cadwell, just because everything funnels down into that first corner. They were 4 wide. And there was contact between, I think, McDowell and Ian Jones, possibly, which sort of sent the cars a spinning. You can see that car on the inside at turn 1. I can't see a number on that, but let's see who didn't come through. So Ray McDowell hasn't come through, but we know about him. I think that's Lee Dengue Sadler on the inside, because he didn't finish the first lap. The other one that didn't was the 104 car as well, which was 104 Tom Evans, who was 24th on the grid. McDowell was 15th and Dengue Sadler 13th, and it all happened sort of behind Ian Jones, who started 8th. So that incident somehow involved the 8th place starting car and the 24th place starting car. So literally 2/3 of the field were involved in that in one way or another. So the field then behind the safety car, and this is going to take a couple of laps. It's only a 15-minute race, of course. So this will unfortunately eat into the time. That car definitely doesn't look that healthy. That was Jim Barrett, I think, wasn't it, with a very crumpled front end. But yeah, the point I was about to make is this is going to take us towards about half race distance before we can get racing back underway. So good news for Stephen Daly. It's less laps that he has to defend, but I don't think Stephen really thinks like that. He enjoys a good scrap. What a shame though that Ben Huntley didn't get a good start, because I was really bigging up that run through the first few corners for them, and in the end he didn't get off the line at all. Well, they changed a diff on Huntley's car overnight as well. He was complaining it was making a strange noise earlier on in the weekend when they were testing. So he and his dad worked hard to change that diff before the race, and they were able to do so. He said the car did feel better as a result of it, but yeah, it's not been a terribly successful start to the race for him. There you're about to see Jim Barrett's car coming through, looking very second-hand. I'd be amazed if the clerk of the course doesn't call him in to the pit lane to get that repaired anyway, using a black and orange meatball flag. Send him in. Hill they go then, and in the background you can see Dengue Sadler's car being moved out of the way. No, so Lee Dengue Sadler is actually shown on the timing screen as being in the pit lane. So is that actually Evans' car that's being towed away? They were the two that weren't accounted for. Ray McDowell has carried on, possibly without too much damage in the number 4. Shame for him, he'd qualified reasonably well there in 15th place, but down to 26th now and last. But of course the safety car, provided he's got no damage, it gives him a chance to close back in on the tail of the field. There he is, number 4. Now, is that rear left corner damage though? There's a bit of bodywork damage, but I think he might have been lucky there and got away with no suspension damage. It was the 104 car then that were being towed away. So that is Tom Evans, without any obvious damage actually, but he wouldn't have pulled over for the good of his health. There's clearly been a knock taken there that has taken him out of the race, and Lee Dengue Sadler, we believe, came back to the pit lane. So lights on, I should say, on the safety car. They're going to remain on for at least this lap. Let's hope we can go racing before the end of this one though, because we are ticking towards half race distance. Mentioned earlier on, there are a couple of drivers who aren't here this weekend that normally would be. One of those is the pair of Adcocks, actually, Matt and Phil Adcock, who would Phil has raced in the championship for a number of years. Now his son Matt has decided to follow in his dad's footsteps racing in the championship, but they say that a birthday has prevented them from being here. I don't know whether that's Matt or Phil's birthday, but one of them is celebrating a happy birthday, so happy birthday to you. And we look forward to having you back at Donington Park at the end of September for the next round of the championship. I think personally that Phil was a bit scared Matt was getting a bit too quick, and he's told him he's not allowed to race this weekend because every time Matt gets out on track he's getting quicker and quicker. And I'm sure they're both very keenly keeping a track of each other's lap times to see whether it's father or son that has the pace advantage. Love to see them both out there on track at the same time at some point, but perhaps next year. Right then, field down through Mansfield Corner. And are we going to get a restart this time? It looks as though they have moved the cars out of the way now. Well, two of them recovered under their own steam, it would seem. Dengue Sadler and Ray McDowell, with just the 104 car needing recovery by the marshals. So does that mean we can go racing them with what will be about 7 minutes left on the clock? Yes, we can, because the lights are out on the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car. And we thank runyourfleet.com for their support of the BRSCC this year, sponsoring their brand new safety car for 2021. With the greatest of respect, I hope we don't see it again, but at least when we do get a safety car, it's quite a nice car to look at. Right then, that will head into the pit lane, and the field will get ready to restart. Now, a rolling restart, of course, in single file position. Stephen Daly really backing the field up here as he comes through the hairpin. Now he stands on the gas and they accelerate towards Barn Corner. No overtaking though, remember, until you cross that start-finish line. So even if the car in front of you makes a mistake, which one of them did in the background, that was Reece Claydon, I think, that got sideways. But Guy Davis behind him isn't allowed to overtake him until after they've crossed the line. So Claydon well and truly got away with that one. Across the line they go then. We are back under green flag conditions again here at Cadwell Park. And much more through Coppice Corner this time. Ian Jones one to watch then, isn't he? He's dropped down into 12th position as a result of his involvement in that incident. Keep an eye on the black and pink number 59 car. There is Mikey Doble, spectacular as ever. Heads out of Charlie's corner. Just not quite close enough to Paul Maguire to challenge him into Park Corner. Into the braking zone goes the number 1 car then. The Scot leads the way from Paul Maguire, Mikey Doble, Ben Huntley nose to tail, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Huntley will be kicking himself for that start, and that's probably not good news for Mikey Doble, because he is his next victim, or his first victim really, on this fight back towards the front that Ben Huntley will intend to go on. Hammering the curbs there, Mikey a bit sideways, but that's okay. You can drive these cars quite sideways without really losing too much time. They're not particularly powerful, these BMW Compact Cup machines, so you've really got to carry the mid-corner speed, hang the tail out. Drivers that are comfortable with a car moving around underneath them typically the ones that are quickest in this championship. Certainly something that's true of Stephen Daly then, who leads them over the top of the hill through the mountain for the 4th time, getting away already from Maguire in 2nd. The battle developing behind him, doesn't it? There's a close battle. That's Guy Davis still stuck behind the number 10 of Reece Claydon. As they come through towards the end of the lap then. 5 minutes left in the race, so 2/3 race distance. Fortunately, lots of safety car running in the first part, but let's hope we can stay green now to the end. Across the line they go, and Huntley's really dropped back through the Hall bends, hasn't he? Ian Howes is right on his tail now. These chances of getting back onto the podium, taking him a knock there. Didn't see what happened. He was right behind going into the bends. Just lost out as he came out of them and towards the end of the lap. Daly, though, comes out of Charlie's, very wide over the grass. Don't tell me he's not pushing. He may have a 1 second lead already, but Stephen Daly knows that he can't afford to relax for a second, because Maguire and Doble are not far behind. Now that Huntley has dropped back from Mikey Doble, though, that is freeing up the 88 car, I think, to attack Paul Maguire without worrying about defending from the car behind. So as they run through part, there goes Ian Howes. Huntley still in 4th position. So no change in the positions as they go through the top part of the circuit. Ian Jones there, though, was about to gain one, I think. He's already up 1 ahead of the 22 car of Ross Stoner. And his next target was Matt Flowers. No, it wasn't. It was. Yes, it was Matt Flowers, the next one that Jones is going to try and overtake. Did he get that one made? He's in that next group. Yes, I think he did. He's at the front of his little queue of cars. Daly over the top of the hill. Maguire, Doble, Huntley, Howes pretty close together. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Guy Guy Davis 6th then, 7th place Reece Clayton. That's been a change, and now Mike Doble's on the inside of Clayton into the Hall Bend. You can't go side by side through there though, and Clayton had his nose ahead and took control of the corner, and Mike Doble sensibly backed out of it, but Reece Clayton has lost a position then to Guy Davis on this lap. Puts Guy into 6th place then. Oh, and running very wide as he tries to make good his escape. We had a barn corner sideways in the background though, the black and pink car, that's Ian Jones, and he has got his sights well and truly set on this group, hasn't he? He's got 2 more laps to go to try and gain a couple more positions there. Jones is going to come across the start-finish line in 10th place. Having started 8th, I said that he would make forward progress in the race, but obviously that bad start and then getting involved in the turn 1 contact put paid to that. Can he at least get back to where he started? He looks quicker than the cars ahead, doesn't he? And Jones doesn't seem to have any damage really, so let's see what more progress he can make. He's got Flowers and Mike Doble Senior right in front. I said that Mikey Doble had been racing Ginettas this year. Well, his father Mike actually made his debut in the GT5 Challenge and got a podium within the amateur class at Snetterton a few weeks ago. Mike's been one-make racing in the UK for an awfully long time though, very experienced driver, and has become, over the last year or so, a regular top 10 runner in this championship, which is not easy to do. Down the hill they go though, he's got some defending to do now because Flowers is there. Jones is looking up the inside of Flowers. There was almost a bit of contact there, I think, and Ian Jones bails out of it before that got too touchy-feely between the two of them. Guy Davis then through the mountain. Ian Howes ahead of him actually by a few seconds now. It's quite a big gap there between the 5th and 6th place cars. Race leaders though heading through the Hall Bends. There is Stephen Daly arriving at the hairpin. 2nd, 3rd and 4th is the battle, isn't it? Because Doble still hasn't got past Maguire, and they have now been caught again by Ben Huntley. So those 3 together. Oh, Maguire a bit scrappy out of barn. That gives Mikey Doble a run onto the pit straight. They come through to start the final lap, but for 2nd place it couldn't be much closer. Mikey Doble goes to the outside line. Now can he hold it round the outside of Coppice to get the inside for Charlie's? His nose is ahead. They're leaning on each other into the left-hander. It looked like Maguire may have just about managed to hold on to that P2. Well, that was physical stuff there from Maguire as he put up a robust defence against the 88 car. But it worked. He came out still in 2nd place. Mikey runs wide now, and that might just give Ben Huntley the chance to attack him going up the hill. There are the rolling remains of Jim Barrett's car, which is running in 16th place despite the rather unorthodox aerodynamics on the front of it after that turn 1 incident. Mikey Doble sideways at Park, drifts a bit wide. Huntley has his nose in the gap now on the inside, but in fairness to him, he was very respectful there to Mikey. He let Doble turn into the corner. It's just so hard to run side by side through most of these corners. Even once you get an overlap, you can't really fully commit to it for fear of turning the other car around. This is just freeing up Paul Maguire though to make good his escape in 2nd place, so it's now going to be the fight to get onto the podium, and Ben Huntley knows that he's running out of opportunities. The mountain is a hard place to overtake, and I don't think he's close enough to do it up the inside. No. So Mikey Doble holds on for now, makes it into the apex as well, despite a slight lock up there on the way in. Oh, Maguire very sideways over the mountain. If only, thinks Mikey Doble, I was a car length or so closer, because that might have been his chance to move into 2nd place. But as it is, it looks as though this is the order they're going to finish in. Down through the hairpin comes Stephen Daly, and another checkered flag beckons for him. His 7th victory from 9 races so far this season for Stephen Daly. He will extend his championship lead, and he takes the victory in the first of 2 races this weekend at Cadwell Park in the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. Paul Maguire is 2nd. Mikey Doble does just hang on to 3rd ahead of Ben Huntley and Ian Howes. Guy Davis with a fighting 6th place there. Reece Clayton 7th. Ian Jones is 8th, so he got past both Flowers and Mike Doble there before the end of the race. Doble ends up 9th, Flowers ends up 10th, with Stoner and Gareth Clayton next in line. There's Jim Barrett going to end up in that wrecked number 15 car. He was 16th at the start of the lap. There he goes, still in 16th place and actually keeping good pace there with the car ahead of him, which was the number 6 of Simon Welton, who actually started 22nd with Welton and finished 15th. So obviously gained a lot of positions through the first corner, but just surviving that first corner was a bit of a feat in itself, really. So great race. Shame we had the safety car. Hopefully tomorrow's encounter for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup will be safety car free. That would be nice. It will be at 5 minutes past 11 in the morning. So an early dart home for the BMW Compact Cup drivers tomorrow. We still, though, have 4 races coming your way this afternoon from Cadwell Park. Next up is the Mazda MX-5 Mark I Championship. Then it's the Motorsport UK British Super Cup Championship. Then the cars for the ETSL STXR Challenge are up at about 5 o'clock, with the MX-5 Clubman Championship rounding out the day's action. So, hopefully we're not anticipating a big delay before the next race starts. We've got a couple of cars maybe to be recovered, but I think they were all in pretty safe positions to start with. But of course, the club will be keen to get on with this, get that next race underway on time. We are still actually pretty much running to time, maybe only a couple of minutes behind despite that delay earlier on. It was Phil Adcock's birthday, he tells me in the YouTube comments section. So happy birthday, Phil. That's why he and Matt are not here racing this weekend. And he confirms he will be back at Donington Park. If you want to get in touch, by the way, then the YouTube or Facebook comment section, the place to go to do that. I'll be trying to keep an eye on certainly the YouTube comment section as the day wears on, and indeed through the rest of the weekend. And looking forward to really enjoying seeing so many of you watching along at home and enjoying the racing here at Cadwell Park. It's been very, very entertaining so far, and still lots more to come. There are the cars preparing then to head out onto the circuit for the next race, and that will be for that Mazda MX-5 Championship, another big grid of cars set to do battle for 20 minutes around the Cadwell Park circuit, still in the stunning August bank holiday sunshine. We've actually had a decent year this year for bank holiday weather, and it's continued again this weekend. Right then, cars are heading into Parc Fermé now before the drivers make their way down to the podium. Let's hand down to Scott Woodwith then, who can tell us all about the Mazda MX-5 Championship that is up next.
So this is the front end of the pole sitter for the next race for today, which is the Mazda MX-5 Championship. Their first of 3 for this weekend at Cadwell Park. Now this is getting to be a very close battle in the championship, particularly on drop scores within the top 3. And I think we can have possibly a quick word with our man that's on pole position and in that championship fight, which is Oliver Allwood. Ollie, you're currently a point behind your teammate and 3rd on drop scores at the moment. So this is a little bit like last year. You've been in this scenario several times before, so you know how to do it. But how are you feeling ahead of this first race?
Yeah, well, I've got pole position, so happy about that. It's a bit like getting pole at Monaco, this place, so difficult to overtake. So as long as we get the thing off the line and around the first lap in the lead, I think I'll probably fair a good chance getting the win. Got to try and beat Barn and Brewer most, because he's so far ahead. So if we can take some points out of Jack, then happy days.
It's an advantage to have your teammate alongside you, but also maybe a slight sort of blessing in disguise, or kind of other way around. It's because you've got Trott, obviously he's alongside in the front row, but he's also one of your main championship rivals. So that's going to be interesting sort of subconscious conversation to turn one, isn't it?
Yeah, but we've raced against each other loads, so we know how we race each other. It's always fair, it's always good, and we'll be fine. It's going to be a good race.
Wins on the cards, hopefully.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Good stuff. Well done. We'll see you in a bit. As we said, Brian Trott is on the front row alongside him. Of course, he's pending having one of his best seasons so far, having won his first proper full seasons in the championship. So good to have him in the mix. We might possibly have a word. Brian, can I have a quick word?
Yeah.
So Brian, of course, you're in the mix of the championship. You've got Ollie just a point behind you in the battling with Jack. This is, we just said, arguably your best season to date so far. So you're really having a cracking year to this point.
Yeah, not too bad. Obviously the first round was awful. We're climbing back from that really. Obviously it's been going quite well. Just to keep racking up those podiums.
Yeah, of course the start and the line here is going to be all important because it's such a narrow circuit, so how crucial is it going to be to try and either beat Ollie off the line or at least try and slot in behind him quickly so that you two can try and work together and get up the road a bit.
I'm not sure how much working together there's going to be fair. Yeah, it's going to be crucial. Whoever gets in that lead is going to try and defend it, I think. So we'll see what happens off the line. I fancy my chances off the line usually. Fairly good starter, but it's another race. We'll see what happens.
Well, best of luck. We'll see how you get on.
Thanks a lot.
Great stuff. Now, third place on Fraser Fenwick is something I want to show you on his car, particularly because he basically, it goes back to what happened. I think it's back at Anglesey. A bit of a not so good weekend at Anglesey. So for the previous weekend at Stetson, there was a bet which essentially meant if he got himself a podium, then his main mechanic Ben would have to get himself basically put his face onto his car. He's done that, but not in the way that you might think. Not just a small decal. Hand down, Anthony. That is Ben's face. Apologies, it is a little bit unsavoury, but that is Fraser's bodywork graphic, and I'm pretty sure there's a massive smile on Fraser's face underneath. But we'll have a quick word with him and see what he thinks about that. So, Fraser, I suspect, given the smile I can see underneath your helmet, you're quite enjoying your new bonnet graphic at the moment.
Oh yeah, definitely. Everybody knows who it is now in the paddock, but it's about time he's recognised. He's the best.
It's going to be quite interesting when it comes to the post-race sort of talk in many cases. To me, have an image of if you get yourself onto the podium or get yourself a win, that might be quite an intriguing shot, especially if you get into autosport.
Yeah, well, you know, it came off a good weekend. It obviously didn't go too well in the first race with disqualification, but we came off a good weekend at Snap, so let's try and carry the pace to this one, and you never know.
And like I think your teammate, because it's maybe 1, 2, 3 at the front, but like Brian, you haven't one of your best seasons to date so far, so you've got lots of confidence in this car at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously last year was a bit of a sight for me and the team, obviously getting to know everyone, getting to know the car and everything. Started to build confidence, and we're starting to get there and build pace, and now we're really confident and happy with it.
Good stuff. Have a good one. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Fourth place on the grid is the man who finds himself in the lead of the championship. We'll go around the other way because, of course, we've got Jack Brewer. I think what we'll do is we'll leave him to just... He's focused. He's focused as James Tucker, so we won't talk to him just yet, but he's in the zone. So championship leader both on overall and drop scores. Whilst we do that, I think we'll leave the Mazdas for a moment and we'll let Andy go through the rest of the grid because we've been waiting very patiently, and let's have a chat to our BMW Compact Cup top 3. So let's bring in, first of all, the man in... Let's get him up on the podium. So third place, which is going to be Mikey Noble Jr., so he'll be jump up and grab his... third place trophy. Second place and also the top Masters driver goes to Paul Maguire, so good well done to Paul. He will maintain his advantage in the Masters points, and once again it is that man Stephen Daly who will once again pick up another race win and another top step of the podium, and he will be looking to try and continue to increase that advantage. I'll have a chat with the top 3 in just a second, so we'll bring them down off the podium once Charlotte's finished, which she's done. One more. All together on tops of the podium. Good sight to have that. Now we're kind of getting out of the woods from COVID, thankfully. So let's bring them down and have a chat quick to our top 3 whilst the Mazdas head off onto the dummy grid before the formation lap. So, Stephen, business as usual, even with the safety car. Another victory, another maximum score of points, another day at the office.
Yeah, it was very good there. Car fantastic as it is. Casey Mossberg, fantastic job. Thanks to my sponsors this weekend, Mazda Mix. Everybody involved with who's got me out there this year, it's been fantastic, so it's just brilliant. In terms of the race, these guys pushed me hard. Mikey had an opportunity at the start, didn't have quite the tyres and needed to overtake me, so locked up a little bit, and it was just safety car after that, and just kind of wait out the safety car, and I knew there wasn't long left for them to do anything, so happy.
Good stuff. Well done. We've got the race next coming up, so we'll see if race 2 tomorrow, but fingers crossed we can do the double.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Good stuff. Let's bring Paul in, of course, in second place and also your top Masters driver, which I know in many cases that's a championship you're trying to defend, but in many cases second overall must be massively encouraging as well as still maintain that Masters advantage.
Speechless. We need to rewind and just watch what happened. Unbelievable to literally just go a few places up each time, every time we come out. It's amazing. Matt Parksy Motorsport, just amazing. Absolutely all over the car, all over the data. We're spending a lot of time off track, going through the data and just finding tenths here, tenths there, who's quicker in that corner, where you're braking, where you're accelerating. It's just nuts. There's so much more into it than what you see out on track. So credit to everybody. I thought I was getting too old for it, and it's my first, what I call a proper podium with the fast boys.
The good thing is with the Masters, you're never too old for it.
Never too old for it, but you know, you could come 5th or 6th on track and then take a pot home for first in Masters. It's great, but you know, I think to try and get up with the what I call the young guns and succeed and get onto the main podium is where we wanted to be, and we've done it, which is great.
Great stuff.
So roll on tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll let you go because we've got the next race coming up. But well done for the second race. Good stuff. Let's bring Mikey in as well for third place. Of course, having quite a busy season because you're dovetailing this with GT Ginettas. So another satisfying weekend, another great start with another trophy.
Yeah, pleased with that. Got a great start, same as Paul. Managed to jump humbly off the line, and it's not very often you get the chance to have a move on Stephen Daly and try and pull it off, and sadly I didn't, and I locked up and Paul got me there. But no, another trophy. Can never get complacent with third places and second places, so yeah, really happy with that.
Great stuff. We'll let you go because we've got the next race coming up, but well done for third place, excellent stuff. Right, Andy, straight back to you to go through the current top 10 of the championship points and the grid for this first race for the Mazda MX-5 Championship.
Indeed, thank you, Scott. Well, we'll start with the grid, I think, because the cars are already out on their green flag lap then for this 20-minute race for the Mazda MX-5 Championship. It is Ollie Allwood then that has the pole position. Ollie Allwood, who in the championship is third place with just the one win to his name this year, but he's got the pole position alongside Brian Trott. Fraser Fenwick and Jack Brewer are on row 2 with Steve Foden and Seb Fisher on the third row. Luke Pullen and Zach Oates rounding out the top 8, whilst the top 10 are rounded out on the 5th row of the grid by Matt Pollard and Jason Greatrex. Then it's Owen Mills and Oliver Graham. Callum Greatrex next on the 7th row with Michael Green for company. Then Adam Craig and Tim Dorr on the 8th row. 9th row of the grid for Richard Wotton and Oak Richardson. Cian Donaldson and Brad Jones round out the top 20. Brad, one of those that's doubling up here this weekend, doing the Mark 1 Championship and the Clubman Championship as well. Michael Pearce and Bo Parry, another driver we saw in the Clubmans earlier on, there on row number 11 with Kevin Dengate, the winner of the Clubman race this morning. 23rd on the grid for this one with Richard Bartlett on the 12th row. Row 13 is where we find Christopher Ginn and Jordan Pimley. Bryn Griffiths down on the 14th row alongside Graham Rumsey, with Ollie Walden rounding out the 29-car grid. Right, championship-wise then, let's take a very quick look at the points, because the cars are still only halfway round their green flag lap. On dropped scores, they dropped their 3 worst scores in this championship. Jack Brewer is leading the way, but not by a huge amount, actually. 888 points for him, plays 869, so 19 points back is Brian Trott in second. He is then a single point clear of Ollie Allwood, who's on pole for this race. Third in the championship, Seb Fisher is fourth, with Steve Foden there in 5th position. As I said, that's all once those drop scores are added in. As far as the race wins have gone this year, we've had 5 different winners actually across the first 4 events of the season. Championship leader Jack Brewer is the one that's won more races than anybody else, though. He has won 7 races so far this season, but the only races that he's been on the podium have been the ones that he has won. It's been a bit win or bust for Jack Brewer this year. He's had those 7 wins, but he hasn't had any second or third place finishes up to this point. And as far as the races that he hasn't won, well, we've had 1 win for Brian Trott. He won actually our most recent race at Snetterton. Ollie Allwood won a race at Anglesey. Steve Foden won 2 at Silverstone, and Fraser Fenwick won the first race at Silverstone, which was by far Jack Brewer's worst weekend, because he didn't trouble the top 5 even at Silverstone earlier this season. Cadwell Park, though, a very different beast, and Jack Brewer will be starting this one from 4th on the grid in the yellow number 93 car, and we'll watch with interest to see whether he can challenge for a victory. Allwood got the pole position, though, by a fraction. It was about 15 one-hundredths of a second, 1,000ths of a second, I should say, clear of Brian Trott, who is on a bit of a roll after that victory at Snetterton last time out. So the cars then almost all in position. In fact, they are. The green flag I just saw had been waved at the back of the grid then. Ollie Allwood on the right, Brian Trott on the left. Keep an eye though on those cars on row 2, Fraser Fenwick and Jack Brewer, to try and slot in between the front row starters as the red lights go on. Then we're about to go racing here at Cadwell Park for the first time of 3 this weekend in the Mazda MX-5 Championship. Now, there was a little bit of a delay there, but the board now has been held up. The lights will now go on, and all eyes towards the starting gantry. Who's got the best reactions? Who has the least wheel spin? Let's find out. Off they go. Good start made there by Fraser Fenwick in the purple car, but nowhere to go with it. 2 and 3 wide further down the order, but it looks as though it will be Allwood in the white and blue car that holds on to the advantage into turn number 1. Adam Craig there, I think Mr. Gear in that yellow 29 car, and there's contact. 1 car on the grass. Bryn Griffiths is on the grass on the left-hand side of the road, but one of the AB Motorsport cars, I think that was, getting elbowed to the right. Thankfully, none of them making contact with the barriers. It's Allwood that leads then. Fenwick through into second. Trott down to third. Steve Foden up into 4th place. So not a good start actually for championship leader Jack Brewer, who's dropped down into 5th position. There go some of those that were involved in the shenanigans at turn 1. 78 is Richard Bartlett, and up front it's all very, very close indeed, turning into Park Corner. This is for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, as there on the outside line. Number 27 Luke Pullen is about to lose out, I think, there to Seb Fisher. Well, actually Fisher started ahead of him, so Pullen trying to make some ground. Kevin Dengate is out wide in that red 178 car that, as I said, won the Clubman race earlier on. Oh, De Heer sideways on the grass. That's going to be a big moment, potentially. No, a brilliant save by Luke Pullin. Seb Fisher is now up the inside of him again through Mansfield, but that was because Pullin ran wide all of his own accord at the gooseneck. He runs wide out of Mansfield. I don't think he did that one quite by himself, though, and now he's got his teammates up the inside. Look, that's the 145 of Zach Oates, and up the inside goes Matt Pollard in the 55. So there's lots of jostling for position there in the mid-pack as they come over the top of the mountain. Then, big squeeze going on there is number 33. That's one of the Greydrexes. That's Jason Greydrex going up the inside through the Hall Bend. You can't do that over the grass, over the curbs. They're completely out of control as they disappear from sight into the Hall Bends, and they arrive still out of control at the hairpin, with cars locking up all over the place. The 27 car of Luke Pullin there was on the outside line, which seems to be where he's been for the whole of this first lap, without actually losing a tremendous number of positions. Hallwood then, he's escaping most of the silliness behind him. He is 0.4 of a second clear of Fraser Fenwick. Side by side here across the start-finish line, though. Number 37 is Tim Dorr. To his inside, right on his door, is the 222 car going into the first corner, and 222 is Michael Green. Disappointingly not in a green car, but I think made the move stick there going into Coppice corner. So the top three then make a bit of a break, Allwood, Fenwick and Trott. And then there's a small gap back to Steve Foden in fourth, who got the better of Jack Brewer off the line. He is in fifth position. Here comes this gaggle though, the two Greydrexes together now. Just to confuse me, it's 33 ahead of 34, which means that it's Jason Greydrex ahead of Callum Greydrex, but Luke Pullin was between them at the start of the lap and he's now ahead of them. So place regained there for Pullin, meaning he only lost 2 places on the opening lap as opposed to the 3. To be honest, could have lost a lot more than 3 positions though, couldn't he, at one point when he was on the grass? Well, 2 points actually, that he was on the grass through the gooseneck and through Mansfield. So there is Fraser Fenwick then with that unique livery on the car that we were getting a good look at in the assembly area. And let's see, is that going to carry him on to another podium now? After Fenwick was able to get that podium, that second place finish last time at Snetterton with the fastest lap as well. A weekend that started off in the worst possible way really, with Fenwick getting excluded from the opening race at Snetterton. Fought his way through from the back though towards the front in race 2, and then got that fantastic podium in the third race. So there's the lead gaggle then. It is 5 of them together really, isn't it? Then it's Allwood in the lead. So Allwood is 20 points behind Jack Brewer in the championship. Brewer leading the championship, Allwood third. 20 points the difference between the two of them. But Brewer is only 5th at the moment, which means he would lose about 10 of those 20 points. As things stand, you get 100 points for a win, and then it goes down in 2-point increments from there. So 98 for second, 96 for third, 94 for fourth, plus that bonus point for the fastest lap. So fastest lap at the moment, Jack Brewer actually does have, but that was the first flying lap of the race. You'd expect them to get a bit quicker over the next lap or so. We go the pair of Greydrex brothers then up the hill. There are the top 2, absolutely nose to tail. Seb Fisher's 6th there, 7th place for Zach Oates. Luke Pullin next, ahead of Jason and Callum Greydrex, with Matt Pollard just outside the top 10. Right behind him, each and every one of them absolutely on the limit. There goes Richard Wotton, the black and yellow number 3 car, just behind Tim Dorr. They're fighting for 16th place, but they're as close together as the race leaders are. Wherever you are in this field, you've got somebody to have a battle with. It's one of the great attractions of Mark 1 Mazda MX-5 racing. These cars are pretty affordable to buy and run, and if you get yourself with a good team that can set them up right, then it really is then all down to the driver to maximise the car's performance. It's something that Ollie Allwood has been very good at in recent years, but Fraser Fenwick is starting to become a more and more common thorn in his side, an unwelcome thorn in his side, I'm sure, for Allwood, but for us it's great to have another driver up there fighting for the race victories. Allwood though, with just that one win this year, has been Jack Brewer really, hasn't it, that's been the pace setter, but this hit and miss season that he's had means that he's not really been able to pull a big championship lead. And again here, look, he's still stuck in 5th place. It's so hard to pass round here now that it's going to be hard to see him getting onto the podium now, unless there's some sort of an incident ahead of him which allows him to do that. Up through Coppice and into Charlie's they go. Couldn't be much closer between those top 2. One good place to overtake is at the end of the Park Straight with a slipstream, and it looked as though Fenwick was close enough to Allwood there to maybe challenge for the lead as they went up the hill. Further back, side by side battling into Coppice corner there, and a big lock-up on the way in as well. That's well outside the top 20 though. Steve Foden defending his 4th place there from Brewer. Fenwick did not get past Allwood, so it's still the same order inside the top 5 as they head up through Chris Curve for the 4th time. Brewer still has the fastest lap. In fact, he improved on it again on the previous lap. The yellow car 5th in shot, and right in front of him, Steve Foden getting sideways. But, as they drop down through Mansfield, no one able to make a move. So this battle between the top 5 doesn't look like it's going to abate anytime soon. 13 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. So still over half the race to go, about 1/3 race distance now. Seb Fisher, by the way, in 6th, is lapping fractionally quicker than the race leader, and he's bringing with him Zach Oates, so we could have 7 for the lead before much longer. Certainly if there's a bit of a battle that breaks out amongst the podium runners, that will certainly bring the next 2 cars in the queue onto their tail. There they go, look, through Barn Corner, those 2, Fisher and Oates. Let's see if they're quicker again on this time. The leader, Allwood, does a 46.1. Seb Fisher, 45.7. So yeah, another 4/10 quicker than the leader. Allwood is not the fastest man on the track, is he, by any means? In fact, the fastest man that time around was Zach Oates, who set a personal best lap of 45.5. As there was a chance for Fenwick through the second part of Charlie's, but the wider line into that second part of Charlie's just gives Allwood a bit more momentum onto the park straight, and means that he's not really under that much threat. Big bounce over the grass there for Luke Pullen. That's the second time he's nearly crashed in this race, and he immediately jumps on the brakes to check that the pads haven't been knocked away from the discs. When you bounce the car over the curbs or the grass like that, you get pad knockoff, which is where the brake pads are no longer in contact with the brake discs when you next go to use them. When you get into the next braking zone, you've got no brakes. Never a pleasant feeling, and neither is the ensuing accident that tends to come from that. So did the right thing there, did Pullen, just to check that wasn't the case, and then catches his breath and carries on. But that's the second near miss that he's had that we've seen out at the far end of the circuit. Cadwell is a deceptively fast track because it's so narrow and technical. You think of it as being quite a low average speed circuit, but it really isn't. These Mark 1 cars, for example, we pull up their qualifying results earlier on, averaging about 75 miles an hour over the course of a lap. That's average speed, but a lot of the corners out through the first half of the lap are a lot quicker than that. And you've got to carry that speed through the corners because they don't then have the power on acceleration to get back up to top speed quickly. You've got to carry the momentum through the turns, and when those turns are all blind and off camera as they are here at Cadwell, that takes some real commitment. Back through they go then, a 46.2 for the race leader, and again 0.3 quicker is Seb Fisher in 6th, so he continues to close that gap now. He's only a second behind Jack Brewer in 5th position is Seb Fisher now. So 5th to 6th, coming down and down. He's almost within slipstreaming range now of this lead group. There they go, they're in the top 5. They're a 6th and 7th. And these two doing the right thing. They're not racing each other, they're not fighting each other, Fisher and Oates. They are just working together to try and catch the leaders, and this is exactly what they want to see, a battle for the lead as Allwood goes defensive into Park Corner. That will delay this group even more, and that could be the last little bit of impetus that Fisher and Oates needed to close that final second or so to the leading quintet. Through the gooseneck they're about to come then, Allwood, Fenwick, Trott, Foden and Brewer, with Fisher and Oates now well and truly with them. So we've got a 7-car train for the lead of the race, making its way down through Mansfield and towards the mountain. 28-wheel Mazda Mx5 then descending upon the Cadwell Park circuit's most iconic sequence of corners, and there's a mistake from Allwood on the grass there. Now doesn't quite give Fenwick the momentum he needs though to attack into the Hall bends. Screeching of tyres as they head into that ridiculously roller coaster like sequence of turns. Cars bouncing and sliding around on their suspension, and then they slow it all down for the hairpin, off camber through Barn Corner, don't run wide over the grass. That's very easy to do, but they keep it clean, and they come back across that start finish line then towards the first turn. Really close enough though to make anything happen. So the top 7 covered by 2.6 seconds. Then you've got this quartet of cars still I think in the same order. No, Luke Pullen has dropped to the back of the group now. So Pullen, last time we saw him, remember, was sideways and bouncing over the grass, but he was in 8th place. He's dropped down to 11th now. So Pullen perhaps made another mistake, lost those positions. So Jason Greytrex is now 8th, Callum Greytrex 9th, and Matt Pollard, there, only a bit wide, is in 10th position, the 55 car. And actually Luke Pullen again, look, on and off the brake, so he's not confident on with the braking ability of that car, is he, at the moment? Clearly feels that there's something not quite right. Through Chris Curve they go. Further back, meanwhile, 45 is Graham Rumsey. He's in 23rd position. Behind him, the grey and orange car is the number 73. That's Beau Parry, who we saw out in that Clubman's race earlier on, having an entertaining battle. Not quite as entertaining as this, though, for the race lead. Fraser Fenwick again applying the pressure. So far, though, although we've had a couple of small mistakes from Ollie Allwood, it's been nothing significant enough to allow Fenwick to get alongside him. So Fraser frustratedly sort of sat in the wheel tracks. Fraser Fenwick is 8th in the championship. He's had that win and a couple of other podiums, but that exclusion at Snetterton has really hurt him, because you can't count an exclusion as a dropped score. So it's a 0 points result, but you can't drop it, which means that he's dropping a DNF from Anglesey, so that is a 0. But then his other two worst scores are a 70 at Anglesey and a 86 also from Anglesey. So Anglesey really wasn't a good weekend, was it, for Fraser Fenwick? Here comes that battle again, and we've had the change there, actually, haven't we now? That's Beau Parry ahead of Graham Rumsey. So 23rd place now belongs to the 73 car, which bounces and slides its way out of the hairpin. And I think he's done some damage there, actually, has he? Because there's a bit of smoke now emanating from the back of that car, which I don't think was there before. 22 comes through. That is Mills, Owen Mills, that is, running down in where's Mills? 13th place at the moment, as we've got 6 3/4 minutes just under to go. There are the leaders, still as close as ever. Allwood wide again out of the gooseneck. He's getting away with these moments, isn't he? If we'd had a bit more rain this weekend, then he might not, but the grass is bone dry, and kicking up dust as they go over it, but not getting too sideways, although you don't really want to be pushing the limit too far with how wide you can go. And of course there is always the ever-present concern of track limits indiscretions. If you do keep doing that and the clerk of the course spots it, then he may well decide to hand out some warnings and then ultimately time penalties, I should say, for going a little bit too far beyond those white lines. Top 6 together then, really. Zach Oates hasn't quite been able to live with the pace of the others, has he? Since Seb Fisher sort of dragged him up to the leaders, Oates has then started to fall away again. Looks to me like Ollie Allwood is just strong enough everywhere he needs to be. He's good off the final corner, Barn, which means that Fenwick isn't close enough to attack down the pit straight, and then Allwood's also quite good out of the next sequence through Coppice and Charlie's, which means that again Fenwick, although he gets a bit of a slipstream up Park Straight, he just isn't able to get within striking distance going into Park Corner itself. Look, you can see out of the corner they're pretty evenly matched. Fenwick will close now up the hill, but not by as much as he'd like. Brian Trott, if anything, more likely to attack Fenwick now, I think, than Fenwick is to attack Allwood. They all come together at the top of the hill, but it is second place that's more likely to change than first, I think. But even that stays the way that it was, with Fraser Fenwick fending off Brian Trott. Really dropping Zach Oates now, aren't they, in 7th place, but he's still 7 seconds clear of Jason Greytrex. There's a big gulf between these top 7 and the rest of the field. Part of that is just getting away with the group ahead. If you can run with some quicker cars, use their slipstream to put in some quick laps early on, you can really pull a big gap on the next pack. It's all about escaping these little battle packs and trying to go with the lead train, especially when we get to some more slipstreamy tracks such as Donington Park at our next round, 25th, 26th of September. Also getting the live stream treatment. In fact, the final 2 rounds of the MX5 Championship getting live stream treatment for the BRSCC, because their finale is actually on the 30th and 31st of October at the Brands Hatch Formula Ford Festival, the 50th anniversary of the Formula Ford Festival. Expect big celebration there at the end of the season. Really looking forward to being a part of that event once again. Right then, 4 minutes still to go. The leaders go through. The midfield battles still raging on, side by side there, and that is up the inside line for Jack Brewer, getting 4th place away from Steve Foden. Nicely done. And Foden was trying to close the door, but Brewer had decided he was coming through and he wasn't going to back down from the fight, so that puts now the championship leader back into 4th place, which is a bit more like it, but he'll still not be terribly pleased that the likes of Ollie Allwood and Brian Trott are outscoring him, although at least Trott is now only outscoring him by a point, because Brewer is 1 place behind him but has the fastest lap, so that gives him a bonus point as well. Steve Foden now then falls back into the attentions of Seb Fisher behind him. Seb Fisher wanting to try and take advantage of Foden maybe losing his rhythm, which does happen when you get overtaken. But it's as close as this. You lose your rhythm, you start making mistakes like that, and maybe leave the door open for another car to come past you, although Foden did well there to close the door on the way into Mansfield. Fisher is a bit quicker off the corner though. Can he get an overlap towards the mountain sequence? He can't on the inside line, so he tries the outside instead, but Foden does a really good job of defending it. Steve Foden with those 2 wins at Silverstone earlier on this season. And from the northwest of England. Very enthusiastic racer. And, supported by his dad, who's here this weekend. I was chatting to him just before the cars went out and qualified earlier on. They had high hopes for this weekend. Unfortunately, though, Steve's just dropped down into that 5th position. Would still be a strong finish, though, for Steve. He's had those 2 wins and also a 2nd and a 3rd place, one at Croft, one at Anglesey, and a couple of other top 5s, so we know he's got pace, but the pace just dwindling a little bit now in the latter stages of this race, which does now have 2 minutes to go, 2 laps therefore to go. The leaders are still lapping in 45s. There's not been a huge amount of drop-off actually in pace from our top 3, because all 3 of them are lapping within a 10th or 2 of their previous best. Now, Fraser Fenwick is a lot closer this time to Ollie Allwood, coming out of Charlie's, but Allwood knows that. He pulls to the inside. Fenwick's actually pushing him up the hill, bump drafting there between the top 2, and then he'll pull out to the outside line into the braking zone. But you ain't going to go around the outside of Ollie Allwood at Park Corner, and if you do try it, you'll end up in the weeds, and Brian Trott will probably go through into 2nd. So Fenwick, again, no choice really but to just follow Allwood through. If you are a good defensive driver, which Ollie Allwood is, it is relatively easy just to position your car in the right place at each overtaking opportunity and hold on to that trap position. It's why qualifying and running to the first corner of a race are so important, because it can just be so hard for people to pass you once the race settles down. Not for the want of trying though for Fraser Fenwick. And in fairness, if Brian Trott wasn't as close to Fraser as he is, then that might make the job a little bit easier for the man in 2nd place, but as it is, he's attacking and defending simultaneously, and that is one of the hardest things to do as a racing driver, because you're aware all the time that a failed attempt at overtake will probably end up costing you a position because of, again, that loss of momentum, which is so key in these cars. Jack Brewer getting a bit of a second wind here, isn't he? He's really gapped Steve Foden, and actually he's sort of tagged back on to the 3rd place car. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see this as another fastest lap for him. Yes, it is, a 45.229, so Jack Brewer moves the goalposts as far as the fastest lap is concerned. 45.229 would have put him 3rd on the grid, which ironically would have been a place higher than he actually managed to qualify, so he's lapped in the race now quicker than he managed to go in the 20-minute qualifier session this morning. But I think it's a bit too little too late, because we're heading up the park straight for the final time now. Half a lap to go. Can Fraser Fenwick do anything about Ollie Allwood? Not into park, he can't, because he's too busy watching his mirrors. Brian Trott moving in to attack him. As long as Allwood doesn't make a mistake here, he's going to be tough to beat in this final half a lap. Through Chris Curve, back towards the gooseneck, and yeah, it looks as though Fenwick has turned his attention more to defence now than attack. He's almost backing Trott into Brewer as the 3 of them plunge down through the gooseneck and head towards the left-hander at Mansfield. A brilliant sequence of corners that is. Onto the brakes, through the left, back along the straight then towards the mountain, and Fenwick getting back away from Trott now, but he's not going to get back onto terms with this man, is he? It's going to be well, a good day for AV Motorsport here, with their cars truly dominating this race. Oh, sideways for Allwood. He's done that a few times over the top of the hill there at the mountain. Over the curbs they go then, through towards the final couple of corners. One last chance maybe for Fenwick to try and force the mistake out of Allwood. He has closed him back in again, but just not quite able to do it. It's going to be a lights to flag victory this then for Ollie Allwood, who comes out of Barn Corner and will see the checkered flag then. For Ollie Allwood, it's his second victory of the season and a really significant one for the championship. He waves in delight as he crosses the line, and Ollie Allwood takes the race victory then from Fraser Fenwick second, Brian Trott third, and Jack Brewer in fourth position. Steve Foden in the end was 1.2 seconds back in fifth, ahead of Seb Fisher and Zach Oates. Then the next train, which actually has had a few changes, hasn't it? Because you've got Jason and Callum Greytrek still 8th and 9th, but Matt Pollard dropped out of that group midway through the race. So Luke Pullen inherits 10th again, and Oliver Graham ends up in 11th, just ahead of Owen Mills. And Pollard ends up 13th then after some sort of a moment in the mid part of the race. Still good battles going on though further down. Look, you've got the likes of Richard Button and Adam Craig in that battle, making their way through the final sequence of corners. But no change in the order there on that final lap. Chris Richardson just ahead of Richard Button, ahead of Christopher Ginn. All of them coming through at the end. We lost just the one car in that race then, which was the 87. 87 was Ollie Walden, who started at the back anyway, and according to the timing screen never made it to the end of lap 1, so he was the only retirement. Not sure where he is, stopped on track somewhere according to the timing screen, so that might need to be recovered before the next race can get underway. That next race will be our first race of the weekend for the Motorsport UK British Superkart Championship. They'll have 3 races, 1 today and 2 tomorrow, 4 different classes of kart about to head out onto the circuit then for what's going to be a very noisy, very smoky but very entertaining 12 minutes of racing, I believe. Yeah, 12 minutes for the British Superkart Championship. Those karts are just preparing themselves in the assembly area now. The Mark 1 Mazdas, well, Mark 1 Championship Mazdas anyway, will be back out again tomorrow, but we do have more MX5 racing still to come today, because the final race of the day at about 25 to 6 is the second and final race of the weekend for the Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship, which saw Kevin Dengate take a victory earlier on today. He'll be looking to try and do the double when those cars head back out onto the track in just over an hour. So 3 races then still to come here from Cadwell Park, and the sun continues to shine on what is one of the most scenic and spectacular racetracks in world motorsport, let alone British motorsport. One that the drivers sort of love but fear at the same time, really. It's often those circuits that evoke a sense of anxiety that are sometimes the ones the drivers actually enjoy the most. Right then, whilst we wait for the podium finishers for our Mazda MX5 Championship race to make their way towards Scott Woodward, he has got himself surrounded by those that are about to race in the MSA Motorsport UK British Superkart Championship. Scott Woodward, over to you.
So, on to something very special. It's the first of 3 races this weekend for a championship that you've seen once or twice on live stream, for the first time here at Cadwell Park this year. This is the Motorsport UK British Superkart Championship. They were out live with us for the first time on live stream this year at Anglesey. That was quite a fast, open-flowing circuit. Now becomes something a little bit different. Tight, twisty, but still quite high speed. These are arguably this is potentially the Formula 1 of karting out there. You've got all different karting forms in terms of the ones that race on the short circuits, but in terms of the fastest cars out there, these are absolutely it. We'll go to the first couple of rows. There are 4 classes in this particular championship. It's Division 1 cars, which are essentially the top class out of all the supercars. It's Lee Harpham, who's on pole position in kart 47, you're seeing on screen here. Just seeing Sam Moss, who's alongside him on the front row of the grid. You have Andy Gulliford and Ross Allen a little bit further back, followed by Andrew White and then Paul Platt. Let's take a close look at some of these karts, because you can see these are the Division 1 karts as well. They essentially look like micro Formula 1 cars, particularly the fact that these car drivers are so low and close to the ground. They're doing speeds of over 100 miles an hour. And if you look at the rear wing as well, The rear wing, you should see the drivers getting fired up. Look at the rear wing closely. That is providing so much downforce that you can show its grip. And these cars, I thought they were quick at angles, but they really are something, particularly watching on a circuit like Cadwell Park. They can go so fast and they're so lightweight around here. They can even catch air off the mountain. Only really superbikes or F1000 cars can do that. One thing I want to explain as well quickly before they get going, it's quite loud here, of course, as you can imagine. Paul Platt here on the grid has got the GP plate, and what that means is essentially he is the defending champion in the British Super Cup Grand Prix. That takes place next month at Donington Park. It's a non-championship race essentially, because this is the main 3-round championship. So we will crown champions here this weekend, but the ultimate prize is the Super Cup Grand Prix. Paul Platt has the GP plate, which means that he's the defending champion. He's one to watch out for as well. One of the championship contenders also in Division 1 is Lee Plain. Watch out for him in Kart 101. He's one of the top men in the championship, so he'll be one to watch out for as he makes his way through. He's going to start back in 8th on the grid. And there's quite a lot of other karts in the mix. So there's about 28 karts on the grid through these 4 classes. There's Division 1, there's 450, 250 and 125, all different speeds and all different times. So it's going to be a rolling start, which means we'll have to do very quickly. It's probably rattle through our podium for our Mazda MX-5. So we'll have a look and get them on the top row of the podium very shortly before we wrap up. So it's an easy AB Motorsport 1, 2, 3. So we'll get 3rd place in that race, which I believe was Brian. So we'll get Brian up onto the podium for 3rd place. You want to make your way to the podium for 3rd?
No, we'll do
Oh, interviews, okay. So we'll do interviews too. So let's have a quick look at 3rd place here for Brian Trott. Sorry, a little confusion there, but anyway, Brian, excellent race at the front between your teammates and Jack and Steve in there as well. Really close fighting at the front.
Yeah, it was, and I didn't make the best of starts, so Fraser made an absolute rocket from the 2nd row and got onto Ollie's bumper and pushed them through. So I started 3rd. There was a few places where I was quicker. Obviously Ollie was out front and trying to defend his position, which is all right to do. Fraser had a couple of nips at him here and there, and certainly that first part of the race I was just sitting behind and seeing what might develop. But everyone kept it clean. I didn't really have the pace in the right places to make a move, so someone have to look out for the next race.
A good result for Team Trot nonetheless.
Yeah, great result for Team Trot. AB Motorsport 1, 2, 3. Another podium, gotta be happy.
Great stuff. We'll let you go and get your 3rd place trophy in a second. Well done, Brian. We'll have to rattle through these quickly because it's quite close to the start. It's a rolling start for the supercars. 2nd Fraser Bennett. We did Bonnet Graph, it worked. 2nd place and a demon start from the line.
Yeah, it was a good start. Obviously, it's not a win, but podium. I'm here for points, so I'm getting points. I was happy in 2nd. I'm not going to pull the trigger unless it's safe to do so with 2 teammates. But we're happy with a 2nd. It's points that we need.
Good stuff. We'll leave it there because we've got the next race coming up, but well done for 2nd place, and we'll see you for race 2 tomorrow.
Thank you.
And let's get our race winner in, of course, which is, I think, a very happy and relieved Ollie Allwood. Yeah. That's more like it. Another race victory. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, really pleased. Good race. I mean, Fraz drove amazing, as did Bri as well. The whole AB Motorsport team locked out the podium, so really pleased for those guys. Yeah, it was tough. Fraz kept pressure on. He had pace in different parts of the track where I didn't, and it made it really difficult at times. I was quite quick coming out the last 2 corners, and it gave me that breathing space that I needed. But it was a long 20 minutes.
Might be a bit longer tomorrow.
Yeah, it depends on the heat. I think we probably go a bit better in the cooler weather for our car. The heat, the tyres, we haven't quite worked out yet. But we'll be fine tomorrow. We're starting on pole again, so.
Good stuff. Well done. Enjoy it, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Cheers, Scott. Thanks.
Good stuff. Andy, quickly over to you for a quick run through the grid for the first race for the supercars.
Yep, the Motorsport UK British Supercar Championship karts are out on their green flag lap, and they have a rolling start, so we'll very quickly rattle through the grid. Lee Harpham is on pole with Sam Moss alongside. Andy Gulliford and Ross Allen make up row 2 ahead of Andrew Waite and Paul Platt, who is the first of the 250 runners. Carl Kinsey is next with Lee Plain for company on that 4th row. Rounding out the top 10, then we've got Michael Goff and Charles Johnson, who are on row 5 together ahead of Luke Plain and Paul Glenister. Then it's Martin Gower and Ben Ardern, and then 15th on the grid, Tom Riley, the first of the 125 karts then, who's got William Lawrence alongside him. Then we've got Gary Ward and Michael Parr, John Busby and Paul Von Gerard, with Steve Soki and Alan Jurger on that 11th row of the grid. Alan Flewitt and John Faulkner make up row number 12. Row 13 for Ian Luto and Gary Popkins, with Robert Austin rounding out the field then in 28th place. So 4 different classes to notify you of here then. We've got the Division 1 karts, they're the fastest. Then you've got the F250 Nationals, which should slot in behind them. Mixed in amongst them, though, will be some of these F40 National runners with the Formula 125 Open karts at the back of the field. 4 different championships, which we'll get into in more detail once the race gets underway. But it is Lee Harpham on the pole position then, and Sam Moss alongside him. The top 5 on the grid, all running in Division 1, a championship that is being led by Ross Allen, 3 times a winner. He won all 3 races at Mallory Park, but Liam Morley, who didn't race at Mallory Park and actually isn't racing here either, won all 3 races last time at Anglesey. So we could see another new winner here then as we get ready to go racing. Round number 7 of the Motorsport UK British Supercar Championship is underway. Good start made from pole position by Harpham. Sam Moss is slow away though from second as they rush towards Coppice for the first time. Of course, with the 4 classes all having different engine capacities, it means there is quite a speed differential in a straight line between some of them, but the Division 1 karts make their way up through Charlie's for the first time. And the Division 1's not the lightest karts out there, they're a bit heavier than those F250s, but they are boasting around 100 brake horsepower, which is just ridiculous when you consider how light these things are. 145 mile an hour top speed for those Division 1 karts, and you're sat just a couple of inches off the floor. I mean, you've really got to examine yourself, haven't you, if you think that driving one of these things flat out is a good use of your time. But the racing, as you can see, is really, really close. Down into Mansfield they go. The 38 kart there is Paul Glenister, one of the midfielders within the F250 National grid this weekend. The leaders overall, though, make their way across the top of the mountain into the Hall Bend, still being led by Lee Harpham. Good battle going on here further back. Paul Platt there with the GP plate on his car means that he won the GP event in 2020. You get to carry the GP instead of a number on your kart for the next season, and that is again one of the quirks of supercar racing. The next GP event, though, is in a month or so's time, so he may well have to relinquish that GP plate at that point, but he's going to come across the start-finish line at the end of lap number 1 in 6th position. It is going to be the race lead then for Harpham, 2nd place for Gulliford. So Gulliford came through from 3rd on the grid. Yeah, it was Sam Moss that made that slightly slow start, wasn't it? And did lose a little bit of ground there before they got to turn 1. Moss came across the line actually in 5th position, having lost 3 positions from where he started. 31 there is Sam Moss, you can see him, the blue and orange kart. Class leaders then, the Division 1 obviously being led by Harpham, the 250s being led by Platt in 6th position with the GP plate. The 400s being led by number 46, that is Charles Johnson in 9th position overall. And finally the 125s, it's number 97 that's got the class lead, still having started on the class pole. Tom Riley lost a couple of positions overall, but he's still the leading Formula 125 Open runner. The leaders scream their way over the top of the mountain then. The gap between the top 2, still not a massive one. That's the number 18. Look at the speed they take into those Hall Bends, rattling over the curb on the inside as well. That's got to give you a sore back, amongst other things, I'd imagine. A very rough ride indeed as they go through the Hall Bends. There's Paul Platt then, really having to defend a bit now, isn't he? Because he's got that number 3 behind him of Carl Kinsey. Kinsey running in Division 1. But Platt's nearest 250 rival is that 101 that you can see behind. And in fact, he is now the next kart behind him, because the more powerful Division 1 kart of Kinsey goes through. 6th place overall for him, and it means that Platt now has his closest F250 National runner and rival right behind him in the shape of the 101 of Lee Plain. You can see there the difference. The 250 Nationals, because they're a little bit lighter, are better through the corners than the Division 1s, which then get away from them down the straights. So fascinating style of racing between the different classes, but really you only score points within your class. You don't really need to worry about beating those that are running a different class to you. So as I said, it's Ross Allen then, 3rd in the race at the moment, that leads the Division 1 points by 20 points actually over Carl Kinsey, who is only running 6th in class. So at the moment Ross Allen looks good to extend his championship lead there. In the F250 Nationals, Lee Plain has a good advantage actually over Kirk Catamol, who's not racing here this weekend. So Plain looks good to retain his F250 National Championship lead. F450 Nationals, as there's a big move up the inside for the 22 kart, which is that of Martin Gower. That was, I think, the 13th place as he went down the hill. Yeah, made that one stick as well. F450 Nationals Mark Gelatly leads the way, but again isn't racing here this weekend, but he's won 5 of the 6 races so far. The final of those Clash Championships was the Formula 125 Opens. Tom Riley, who is leading the race today, is leading that class. That is the 56 kart off, and that was running in 10th place, and that's Michael Goff, I'm afraid, who I think has pulled off rather than gone off through the entry to the Hall Bends. So side by side across the start finish line there. The 66 that was making a position. 66 being a Division 1 car that's actually, that was for 15th place, so that was 66 of John Faulkner, started 24th. He's making some good progress. You have to imagine he had an issue in qualifying then that put him well down the order compared to the other Division 1s. So it's still Lee Harpham that leads the way then. Fastest man on track though is the kart in third, which is the number 5 machine of Ross Allen. So Ross Allen with a 1:23.0, 1.3 seconds quicker than Gulliford in second. So it'd be good if we could find those second and third place karts, because that is the battle that is next about to erupt. I think they're just crossing the start-finish line now. Still Gulliford ahead of Allen, but by only 0.2 of a second. So as they head around the start of the next lap, it looks as though Ross Allen might be about to make a challenge for that second position. Up the hill, 49 and 50 do battle. John Busby just ahead there of the 49 machine going into the Hall Bends. Looks like he will stay there. Michael Parr is 49, who started ahead of Busby, but Busby got past him in the early stages. So the leader, Harpham, 2.8 seconds to the good. 47, but what is going on for second place? That's the question. They're going to be about halfway around the lap now, you'd imagine, the second and third place karts. Are we going to have had a change when they come through this time? Harpham just got that little bit of extra pace, hasn't he, this weekend? Although he was only, he was about 0.6 quicker than anybody else in qualify. We've had the change, I think, for second there, haven't we? Yeah, that's Gulliford behind Allen now. So there goes the leader, Harpham. Gulliford will be the kart behind him, about 3 seconds back. Except it won't be now, will it? Sorry, it will be Ross Allen into second. As with 5 minutes to go, we're getting into the closing stage of the race. So that is second, third, fourth. Fourth place, number 31, is Sam Moss. So Sam Moss, who started second on the grid, and is your... Oh, hang on, number 27, pointing the wrong way. That's the beautiful... Marlborough livery cart, I should say, of Alm Jurga, who's spun by the looks of it coming out of Charlie's, and is now retrieving the cart all by himself. It doesn't take too many people to lift a supercart out of the way, so Marshall's leaving the driver to do that. But that's his race done. Very easy to stall these things. Anyone who's tried a rental cart will know that if you spin it, they tend to stall very easily, and that can be your day over pretty quickly. So having got into second place then, that turquoise number 5 of Ross Allen, we know he got the fastest lap of the race. His previous lap was half a second quicker than Lee Harpham, who is now getting into traffic. Look, he's caught the number 40 there of Alan Flewitt, puts a lap on him, but that lead gap is coming down, isn't it? So Ross Allen going after Lee Harpham here for the overall and Division 1 race lead. There goes Harpham then. Let's see what this gap is. It was 2.5 seconds. Out of the final corner comes Harpham. There, look in the background, the next karting shot, that is Ross Allen. So the lap time for Harpham is a 24.7, a 24.4 for Allen, but he caught that marker going through the Hall Bend, so he definitely lost time there through the traffic. 2.2 seconds then is the gap with 3.25 minutes to go. So they're going to have time for 3 more laps, aren't they? That might just be enough time for Allen to get there, and unlike a lot of the other races that we've seen this weekend, you can overtake in a supercart because the narrow nature of the circuit isn't quite as much of an impediment to running side by side. You've got to really be feeling brave to make an overtake, admittedly, but if you can get close enough, you can usually find the space to do so. So let's monitor this gap then. Again, in traffic, look, the leader's just had to negotiate another 2 back markers, which now Allen goes up the inside of the first going into Mansfield. He'll get the second one coming out of Mansfield. And again, he's gained time there, I think, on Lee Harpham out in front. So Harpham then into the bottom of the mountain. There is the first of those back markers. The dark car was number 51, Steve Soki. There goes the leader. There goes second place. And there's going to be another back marker maybe here through the Hall Bends. That looks like the 88 possibly of Andrew Connell, who started right at the back actually. So catching this traffic now, and where you catch it and how much time it loses you is really going to be pivotal. And yeah, you can see there as they come out of the final corner, that's actually 4th place Sam Moss catching 3rd place Andy Gulliford, isn't he? Or he had been until they got really stuck in the traffic. There goes Platt up the inside of Kinsey. That's for 6th position again. Kinsey got past him a while ago, didn't he? But Platt getting back through and putting a cart between himself and his nearest F250 national rival. That's the Alm Jurger cart still sort of stuck just on the side of the road with Alm watching on. Where are the race leaders then? Can Ross Allen get there? He's got about a lap and a bit to go in this race then. And are we going to have a late change for the victory? You sense that maybe the back markers are going to be the defining factor in all of this. Well, there are the leaders. They've got a bit of clean air now, actually. Second place man there in the middle of shot is number 5, Ross Allen. He's lost a bit of ground, I'd say, on this lap, but there you can see there's going to be traffic for the leader through the Hall Bends. This might play into the hands, actually, of Ross Allen, because so far he has been getting held up through the Hall Bends more often than Lee Harpham has. And yeah, the gap I think did come down there. It was 1.25 seconds at the start of the lap. It went out in the first half. It's come back down again in the second half. But we're about to go on to the final lap of the race. I'm now not convinced that Ross Allen's got the time to get there. He's definitely quicker than Lee Harpham. He's 8/10 adrift and was 7/10 quicker on that lap. This could be a real grandstand finish, actually, because with no traffic in the immediate vicinity, it's going to come down to a straight fight between these two then. Lee Harpham leading the way. Ross Allen really pushing hard out of Charlie's there. Wobbles around massively offline as he comes out of the turn. That will have cost him speed up the straight. Couple more back markers to be caught here. They catch them so quickly that they don't always get a huge amount of warning that the leaders are on the way. That was Ben Arden in the 92 bike there. Number 28 really getting in the way there of Lee Harpham. 28 just about saw him coming at the very last second, I think, and Harpham, he's still lost out a little bit there, I think, down into Mansfield for the final time. The trouble is, overtaking from now to the checkered flag is going to be tricky, but look, there are more slower carts to be negotiated. One of them going into the mountain. It's critical that Harpham clears him, which he does. Now, where is Ross Allen going to catch that slower runner? There goes the leader, Allen. Yeah, he's been delayed over the mountain. I think that's done it now, hasn't it, then, for Lee Harpham? And in fact, still, look, Allen hasn't gone through, so that has now, unfortunately, prevented Ross Allen from challenging. There goes the race leader, then number 47. Lee Harpham is going to have led every single lap of this race, but my word, he had to push hard in the final few laps amongst the traffic to try and fend off a late challenge from Ross Allen. 3 wide across the line with some back markers, but it is going to be Lee Harpham that takes the victory. Ross Allen comes home in second place. The eventual winning margin went back up to 2.7 seconds, but doesn't really do that race justice, does it? Gulliford comes home third, and he fended off Sam Moss, actually. Sam Moss, again, perhaps in traffic, losing a bit of time in the final lap or so. Now, what about the 250s? Paul Platt should come home at the head of that group with the GP plate. There he goes, the white card across the line. He is going to win in the Formula 250 Nationals. Formula 450 Nationals were being led by the number 46 card of Charles Johnson. He's one of the next that's due across the start-finish line. Didn't really have a huge amount of pressure, though, because his nearest challenger was a couple of positions, but about 30 seconds behind him. So that will be, provided he gets to the flag, fairly comfortable class victory for Johnson. And there he goes, across the line. And then the 125s, did the lead 125 cart stay on the lead lap? It didn't, so already the victory has gone to number 97, Tom Riley. Tom was one of those carts that was going a lap down just as the leader came across the start-finish line to take the checkered flag, so didn't have to complete his final lap in the end. So really exciting stuff there then from the MSA British Supercarts, the Motorsport UK British Supercarts Championship. Still taking a bit of getting used to that name change, and we look forward to seeing them back out again tomorrow. They've got 2 more races to come. The first of them will be tomorrow at 10:40 in the morning, and then they've got another race straight after lunch at 2:30. So really looking forward to them. That's one of the highlights of the weekend here at Cadwell Park, and really good racing all round. So they go by in a flash, those races, don't they? 12 minutes, and a lot happens in them. Unfortunately, not much good happened for Alm Jurga, who is, as you can see there, his cart still parked, pointing the wrong way out of Charlie's. Easy place to lose it. There's a big dip right on the second apex at Charlie's, and these carts that run so close to the ground can be very easily unsettled by that, which potentially is what happened to the 27 cart. So that cart will need to be moved, which means we've got a bit of time before our penultimate race gets underway. That penultimate race is, it's back to Fiestas, but of a different kind. It's the ETSL STXR Challenge, which is going to be heading out onto the circuit in the next couple of minutes. 5 minutes or so. And then we've got the podium, hopefully, for our supercarts as well. So then, Fiestas readying themselves in the assembly area, and down amongst them, as ever, is Scott Woodwis. So let's head down to him then in the assembly area.
So, time for some more Fiestas of a slightly different kind, because it's still ST150s, but also of the XR variety. It's the ETSL STXR Challenge, brilliant championship, which is a long-standing one off the legacy of the original Ford XRs. So, there's essentially 2 classes here. We've got the STs, which are these 4 Fiesta ST150s, very similar to the ones that you've seen both in the Fiesta Championship and Fiesta Junior Championship, but they are different spec, more to Group N specification, and they run essentially as Class D. Michael Blackburn, you saw there, is on pole position for this first race. Alongside him is Chris Grimes, who I wrongly called was a driver for Fun Cup. He's not. He's a mechanic for a Fun Cup team. So he's likes to get out in the Ford Fiesta every now and again. Yep, gives me a little wink to make sure I got it right. Lee Barron, who's looking pretty good in the championship so far, is third in the points at the moment. Well, he's up there at the top of the championship in the fight. He starts third. Mark Robinson, who's a former multiple-time champion, he will be fourth on the grid in the black, red and grey number 69 machine. And then we have row 3, which is Sam Beckett, who is one of the many 10-sport performance cars. Of course, Chris Grimes' car starting in second place. Sam Beckett, of course, in P5. And had a bit of bad luck towards the beginning of the season, but has now managed to get himself into the mix and having a few more better results. A bit further down, we've got Ryan Barron, who will be starting in 6th position. And then we've got Mark Blunt alongside Chris Jones. Mark Blunt's having one of his better results qualifying-wise, starting on the 4th row of the grid. And then we've got Chris Jones, who has taken a couple of wins this season. He is one of the main championship contenders, but he has to do some work back in 8th position. Now, we shouldn't forget, absolutely shouldn't forget, that we have got some older XRs in this championship. We've got the Escort XR3Is and Fiesta XR2. These are real proper retro hot hatches and small saloons, if you remember these from the 80s. Then we've got Jason Hennifer on pole in the XRs, by the looks of it, or at least it looks like he is. Oh, sorry, he's more towards the back in many cases. But he is not in his regular car because he's in one of the ex-Barron XR3Is, and ironically, the car which is just behind him is his car. So actually, we'll have a quick word with Jason House about that. So, well, Jason, you're in your XR3I, but it's not your XR3I. Just explain the situation.
Yeah, after Snedstone, well, before Snedstone, Amazon messaged me about my car because I've had it up for sale and I'm building a Fiesta ST, and he said he was interested in it. So after Snedstone, he said he wants to buy it. So he didn't knock me down in price, so I said, well, I didn't really want to sell it till the end of the season, so I said, right, okay, buy it. And then I thought that was my season finished, but thankfully Lee Boron, his Escort sat there, he's not raced for 2 years, since Ryan won the championship. He said, do you want to use that? I said, well, yeah, thanks. So I only picked it up last Saturday, and I spent last 4 to 5 days going through it, and I've had a couple of issues today, but we'll see how it goes. It's running better now, so Dave Urkel's had a look at it, and hopefully we'll go a bit better in the race if we did qualify.
It might seem a strange question to ask from an outside point of view, but obviously these are two cars that are built by two different people, so can you tell the difference in how this car's built, or is it simply just the parts feel the same, so therefore the car was relatively the same, or are there differences that you can feel?
Yeah, the shell was dipped, so all the rubbish was taken off it, and it's had a lightweight cage fitted in. It is a lot lighter than my old car. I have had to run with weight in, and I'm 16 stone, so it is a really light car. Yeah, I'll see how it goes. It seemed okay in qualifying, but I wasn't going as quick because the engine wasn't running right. But now, hopefully, it's back up to speed again, so we'll see how we go.
As you say, you've got some points to keep hold of in the XR Championship. You've got Alex Corsa in the mix as well, so this is going to be quite a tough one to get back in a couple of spots, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, Simon's really quick, Alex is quick. The XR2s are a bit lighter than the XR3s, so power to weight ratio not quite right, but we'll just see how we go.
Yeah, it's great to still have these older cars out there, because they were the backbone of the championship mainly points, and of course in the STs are coming to give some extra support, but it's always nice to see these older cars still out there and still in circulation and extending their competition life a bit. It's nice to have them on track.
Yeah, and I think there'll be more out next year. I think there'll be more of an even split, but there's going to be more STs as well. So yeah, I think we'll have more XRs out next year hopefully. So, but I'm obviously moving over to an ST. I've just had the cage fitted, so winter build on the way.
Yeah, where's Dave going to fit them all?
I don't know. We'll be booming.
Guess that exit, which sounds great, but anyway, have a great race and see you get on with the new car. Well done.
Thanks a lot.
And so yeah, just behind you have got there, as you say, Anton Martin just behind there in the X now, Jason Hennifer car with the XR3i. And then we've got our trio of XR2s, Paul Green and then Alex Corsa and Simon Robinson. Now, we should remember that Simon Robinson, if you watched our footage back at Croft, he was quite close to an overall victory. He led in the mix in the second race because he started more towards the front of the field, so he's looking pretty good. And he was very close to an overall podium at Snetterton, but then you won't thank me reminding him that he had a car breakdown, which really cost him what could have been a strong result in that side. So, a bit of a recovery. It looks like, again, the car's ready to get back out here for this first race of the weekend for the ETSL STXR Challenge. If you haven't seen it before, it's a brilliant little championship, really well run by the likes of Dave Fairclough and Chris Flynn. Brilliant work to get them all involved. I think we should get out of the way in a second and give Andy over to the grid and the championship points coming into the weekend.
Yes, thank you very much, Scott. Well, this is a championship that has a few different classes, but they all actually compete for the same championship, and it literally couldn't be any tighter at the top. Chris Jones and Mike Blackburn, a pair of Class D runners, both tied for the championship lead on 117 points. They're 15 points clear of Lee Bowron, third on 102, who is 2 points then clear of Jason Hennifer, who is, I think, the only Class B driver in the field. Class B for the XR3s, I seem to recall. Yes, they are. So, yeah, field of cars heading out onto the circuit. The STXR Challenge, then, for those of you unfamiliar with this series, born out of the XR Challenge, which has been a mainstay of British club motorsport for decades, really, ever since the XR2 and XR3s came out back in the 1980s, and it thrived for a long time. It was one of the premier one-make tin-top series in the UK. Obviously, though, those very much classic cars now, the XR3s and XR2s, have become more and more expensive and more difficult to run, because getting hold of spare parts is tricky. When you do, they're starting to cost more and more. The cars are breaking down more and more. So a couple of years ago, the decision was made to bring the newer shaped Ford Fiesta STs into the championship, and they are the cars that you can see now make up the bulk of the field. But we do still have a handful of XR Challenge cars running within classes A and B. The Class A cars, the XR2s, the Class B cars, as I said, the XR3s, Jason Hennifer being actually one of two XR3s, I believe, that we've got here this weekend. Now, I'll admit, when I first heard that the XR Challenge was opening its doors to these Fiesta STs, I was a little bit disappointed, because the XR Challenge, particularly for me, is a very special championship, because it based itself up in the northwest of the country near my local circuit, Alton Park, and I love seeing those XRs out on the circuit. And I'm a typical motorsport fan in that I don't like change or modernisation in any way. However, I was delighted to hear this morning that actually these Ford Fiesta STs, whilst that's the name that they have over here in Europe, when they're sold over in Australia, they're actually badged as XR4s. So they are, strictly speaking, still XR cars. They're just labelled differently, badged differently over here in the UK, and that did. I'm a little bit more at peace now with the idea of having these more modern Ford Fiestas on the grid. Anyway, my opinion doesn't really matter, because the point is that the grid numbers have started to go back up again now, and the racing has been truly very, very competitive all season long. So looking forward to another good pair of races here this weekend. Cars then heading out onto their green flag lap. Let's take our chance to have a look through the grid in a bit more detail then. It was Michael Blackburn that came out on top in qualifying earlier on today by just over a tenth of a second in the end over Chris Grimes. And Blackburn, remember, is one of those two drivers tied for the championship lead with Chris Jones. Lee Bowron and Mark Robinson make up row number 2 ahead of Sam Beckett, and Ryan Bowron. Then you've got Mark Blunt and joint championship leader Chris Jones, only 8th on the grid for this first race of the weekend, so keep an eye on that 27 car. It should move forwards. Row 5 for Michael Heath, multiple former XR champion, but he's struggling a bit to get to grips with these STs, or the XR4s as I'm now going to start calling them. Gareth Pilling rounding out the top 10 ahead of Alec Townley and Simon Ricketts, Jordan Shorrock and Paul Brattell, with Ron Lufstad at the back of the field. Ron, another driver who's only recently made the shift over from his XR3 that he'd raced for years into the STs. Then we miss a row before we get to the XR Challenge cars. Simon Robinson on the XR Challenge pole alongside Alex Causa, Paul Green and Anton Martin, who I'm sure at some point I will call Aston Martin. I apologise in advance for that. And Jason Hennifer rounding out the 5-car XR Challenge field. So the older XR Challenge, they still have their own class and they start separately to the STs, but they have they score points within their own class, and then that gets combined into an overall championship table. So Jason Hennifer, for example, has scored 100 points within the within Class B, and Chris Jones has scored 117 points, as has Mike Blackburn within Class D. So championship-wise, they're very close together, even though they're not always racing each other together on the circuit. Much the same way that things like the British Touring Car Championship or British Saloon Car Championship, as it was called at the time, used to do their point system. Can be a little confusing sometimes, but we can forget about that for the time being, really, and just focus on the racing, because we're not really getting down to crunch time in the championship yet. They still have another event at Upton Park and then Donington Park after this one. But it is Jones and Blackburn, really, that we need to watch out for as far as championship is concerned. Lee Bowron, though, who is 15 points off the championship lead, as we've said, has qualified up there 4th on the grid. So Lee Bowron should be looking here maybe to outscore Chris Jones as well. We shall find out then over the course of the next 20 minutes. We are running about 10 minutes behind schedule, but we should still be able to get both of our final 2 races in today, this one and the second and final race of the weekend for the MX5 Clubman competitors, who are already lining up outside my commentary position in the assembly area. There's Ron Lufstad, number 35, at the back of the ST element of the grid. In fact, I'm not sure that they have put this gap in the grid, have they? Between the STs and the XRs, because Lofstad seemed to be the final car around on the, unless the XRs were really hanging back from him, but the grid sheet says there should be a gap before the XRs, but not entirely convinced that's the case. We shall find out anyway once the race gets underway. Lining up on the field, on the grid then. So the blue car with the orange flashes, number 55, that's your pole sitter Michael Blackburn. Chris Grimes alongside him. Blackburn, joint championship leader, really wants to try and capitalise on Chris Jones's slightly poor qualifying effort towards the back of the top 10. Back of the grid will be in position when that marshal waves the green flag, which he does now. So let's go racing then for the first time of 3 this weekend in the ETSL STXR Challenge here from Cadwell Park. Then the red lights go on. Out they go now. Looks like a good start made by the pole sitter there. Then it is going to be Blackburn that gets holds the lead into turn number 1. Second place will be Chris Grimes, and it's 3 wide further back in the pack. That always makes me a bit nervous. Into the first corner they go, and they all appear to disappear from sight, still in one piece. So out through Charlie's they'll go then for the first time. Blackburn leading the way, but only just look, because the 81 car is there. They did leave a gap to the XRs, good. So they leave the line 10 seconds. Actually, that looked like more like 20 seconds after the STs do. And that is going to be still from pole position, I think. Simon Robinson then that holds on to the race lead. Leaders overall, though, heading up towards Park Corner, number 55 leading the way. That is Michael Blackburn. Chris Grimes still in second position, so no change in the order between those two. So through they go. There's Ron Lufstad at the tail end of the ST part of the field. Out towards the gooseneck they go then, down the hill. And everyone just taking it easy here on cold rear tyres. This Fiesta's very short wheelbase, front wheel drive, the rear tyres take a bit longer to get up to speed than the front, and that makes them a bit oversteery for the first lap or so. The XR's actually slightly less so. They've got slightly slightly softer suspensions. They've got more compliant cold tyres. There goes Michael Heath heading through, who for years was the pace setter in this championship before the switch to the ST, which he's not quite gelled with yet, it must be said. Heath yet to get his first victory at the wheel of an ST, and going to have to really go some to do it here, having qualified towards the back of the top 10, although he has had a good start by the looks of it, gained a position or so. Using a lot of curb there through the hairpin, a lot more than we saw, I think, from the Fiesta Championship runners that we had out earlier on, which cars that run to a very similar specification, if not identical. There go the XRs through the Hall bends. Still looks like that is Robinson ahead of Corsa, ahead of Paul Green, so grid order for the top 3 there as the STs make their way through at the end of lap 1. Then Blackburn has a 3/10 of a second lead over Chris Grimes in second. Lee Bowron is another 3/10 behind him, except he's not. He's pushing Chris Grimes through Charlie's, so it really concertina together there through the first couple of corners. Now these cars will punch quite a big hole in the air, so you'll get a bit of a slipstream up this hill towards Park Corner, but I don't think any of them are quite within range to have a go on the brakes, are they? Grimes just moves to the inside as much to defend from Bowron there as I think it was to attack Blackburn. Succeeds in defending his second place for now. Then you've got Sam Beckett next in line. Sam Beckett started 5th, didn't he? He's gained a position then at the expense of Mark Robinson, who started 4th. Very sideways there. Blackburn under braking, the rear of the car snaking around. Such a difficult braking point that into Mansfield because it's such a steep descent. Gravity is not on your side when it comes to trying to slow the car down there. And Blackburn right on the limit there, I think, of braking capabilities. The hill. Go those top 3 then over the crest into the Hall bends, and Grimes just having a peek to the inside there, but that's only ever going to end in contact unless you are fully alongside. If really you need your nose ahead by the time you turn into the Hall bends for that to work. Fuel filler cap is coming loose as well, I notice, on Chris Grimes' car in second place, but that won't be hurting him too much then. Out of barn they go. This time he's going to be quite a bit closer. The gap was 3/10 of a second at the start of that second lap of the race between first and second, then another 3/10 back to third place. Actually, it's much the same, but the fastest man on the track is the 4th place car of Sam Beckett. There he goes through the picture. Fastest lap that time, a 1:47.172, which would have been good enough to put him 3rd on the grid, actually. That's a very quick lap time. Again, Bowron with a much more aggressive run through Charlie's, but he runs wide on the exit. Even wider in the background goes Beckett in 4th place. Did he save that? Is Sam Beckett still there? Yes, he is. Both of those drivers very lucky that we've had no rain here at Cadwell in recent days. Could have been a very different story if that grass had been wet. There's the fight for 5th, number 69 just ahead. Is Mark Robinson ahead of Ryan Bowron. Then you've got 27 coming through, Chris Jones. Wide there, one car bouncing over the grass. Back on the track though, I think. In fact, they're still side by side as they disappear from sight. Didn't quite catch who they were. 2 cars towards the back of the ST part of the race. About to come into shot, there they go. That was the 82 car, I think, wasn't it, that was running a bit wide. And that was Gareth Pilling. Quite wide though, he still gained the position and moved himself up into what would have been 10th position then, ahead of number 4, which is Alec Townley. So that's a change then towards the back of the top 10. Headlights are plays for Townley, but he's just lost a position rather than gained one. So, once again, hop and skip their way through the Hall bends. Race leaders, though, are already actually coming out of Barn Corner to complete their 3rd lap. And on the timing screen, I'll be able to tell you what the gaps are between the top 2. It's gone out slightly between Blackburn and Grimes by just 1/10 of a second, so 4/10 now between them. Lee Bowron still 3rd. Sam Beckett on that lap, not as quick as the 3 in front. So now that, well, of course, Beckett had an off anyway, didn't he, Charlie's, I suppose. Like you, so did the man he was chasing. Bowron, who's going to do it again, is he? Oh, nearly. Lee Bowron there in 3rd place takes a really tight line through Charlie's, and that's why he closes right in on Chris Grimes through the middle part of the double apex right-hander, but then he's always running wide on the exit because that tight line is not the quickest way off the corner. So maybe needs to try and change his approach there to Charlie's. Speaking to a driver earlier on from another series who was saying you need to be as far over to the left-hand side of the road after the first part of Charlie's to carry that wide line into the second part, and that isn't really what Lee Barron is doing. Challenge for the lead there. That was Chris Grimes for the first time really having a proper stab at getting up the inside of Blackburn. It didn't work though, and now you can see the momentum that cost him. It means that Lee Barron is right back on his tail now. Lee, who had so much success at the wheel of his XR3 for a number of years. His sons both race on and off in the championship as well. We've got Ryan Barron here this weekend, of course. But, Ryan running at the moment in 6th place. Father Lee in 3rd. Had been challenging for 2nd, but he's going to lose ground, I think, as a result of that failed attempt to overtake, although gains it all back again through the Hall bends. I think Grimes is a bit quicker than Blackburn. It's just, again, trap position, isn't it? Marshall heading out onto the circuit to pick up a bit of trim that's fallen off. Not quite sure where that is, but Marshall's being kept busy, even though there's no cars to be removed. Bits of Ford Fiesta still littering the side of the road. Chance to thank all of our marshals again this weekend, as ever, for their hard work. Voluntary marshals, all of them, and they have had a few incidents to deal with today. They almost had another one there as the top 3 all ran wide out of Charlie's. They're all doing it, aren't they? Look, another one there bouncing over the grass. That was Ryan Barron in the 57, running very wide out of the right-hander at Charlie's. There won't be much grass left on the outside of that corner. Side by side for the race lead. Around the outside goes Chris Grimes. He's going to lose 2nd place if he's not careful, though. Lee Barron almost got a chance up the inside through the exit of the park and into Chris Curve. Grimes getting a bit fed up, I think, at staring at the rear bumper of Michael Blackburn's car, and tried to go around the outside, but that was only ever going to end one way. Out of the gooseneck they come there. They're still in the same order. 55 ahead of 81, ahead of 62. It's got a real pressure cooker feel to this, hasn't it? It's building and building and building. We're not even halfway through this race yet. 11 and a half minutes to go of the 20. At some point, one of them's going to really go for a do-or-die move, and it was almost there into the mountain. Look at the understeer. Oh, Grimes has got a problem. Grimes is off. It wasn't just understeer. I think his steering broke going into the mountain, and he goes straight on up the escape road. So there he goes, look, into the paddock. That was really strange. It looked as though the car was understeering wildly, and it was, but that was because the steering wasn't doing what it was supposed to, basically, and the car just kept on turning left. Did he get into the back then of Michael Blackburn? He really sent it round the outside, didn't he, into the mountain. I wonder if there was a bit of contact made. Well, anyway, that now promotes Lee Barron into 2nd. It promotes Sam Beckett into 3rd, but he's only just in 3rd, look, because he's got the 69 of Mark Robinson right behind him now, so that becomes a battle for a podium place. The lead gap goes out to a 2nd now because we've lost the car that was in 2nd place. Interesting to see now whether Lee Barron's got the pace to go after the leader Blackburn. I think he probably has, if he can stop making those mistakes coming out of Charlie's corner. There goes Robinson then, behind him Ryan Barron. Got both of the Barrons in the top 5 now, as they run towards Park Corner then for the 6th time. 57 there, Ryan Barron is his season so far. Let's have a look at the way that Ryan's gone on. They haven't always raced at each event, the Barron brothers. Lee Barron has raced in every race, of course, but Lewis Barron actually has scored more points than Ryan so far, but they've been sort of splitting the season between them, those two. From a championship perspective then, the loss of Chris Grimes obviously hurts his championship aspirations, but he was down in 6th place anyway. Who does it benefit? Well, it benefits Lee Barron, doesn't it? Because he inherits 2nd place now, which will give him an extra few championship points. He is still, though, behind Mike Blackburn, who is 15 points ahead of him in the championship. Chris Jones, by the way, the other man that shares the championship lead, up to 6th now, having started 8th. So he's gained 2 spots, but not as many as he would have liked. Clearly not gelling with the Cadwell Park circuit, is he? In the XR Challenge, by the way, number 63 is not leading. leading. Number 68 is leading. That is Simon Robinson from pole position. Alex Causa from second on the grid is second in the race. And the car we were seeing there, 68, was Simon Robinson. It was 63 was Alex Causa in third. There is your XR Challenge leader then, number 68, Robinson, who in qualifying did have about 3.3 seconds in hand over the rest, and he's really flexing his muscles here, isn't he? Comes across the start-finish line, 13th place overall, but leading his class. Paul Brettel was next in a Class D car, but Brettel hasn't, now he comes through after a slow lap. So Alex Causa is the next car behind Robinson, but he's 9 seconds behind Robinson, who is inch perfect. Enough out of Charlie's there, just dipped the wheel out over the edge, but not enough to lose traction. So up into the braking zone he goes then. Good to see some of these XR Challenge cars still running. It would be nice to get a few more of them out there to run alongside the STs, but of course a lot of the front runners in the XR Challenge have moved up into the STs. Blackburn, all of the Bowrons, Robinson, Michael Heath, obviously, they've all moved up from the older spec cars to these slightly newer Fiestas. And we don't really have that next new influx of XR Challenge drivers to replace them. It's just the way it goes, unfortunately. But I know a lot of the drivers that have made the shift in class, they've kept their cars, their XR Challenge cars, just in case they fancy running them again in the future. So as our XR Challenge race leader heads up into the mountain there, brilliant shot that, there are our top two overall, and the gap has come down now, hasn't it? A personal best that time around for Lee Bowron. He was over half a second quicker, 6/10 quicker nearly than Michael Blackburn, so the gap's down to 4.5 tenths with 7 minutes still to go. And you can see now that Bowron really has closed in. Now it wasn't a particularly slow lap for Blackburn. I think Bowron is just getting quicker as he gets into the race, so maybe looking after his tyres better, maybe he's got a setup that favours the long run more than the short run, and now he can go on the attack. He's got no pressure from behind. These two are about 3.5 seconds clear of Sam Beckett in third, who's only 6/10 ahead of Mark Robinson though. So third place still up for grabs, but the top two closer and closer together now. In fact, third, fourth and fifth seemed very close there, didn't they? I think Ryan Bowron has closed in on Beckett and Robinson. There they are. Yeah, so Beckett is the silver, yellow and black car. The black and red is Robinson. And then behind them, the blue car is Ryan Bowron. Robinson a bit quicker through Mansfield there than Beckett ahead of him, but not quite enough to turn that into an overtaking opportunity. Brilliant shot that, isn't it, as they burst up over the top of the mountain towards the Hall Bends. Race leaders then turn into the hairpin, so Lee Bowron that is, has caught Blackburn. Where, if anywhere, can he make a move to pass him though? That's the question. Out of the final corner barn they go, 5.5 minutes to go. So needs to be careful not to get too impatient here, Lee Bowron, but this is a significant battle for the championship. 15 points the edge for Mike Blackburn. That's before drop scores are taken into account though. They haven't yet been calculated by the championship organisers, just because we're not right at the end of the season yet, but there are lots of sort of bonus points you can score in this championship as well, so it can get a little bit complex, but let's go with 15 points, the gap between them at the moment. There's Alex Causa, third place still in the, second place, sorry, yes, in the XR Challenge. Still just the one retirement, which was Chris Grimes, who made that exit at the mountain, leading to then up through the never-ending sequence of right-handers at the top of the circuit there. Park corner, Chris curve, and then it tightens up again to the right into the gooseneck between before they fling it to the left as they drop down the hill. It's 2 for the lead, 3 for third. Lonely in 6th at the moment is number 26, Chris Jones, who is the other man, joint championship leader with Mike Blackburn, but he's looking set to lose some points here, isn't he? In fact, he could lose second place to Lee Bowron as it stands, potentially. Maybe not quite. It's Jones should just retain it, but he needs to find a bit more performance maybe for race 2 tomorrow. Races 2 and 3 tomorrow. If there was a weekend that you wouldn't want to be off the pace, it's this one, because it is a triple header, 3 races. So if Cadwell Park isn't your circuit, unfortunately, that is a pain you've got to live with for not 1, not 2, but 3 20-minute races. Good amount of track time though when you add in that 20-minute qualifying session. Many of the drivers were here on Thursday and Friday testing as well. There goes 5th place, Ryan Barron staying where he is. The lead gap still 4.5 tenths between Blackburn and Lee Barron. There they go. So Lee seems to be able to stay with Blackburn, but he doesn't have a significant enough pace advantage in any one particular part of the circuit to really launch an attack. The only place he seems to get close enough is here at Park Corner, and as much as he's forcing Blackburn to defend, he just can't quite get to the outside. Now Blackburn a bit sideways there. Is that going to mean he's wide on the exit? No, he hooked up the apex nicely and actually comes off the corner more quickly than Lee. So Lee still frustrated in his attempts to go through. For the record, by the way, we had a change of position for 12th place on the last lap. It wasn't a change within a class, but it was the XR Challenge leader, Simon Robinson, getting past the Class D car of Alec Townley, who's slipped some way back now from the rest of the Class D runners. But worth pointing out that the fastest of our XR Challenge cars in qualifying was Simon Robinson. He was actually 3rd fastest overall, so he was quicker than the likes of Lee Barron and Mark Robinson and Sam Beckett, so he clearly did have a pace advantage over the rest of the XR Challenge field, but he was also quick enough potentially to fight for an overall podium, actually. Now that was Lee Barron going through the hairpin. Did he still have Michael Blackburn in front of him? No, he doesn't, does he? So what has happened to Blackburn, the race leader? Because that is Lee Barron on his own now as they go through onto the penultimate lap of the race. So the championship leader is off somewhere, or has stopped potentially. Now where is it and what's happened? That's the question. So that is big drama then. Lee Barron now into the lead of the race. The last we saw of them, he was challenging for the lead going into Park Corner, but he didn't make it stick. And then we didn't see them again until they came out of Barn, and only one of them was there. Blackburn still hasn't made it to the line, so he must have stopped on track. Has he gone off, though, or pulled off? That's what we need to know. So that changes everything, doesn't it? Because that does now mean that if Lee Barron can win, he will get 18 points for winning the race, and he's only 15 points behind Blackburn for the championship lead. But Chris Jones, who is going to inherit 5th position now, is actually going to move. It looked like he was going to lose his share of the championship lead, and actually he's going to take hold of it all by himself. So what on earth has happened? Ah, there he is. He's in that looks like the back entrance to the paddock. That is where Chris Grimes went, I think. So he's chatting away to a marshal. They've already got the car hooked up on the tow rope. So that's got to have been a mechanical failure then for Michael Blackburn, at the same place that Chris Grimes pulled off earlier on. What drama. That is remarkable. So shame that battle has to be decided that way, really, because it was shaping up to be a good race between Lee and Michael. Well, it had been a good race between them, but now Michael out of the race altogether. So that gives Lee Barron a 3.9 second lead over this man, Sam Beckett, in second, with Mark Robinson right on his tail. Well, I say right on his tail, he's dropped back by a car length or so this lap. Gap that was half a second is now up to nearly 0.8 of a second as they go through onto the final lap of the race. It's going to be a 12 lapper then. Last lap board will be out for the drivers. Chris Jones, by the way, joint championship leader, as I said, about to take the championship lead for himself. He's just moved into 4th place ahead of Ryan Barron, so there goes 2nd and 3rd. But there in the background, look, the next car was Jones, because Ryan had a really slow lap, about 6 seconds off his previous best. That could have been an off, or maybe it's another mechanical failure looming for Ryan Barron. That would be a shame. So there go Beckett and Blackburn. But it's now Chris Jones, having started all the way down in 8th position, who is going to take over the championship lead and actually finish quite a lot further up the order than he thought he would. Lee Barron with a slightly unorthodox line there through the gooseneck, but I think he's just backed it off now on this final half a lap. The same cannot be said, though, for Sam Beckett and Mark Robinson, who are pushing on as they try and debate that second place, but I don't think Robinson's going to get close enough now over the remaining third of a lap or so. Lee Barron then, having started the race third, he watched Chris Grimes pull off from second place, then he watched Michael Blackburn pull off from the race lead, and he's going to come out of it all to take the race victory then, Lee Barron. And this, I think I'm right in saying, will be his first win of the year. So a really big day this for Lee, and it really moves him properly now into championship contention. Out of barn corner he comes then. The checkered flag awaits for a man who has won enough XR Challenge races in the past, but now takes his first victory of the season in the ETSL STXR Challenge. Checkered flag goes out to Lee Barron. Second goes to Sam Beckett. Third for Mark Robinson, and fourth for the championship leader then, Chris Jones, from 8th on the grid. Now the timing screen's gone a bit funny here because it doesn't think that Mark Robinson or Ryan Barron have finished the race, but I'm pretty sure they have. So the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen might not be 100% correct. There we go, now it's sorted itself out with Michael Heath 5th. As here is your XR Challenge race winner. Checkered flag goes out to Simon Robinson. I mean, no real question about that. As long as the car held together, he was always going to win it, and he's going to win it by a big, big cushion. So, much drama in that ETSL STXR Challenge race, and the winner of the XR4s, or the Fiesta STs, and the overall winner is Lee Barron from third on the grid. And yeah, championship wise, very, very good news indeed for the championship stalwart. And as the last couple of cars come across the line, we're still waiting for second place, I think, aren't we? No, we have had second place in the XR Challenge. Alex Kors has gone through. Third place goes to 67, Paul Greens. That was grid order. Then Anton Martin, fourth, again, where he started, but he wins Class D, which is for the XR3s, but Aston in a Mark 4 XR3, a slightly older version for Jason Hennifer, will come home in 5th place. So don't go anywhere, everybody. One more race to come here from Cadwell Park for the BRSCC Mazda Mx5 Clubman Championship, and those cars lining up in the assembly area. And yeah, looking forward to this one. Their first race, won by Kevin Dengue, was a very, very entertaining affair, and the second race and final of the weekend promises to be the same. Sunshine still shining. It is a bit breezy here at Cadwell Park, actually. Bit of a tailwind there down the pit straight. Means they're getting a crosswind, actually, as they go up the park straight, which is possibly impeding their ability to slipstream up the hill, which we definitely saw was frustrating Lee Barron in that one. And we've seen a few actually races today where that normal slipstream opportunity up the back straight just hasn't really worked, but I'm sure we'll still see plenty of wheel-to-wheel racing in this final race, which is coming up in just a moment or two. So we will head down to the Parc Ferme area then for all of the build-up for our final race of the day, that being the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, and hopefully a chance to have a word with our podium finishers from the ETSL STXR Challenge.
So, final race of the day is all set to get underway here at Cadwell Park. This is the second race of the meeting for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. Now, first race we had Kevin Dengue, who picked up his first win of the season, and he managed to beat championship leader Harry Storer. So Kevin's, of course, feeling quite good on pace-wise, and his car, we're looking to go for the double. Thumbs up from him. Harry, of course, will still be leading the points championship anyway, given the fact that he still leads it on drop scores coming into the weekend, and Harry's been quite dominant so far this year, as you've seen, but getting back into the groove at Snetterton after missing Snetterton, and so he's back here, of course, in the mix as well. Again, the grid is set by the results of race 1, so Neil Chisnell's on 3rd place on the grid. And good to see him still looking good. 3 podiums so far this year. I might have a quick chat actually. There's one driver who's coming into the Mazdas for the first time this year, and that's Charles Boniface, who starts in 4th. And he's someone who's quite used to single seaters in many cases. So we'll have a quick chat if we can for a second. Charles, good to see you. Good to have you on the Mazda grid. We know you, of course, mainly from your single seater days in Formula V. So how different a car is it, if at all, is it to something like this, a Mark 1?
Extremely different. This is almost the opposite to my own driving style, how to take the most out of these cars, and it's taken me a while to get to grips with it, not going to lie. I'm normally very quite smooth, precise and everything else, and just sort of get the car to rotate. With these things, you almost got to drift them around everywhere. But they're brilliant fun to drive, I'll definitely tell you that. Yeah, very different, obviously V's before and time in KAs as well, so very, very mixed bag from my past, but yeah, no, I'm very pleased to be here. Thanks for having me, and having a wonderful time.
It seems that you got a decent car beneath you with Misty Racing. You're taking their steps into Mazda as well, so you both seem to be learning on the job in many cases.
Oh yeah, very much. The car that Misty provided is very, very good. I can't fault it at all. I know that they put out a very competitive race car in any series that they run in, which they've proven time and time again, and very pleased to be racing with them.
Good stuff. Well, again, it's great to have you, and best of luck. You're starting in a good position in what looks like 4th place, so fingers crossed you can get it done and get a good result.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I just have to do my best out there and see what happens. I won't say anything beyond that.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Good stuff. Looks like they're starting to start engines in order to get them out in grid in a second. We've got Brad Jones in the 69 car as well. We've also got the Steel City MX5 pair in there too, of Kevin Byrne and Rob Greensmith. Rob, of course, coming into the weekend about 3rd in points, but he missed out in testing, as did also Harry Storer, which means that those two have now got to try and make up those points as much as they can. And as the whistle goes, we're all set for a strong race. Also, kind of watch out for is a bit further down the pack, which is Dan Blake. Of course, remember, came into the weekend 2nd in points, didn't have a great first race. So we're going to try and make that up. And also, I've been told George Grant's one to watch for as well, because George he knocked the cut-off switch in the first race, which is the reason why he lost power. But until he said the pace was looking good, he was starting to get up there with the front runners. So fingers crossed that both Dan and George can make some progress on what is a very tricky circuit to pass and make progress on. So it's been an amazing day to kick off the Cadwell Park race weekend. Andy, for the final time, over to you to take us through the grid positions for the final race of the weekend, the second of the final race of the day. It's been a long day. Final race of the day and the second of the weekend for the BRSCC Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship.
Yes, definitely. We still have a full day of racing to go tomorrow, so make sure everyone tunes in bright and early. We will have our first race tomorrow morning at around about 20 to 10 here at Cadwell Park, so be sure to join us for that. But one more race to go today, and it is for the BRSCC Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship. Their first race kicked off this afternoon's racing action and was won by Kevin Dengate. Kevin Dengate, not a full season competitor though, so from a championship perspective, it was the 2nd place man that was the big winner, Harry Storer, leading the points coming into the weekend and outscored all of his big championship rivals, really. His nearest championship rival was Dan Blake, who Scott mentioned had a bit of a disaster, actually. Had a poor start, then got sort of muscled out halfway around the first lap and dropped towards the back of the top 10, and then he had a spin going out of Charlie's corner. Very lucky not to get collected by anybody as he did so, and that was unfortunately pretty much the last we saw of him. He did finish the race, but he finished it down in 19th place, his worst finish of the year so far. It does mean that becomes one of Dan's drop scores though, and he will gain back the 86 points that he was previously dropping from the first race of the season at Croft, so which was a race that Dan took part in with a very, very wounded car after a big shunt less than a week earlier at Castle Combe, and the Paddock Motorsport team did an amazing job just to get the car on the grid at Croft, and Dan repaid them with 2 solid finishes, still looking there for his first podium of the season. So before they head out on the green flag lap, let's have a look, shall we, at how the grid lines up. This is also the result of race 1, so if you missed race 1, then here is a bit of a recap. It was Dengate that won the race, so he gets pole position from championship leader Harry Storer alongside Neil Chisnell with a really good effort there with his 3rd podium in a row. He starts 3rd for this one ahead of Bo Parry. Brad Jones and Kevin Byrne share row 3 ahead of Charles Boniface, who dropped back a bit towards the end, and Robert Greensmith. Then you've got Peter Higton and Alan Hawkins, John Pethick and Richard Bartlett, with Jay Shepherd, who stalled on the grid in the previous race. He is on row 7 alongside William Bream, Charles Medwin and Graham Rumsey on row 8. 9th row for Nick Ledoyen and Ivan Leary. Then it's Dan Blake. Keep an eye on him. The blue and white number 27 car starting 19th. Tim Storer for company on that 10th row. George Grant, who, as we were just hearing from, had a few issues in the previous race. He's 21st alongside Owen Woodwards, Peter Williams and Keith Dalton on row 12. Then on the 13th row, David Scowler and Dale Whiteman. Andrew Dean rounds out the grid. We didn't have any non-finishers from that earlier race either. I think it's the only race today that didn't see any retirements, and the hope is that continues again here, especially because a good number of these drivers are also racing in the Mark 1 Championship itself, so they've got another 2 races to come tomorrow. So the first race, as I said, was a fairly dramatic one, and it started in fairly dramatic fashion when Jay Shepherd in the Wasp liveried car stalled on the grid, and from the middle of the pack, where did he start? 9th on the grid was Jay, and he didn't get going, and how everybody behind him missed him, I will never know. There was also a potential gremlin actually for the championship leader, Harry Storer, who said that he couldn't get the car into gear through the second part of the race, and he'll be hoping that he's got those gear issues fixed, because another 15 minutes around here, if that gearbox lets go, that could be his first non-finish of the season. So yeah, that's Harry Storer has finished every race that he started this year, but he didn't race at Snetterton last time, so those 2 non-scores are now his drop score, which is great because it means he's dropping no points, but it also means that if he were to have a DNF now, he would have to count it, because you only get those 2 drops. So Storer definitely is going to be feeling the pressure a little bit as a result of that. So grid lining up then with the red 178 car of Kevin Dengate on the pole, and number 17 Harry Storer alongside him. That run to the first corner, as ever, is going to be crucial. Dengate was significantly quicker, about 7/10 quicker than Storer in qualifying this morning to snatch pole position for that first race, but I don't think he was ever that much quicker in the race. His eventual winning margin only 1.5 seconds off over Storer, so if Harry could get ahead at the start, perhaps he might be able to put up enough of a defence to take the race victory. Let's find out then, because I think the grid is in place. The starting gantry lights up red, and then the lights go out for the final time today. We're off and racing, and it is Harry Storer with the much better start. Look, from the outside of row number 1, he will get the lead in towards turn number 1, so it's going to be Storer from Dengate at the front. Lots of chopping there in the mid-pack. They thankfully all avoid contact, and they race up through Coppice for the first time, then out of sight briefly before they re-emerge on the exit of Charlie's, and it is Dengate back ahead. So Dengate's got the lead, and Neil Chisnell is into second, so Storer definitely had the lead going into turn 1. By the time they come out of turn 2 though, he's down to 3rd place as something happened whilst they were out of sight there, which unfortunately knocks the championship leader down to the bottom step of the podium. So Kevin Dengate, then the race 1 winner, is out in front again, and we'll be looking to make good his escape. Back into second goes Storer. Chisnell in third was being swamped by MX5s as they went through Park Corner. Got a glimpse there of Dan Blake, who's not made a huge amount of progress so far, so may be able to do so once we settle into a bit of a rhythm. I've still got him 19th, I think, there, just doing a rough count, but there is Dan Blake. Actually was about to have a look up the inside into Mansfield, try and gain a position, but that didn't really seem to work. So out of the left-hander they go towards the mountain, and there at the inside goes the 150. That's John Pethick, who was picking up a position there into the mountain section. Out still ahead of 45, was it, of Graham Rumsey. There goes Dan Blake then just behind the number 50 car. So 50 is Tim Storer, who actually started behind Dan. So Dan started 19th, Tim started 20th, and Tim's ahead now. So another not ideal start there for Dan Blake, who's down, gets into the back of him actually, and that is Tim Storer's rear bumper, which Dan Blake has kindly relieved him off as they went through the hairpin. So how close they were getting on that opening lap. Not that close in the front though, 1.2 seconds, 1.25 seconds between Kevin Dengue, the leader, and Harry Storer in second position after the early shuffling through those first couple of corners. Clive Chisnall in third position. Neil Chisnall, son of Clive, and that's Alan Hawkins off from fifth. So through into fifth position then will go Brad Jones, and I think he lost another one, did he, there to Charles Boniface maybe, because that's still Rob Greensmith behind him, and another car did go through, I think. So Alan Hawkins then with a mistake through Charlie's late in the day. There's not a huge amount of grip in the track now. There's quite a lot of dirt and debris that's been scattered over the course of the day's racing. So the slightest mistake is going to send you off into the grass. Dan Blake there gaining a place. He's gone past number 50 this time, so that is now 18th place for Dan Blake. He's finally started making progress. You can see Tim Storer there without a rear wing after the little bit of a rub that he had from Blake earlier on. But Dan Blake has now cleared him. Let's see how much more progress he can make. Jay Shepherd there, the black and yellow Wasp car. Oh, was off at Mansfield, goes the 69. That's Brad Jones. Almost spins back into the pack. He gets overtaken by a number of drivers then, including Alan Hawkins, who he passed early on in the lap. Robert Greensmith will go through as well. So that is a costly error then for Brad Jones in the early stages when everyone's so close together. On around the second lap, you don't want to be going off because you're not going to lose in one place, but 3 or 4. Just gets back on the road in front of Graham Rumsey. There is the rear bodywork for Tim Storer, still spectating from the side of the track. We head down through the final sequence of corners. Number 5 there, Nick Ledoyen, the black car with the red roll cage. Across the line onto the third lap. We got in race number 1 9 laps in the books. Something similar, it's only 15 races. This slightly shorter races than the other MX5 championships here. Again, just to try and reduce the cost. The less track time you get, the less you have to charge the drivers for it. Also, the less fuel you're using, the less wear and tear you put on the cars. An extra 5 minutes could potentially be another 3 laps in each race. So just designed to keep the costs at a slightly more affordable level. And as I said, by having all of the on-track action in one day, qualifying and 2 races, no need to stay overnight on the Saturday. You could even drive here on the Saturday morning if you wanted to really cut down on your hotel bills. That was really why the Clubman Championship was brought in, and it has taken off incredibly well to have 27 of them here. When you compare that to the first round of the season where we were barely into double figures at Croft, and then it really exploded at Silverstone. Anglesey it dipped a bit, just again because Anglesey is a long way for a lot of people to travel. But then back here at Snetterton and then here at Cadwell, it's continued to grow and grow, which is fantastic to see. 59 there is the car of Kevin Bird, started 7th. He's up into 4th now after other people's various shenanigans. The lead gap was 1.3 seconds though between Kevin Dengate and Harry Storer. Dengate with the fastest lap last time on what was the first full flying lap. This time around, let's see what the lap times are and how they compare between the two then. Dengate across the line with a 48.0, actually 3 or 4 tenths slower than Storer that time, so the gap back under a second. Now that must have been a mistake for Dengate because he was over a second slower that time than he was on the previous lap. Where he made that mistake, I'm not sure, but Dengate is going to have to start watching his mirrors if Storer gets any closer to him. There goes Chisnall, still in 3rd, 67. As I said, 4th, Pethick 5th, Hawkins 6th, despite that grassy moment at Charlie's earlier on. Greensmith, Jones, Rumsey and Shepherd then rounding out the top 10. So Chisnall then up through Park Corner. There is Bird in 4th position. Finished the earlier race, like I said, in 7th. Can't remember for sure, but I think he ended up on the grass at one point or another, although a lot of drivers ended up on the grass at one point or another in that previous race. Look how much closer Harry Storer is getting now to Kevin Dengate. That is not 9 tenths of a second anymore. Well, 0.992 it was at the start of the lap, so nearly a full second, and it's down to only a couple of car lengths now as they come back towards the mountain once again. Battle about to be joined for the race lead. Battle well and truly joined further back though. Jay Shepherd there trying to get past Graham Rumsey. Jay Shepherd, who had been a front runner in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship for a number of years before making a switch over to MX5s last year, and had a big car, had a big accident, didn't it, at Silverstone, was it last year? I think it was early last year. So the Wasp livery machine is one of the most striking out there on track, and they've been involved now on a sponsorship level with the BRSCC as well, Wasp, and it is a very, very professionally turned out car. He's got Peter Higton and Nick Ledoy in cars 4 and 5 right behind him. It's car 778 that leads the way. Kevin Dengue by a reduced margin though, just under 0.7 of a second now, as Harry Storer grabs the bonus point for the fastest lap. So the second place man about 0.3 faster that time than Dengue, and now the closer he gets, the more of a slipstream he starts to pick up, and the closer in theory he can get. So one eye on that, one eye on the midfield battles that are coming through. Alan Hawkins wide again, so is Robert Greensmith. He's even wider though, all four wheels on the grass, bounces his way back on. But they've all been doing that so much now that they know there's actually some grip out there on the grass and the AstroTurf. You don't really have to worry about running wide as much there. It's very bumpy. It's still not something I'd advise that you do, but you can get away with it, and so they just keep their foot floored to the throttle and don't really seem to lose a huge amount of time, although Greensmith is now under a bit more pressure from Brad Jones than he had been. Into the second half then of our final race of the day here at Cadwell Park. Down the hill comes Alan Hawkins. He's in 6th place then. Greensmith and Jones fighting over 7th. Into Mansfield towards that mountain section once again. The race leaders are already at the top of the Hall Bend, still nose to tail, but I can tell you they're still in the same order. Still Dengue ahead of Storer. Lots of grass being used there by Brad Jones, that AB Motorsport car. Ali Bray's team already having a good day in the Mark 1 Championship with multiple cars on the podium. And, in the Clubman Championship, they've got some pretty competitive drivers as well. Now that doesn't look healthy. That is a very smoky. That is the 150, isn't it? That's Pethick. So John Pethick, having started 11th, moved up to 5th, but that blue car with the white stripe, very, very smoky as it went into the hairpin. Now, was it a lock-up? It didn't look like a lock-up, but there's no evidence of smoke now across the start-finish line. It was not a terribly slow lap either. In fact, he was still quicker than Bird ahead of him by a couple of tenths, so maybe it was just a lock-up, or maybe running a bit rich on oil or fuel or something. I don't know. That was a strange one. The car seems absolutely fine now, and John is still pushing hard. So, we'll monitor that for the remaining 5 minutes of the race. The race leaders, by the way, now just 3.5 tenths apart. So, Harry Storer another 3 tenths quicker. So at that rate, he would be right alongside Kevin Dengue by the end of the lap. But of course, it's this last few tenths that's the hardest to find. Has a look at the inside into Mansfield, but he's just a bit too far back. He wants to make the move quickly though, because if you sit behind the car that you've just been reeling in for too long, you sort of fall into the trap of running at their pace, and you end up braking when they're braking and hitting the throttle when they are. You need to use this momentum and try and strike early, and he's really forcing Dengue to defend now. Kevin Dengue defending into the Hall Bends. Successfully defending into the Hall Bends, it must be said, but Kevin really having to watch his mirrors now. The AB Motorsport car leads the way then, a bit sideways though. It's the Martin Tolley run car in second of Harry Storer. Out across the line we go then, on to the 6th lap of the race. So yeah, it does look like will we get 9 laps? Yeah, we should do. 4 minutes to go. Should just be time for 3 more laps. Further back, there goes an attempted overtake into the Hall Bends. That was who was that was coming under pressure? That was Bo, wasn't it? Who I think held on to the position, but that was but yeah, Bo Parry, number 73, who started the race 4th. Not quite sure why Bo has fallen down the order in the way that he has. But anyway, still enjoying some good battles down there. Leaders at Park, and that's a mistake, is it, for Dengue? Yeah, he ran very wide there, and now this is definitely a chance for Harry Storer to try and get alongside, but he's forced to the outside line through Chris Curve. Again, you just can't go around the outside there, not without really running the risk of going onto the grass. frustration continues to build now for Harry. You can see these mistakes being made by Dengue, who again was slower than his pursuer coming out of the gooseneck, but immediately pulls to the left to defend. And every time that he defends, he is holding them both up. And look, Neil Chisnall is closing in on them. Chisnall at the start of the lap was 1.3 seconds behind these two. He's now, half a second adrift. And another defensive line taken into the mountain by Dengue, so that gap disappears straight away. So it's 3 for the lead now, and that is brilliant news for Kevin Dengue, because it means that it applies a bit of pressure to Harry Storer in second. Harry can no longer focus all of his attentions on attacking for the lead, because he also has to worry about defending his second place. So Storer, although Dengue continues to make these mistakes, look, he locks up again at the hairpin. Storer just has to think twice now before he tries to capitalise and make a move. Out of barn they go. Again, Storer is quicker. He'll get in the slipstream then. Onto the penultimate lap of the race we go. 2 more laps then of the Cadwell Park circuit remain, and Storer pulls to the outside line, side by side for the race lead, heading towards Coppice Corner. Now you can go around the outside here. That's exactly what Storer will try to do to get the inside for Charlie's. We wait with bated breath to see who's going to come out of Charlie's in the lead. Is it going to be Dengue? Is it going to be Storer? It is Storer. Harry Storer, the championship leader, has finally managed to get himself ahead of Kevin Dengue. But was that too early? Because now Kevin gets the slipstream up the park straight, and he's closing right back in again. In towards the braking zone we go. To the outside, then there might have been a gap on the inside line. Is there? Oh, yes, I think there might be. Dengate's back up the inside of Storer, who is super late on the brakes into park. He gets into the corner ahead and somehow doesn't run onto the grass on the exit. That was brilliant defensive driving. He just left a chink of an opening on the inside for Dengue to go for, and at that point Storer knew that he had to try and out braking around the outside. And now I think Storer is going to be away and gone here, because Dengue is immediately having to turn from attack to defence. Oh, but then a mistake. The leader's gone off. So Dengue, they both run wide out of Mansfield, and just like that the gap disappears again. A lap and a half to go then. Harry Storer has the lead, but needs to be careful not to make any mistakes. It's a little bit easier sometimes to be the chaser. As soon as you get into the lead, suddenly your reference point is gone. Because when you're chasing another car, you can sort of gauge from them where to brake and what line to take, and you can, if you see that they're braking at a certain point, you can brake a metre or two later maybe and gain on them, whereas once you get in front, you're relying entirely on your own instincts, and it can be easy to make a mistake then under that sort of pressure. You can see that Storer just isn't getting away, is he? On to the final lap of the day we're about to go then. 30 seconds left on the clock, but they are going to get through to finish this lap before the time ticks down to 0. Harry Storer just needs to hang on for another 2.18 miles of the Cadwell Park circuit to try and take his 6th victory of the season. What would be his 6th victory from 8 starts. Having missed that Snetterton weekend, as we said, but Dengate's closing in again up the hill to the outside, again tries to switch back to the inside, but surely Storer saw it coming this time as they head towards the braking zone at Park Corner. What's going to happen? We don't know. They've disappeared from view, and Storer was having to defend there, wasn't he, from Dengue? Wait for them to come through the gooseneck then. It could be Neil Chisnall that's got the lead if that all went wrong. Oh, come on, where are they? There they go, and it's Dengue. He's got him back again. I don't believe it. Kevin Dengate's back ahead of Harry Storer. He must have done that coming through Park and into Chris Curve then, and it is Dengate in front, but Storer's fighting back, coming out of Mansfield. Less than half a lap to go. Any one of these 3 drivers could still win our 2nd Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship race of the day, and Harry Storer is going to be spitting feathers, having led until halfway round the final lap there. He's almost pushing Dengate through the mountains, sideways for Dengate. Is there a gap on the inside? There might just be, but he's not fully alongside, and that might have been it for Harry Storer. I don't think he's going to be able to launch a challenge into the final couple of corners. If he does, it's always likely to go wrong, isn't it, from that far back? Dengate makes the apex. He doesn't run wide on the exit. 1 more corner to go. Storer actually is the one that runs a bit wider out of the hairpin and then gets sideways into Barn Corner. It is going to be Kevin Dengate that comes through to do the double against all the odds. Kevin Dengate takes the checkered flag in our final race of the day at Cadwell Park. Race of the day that was by far the most entertaining battle we've had for a race victory here today, and we saved the best till last in the MX5 Clubman Championship. Harry Storer 2nd and Neil Chisnall 3rd. I would love to know what happened there at Park Corner. We might hear from the drivers after the race then, who will be able to to tell us, hopefully, exactly what happened there. Now, Dan Blake, by the way, 13th place, so he did gain some progress, and I could see Martin Plowman, his joint team owner, wishing him good luck on the YouTube feed, so good to see that Martin is cheering on his driver. I don't know where Martin is this weekend, but yeah, happy to see that Dan Blake did make a little bit of progress, although not quite as much as maybe he'd have liked, really. 19th place, 6th place is gained. But in the midfield, it's just really, really tough, isn't it, to make progress. Everyone's so evenly matched, and it's such a narrow circuit. But it doesn't mean that the racing is going to be boring and processional. Professional, yes, not processional. And that race, a great example of that. Brilliant, brilliant entertainment. The Clubman Championship drivers are not back tomorrow, apart from those that are also doubling up and racing in the Mark 1 Championship itself, but they'll next be out on the 25th and 26th of September, which you can also watch live coverage of. Well, it will be the 25th of September only, won't it? And then they're also at the Brands Hatch Formula Ford Festival on the 30th and 31st of October, so you'll be able to watch the story continue to unfold in the MX5 Clubman Championship through the rest of the year. So checkered flag then waves. Marshall has to wait for the last of the cars to come through. The last of the cars has just come through, actually. That was the 58 of Dale Whiteman. And Whiteman then is going to take his time making his way back to the assembly, back to Parc Fermé, of course. Whilst we're waiting for them to get back, a reminder then of the timings for tomorrow. If you are planning on tuning in to watch the racing, and I urge you to do so. It is the first race of the day will be at 9:40. That will be the first of two for the Fiesta Junior Championship. We'll then have qualifying for the Track Attack Race Club, and then racing throughout. It's we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, about 15 races tomorrow. It's a busy day, and it will have action again from the Motorsport UK British Supercar Championship. They'll have two races tomorrow. The Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup have a race in the morning. The BRSCC Fiesta Championship, the Senior Championship, have two races, as do the Juniors. The Mx5 Super Cup and Mark 1 Mx5 Championship have two races as well, and so do the ETSL STXR Challenge. And then in the afternoon they are joined by the Track Attack Race Club, who have a number of their series racing together on the same grid, and they've got two races tomorrow afternoon. As I said, their qualifying session at 10:10 in the morning. The Track Attack races are due to be at 5 to 3, and then our final race for the weekend at 5:6. So at 9:40 tomorrow morning is the time that you need to be in position on your sofa with the racing on the TV, and will provide you, hopefully, another brilliant day of racing. The weather forecast, I believe, was supposed to be similar to what we've enjoyed today, which is exactly what you'd hope for on an August bank holiday weekend. Not necessarily what you expect, but it's always what you hope for. And the Cadwell Park circuit, if it does rain, becomes well, even more treacherous, really. And with the conditions as they have been today, it has produced really some very, very exciting racing. So I just mentioned the timings for tomorrow's races. I think we can have a look at the timetable. There we go. So 9:40 we have our first race for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. Then that qualifying session for the Track Attack Club at 10:10. The Motorsport UK British Supercar Championship, their first race was a real thriller this afternoon. They're out at 10:40. The Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup, likewise, more entertainment at 11:05. The Fiesta Seniors are out at 11:35. And the Mazda Mx5 Super Cup Championship have their second race after that. Then it's the ETSL STXR Challenge at 12:40 and the Mazda MX5 Championship at 1:10. And that is just the morning's action. I told you it was a full day. We've got then the same number of races, I think, in the afternoon. Supercarts, the first of those Track Attack Race Club races at 5 to 3. Fiesta Juniors, MX5 Super Cup out again, the Fiesta Seniors, the ETSL STXR Challenge, and it's all completed by another race for the MX5 Championship Mark 1 cars and the Track Attack Race Club at 6:05. So bit of something for everyone tomorrow. Sports cars, tin tops, one make stuff, multi-mark stuff in the shape of the Track Attack cars, and it's going to be a thrilling day that you will not want to miss. So we're just waiting for news on when and if the drivers for the podium were going to make their way down to the podium area, and I believe they are on their way now. But should explain that the podium area is not actually next to Parc Ferme here at Cadwell Park, so the drivers have to do their whole in-lap, go into the paddock the back way, then pull into the Parc Ferme, get out of the cars, and then walk all the way down the hill to the podium. But that is something that I think they've all done now. The drivers are on their way, and Scott Woodwis is down there to reflect on what has been a fantastic weekend of racing. Scott Woodwis, down to you on the podium.
So, final race of the day is complete, and we're going to quickly hand over to our final top three of the day for the Mazda Mx5 Club and Championship. So, same top three as it was in race number 1. So, in third place was Neil Chisnell, second was Harry Storer, and our winner we'll bring forward is Kevin Dengue. So, Kevin, obviously, same top three as race 1, but that's far from the end of the story, because that was an incredible second race to round out today. How was it from the wheel?
Well, it started off quite straightforward. I thought I've got a good start, and then I got a gap, and I thought maybe I've got this, and then all of a sudden they're on my tail, and then lost a position just at the end there. I thought, oh no, one lap to go. Managed to get him at the top of the back straight there, and then the rest is history. So yeah, brilliant racing, though. Really good fun, but much better fun than the first race, which was a little bit more of a procession, wasn't it? So, but brilliant. Yeah.
That's what Mazda Race is all about. That kind of quality racing is what keeps people coming back like yourself here, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I'd forgotten how manic it is when I came back at early part of the season. It was a little bit of a shock to start with, and it still is a bit, but that was brilliant. I absolutely loved it, and I can't tell you how much I've missed it. I'm coming back next season for sure.
Yeah, glad to have you back. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Good stuff. Let's bring second place Harry Storer in. Harry, you for a moment you were in front, and then it just switched back again. But again, the smile on your face says it all on that side of things. Regardless of second place, that was a cracking race.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic fun. Did at one point think, now I can walk home with it, but absolutely not. Kevin came back and gave me, put me in my place really. Can't use the gearbox as an excuse this time, so but yeah, no, really good fun.
Yeah, still 2 good second place. I think it still does give you the championship lead still, so heading to the next round to Donington, you're still in a really strong position.
Yeah, fantastic, got some more points, so look forward to Donington.
Well done for today, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
And third place for Neil. It's podium number 4 for you now, isn't it? So that's another 2 to add to the collection, so decent day's work.
Yeah, really enjoyable way to end the day. I thought, off the start, they just had a little bit more pace than me, and I couldn't quite keep up. But then as soon as Harry went for the move, my eyes lit up, really. So I tried to get in there, but those two just still had a little bit too much pace for me. I thought about going for some big moves, but I thought better of it at times. Yeah.
Just talking to you now, your eyes are still lit up about it. You really enjoyed that.
Well, I made the mistake of having my visor open a little bit, and Kev likes to take the grass, let's say. So there were some big rocks coming up at me, and I got a little bit in my eyes. So yeah.
Yeah. So it's not tears of joy; it's just tears of having something literally in your eye.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. Lesson learned: visor closed from now on. Yeah.
Or visor closed.
Yes, visor closed. Yeah.
Good stuff. Excellent. Well done for today. 2 more brilliant third places, and you can go and enjoy it now. So well done.
Thank you very much.
Good stuff. I think we'll get Katie to do our top 3 with the podiums, and we'll get them up there. So first of all, let's get Neil on first of all. He will pick up his Avon hat and his third place trophy presented by Katie Cockrell, who's part of the BRSCC Mazda coordination team. Second place, of course, goes to, as we said, Harry Storer, who certainly maintains his championship lead at the top of the point standings on drop scores, and after a brilliant fight today, 2 excellent races for Kevin Dengue, 2 wins. That will certainly not only help him up in the main points, but also certainly his quest for potentially getting himself top towards the Masters title as well. So well done. And on that side, excellent stuff. So as the final podium finish for today wrap up, that's going to wrap us up for today's action for Cadwell Park. It's been magnificent to kick off day 1 here in Lincolnshire. So amazing racing from the Fiestas, all the Mazdas, BMWs, and of course the Super Cups as well. They're all back tomorrow. We also get action from the Track Attack Race Club for their 2 races, and after we saw qualifying for them also yesterday, the magnificent Fiesta Junior Championship. 2 races for them tomorrow. They're our first race of tomorrow's action for Sunday, so be sure to tune in. From myself, Scott Woodward, Amanda Mckeown, and all of us here at Cadwell Park, thank you for tuning in. If you want any information on all the championships that you've watched, head to BRSCC.co.uk and subscribe to YouTube and to Facebook to make sure that when we go live tomorrow, you don't miss a moment of the action. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow for more action here from Cadwell Park. Bye for now.